Look at what happened in 2007. Look at a general election resulting in a country that is nearly crashing. From an economy that was growing at a rate of maybe above 6% to dipping down. 1 trillion Kenya shillings going down the drain. Families suffering. So when that pressure was done, it was appreciating that the growth process of democracy ultimately delivers a nation towards a pathway of trust by its own people and by neighbors, and ultimately a global, a high level of global trust. Is that significant for a nation? Extremely so. And so when we look at democracy, then what everybody is talking about without necessarily mentioning the word democratic growth is that we have had growth that is palpable, that is actually measurable, and that if we run this through so that we do not have violence across the entire country, all is well. We shall have set a critical precedent, number one, for the new crop of politicians who are coming on board. Number two, for the new IEBC leadership that is taking over after the exit of our good friend Chebukati. But most importantly, a new dispensation for the youth who failed to come out in numbers to vote, because they'll have seen that despite the economy not doing well, their fathers and mothers, older brothers and sisters came out for that democratic yet very important patriotic right to vote. So those lessons, fidelity to the various organs, the judiciary, the legislature, the executive, will also start now gelling and understanding that at times when the Supreme Court makes a ruling, it's not that it ignores the executive. It is that it has a visionary component in tandem with its mandate to create a constitutional behavioral approach to making sure that everything is above board. And that is the Kenya we desire, so that we are all equal in the eyes of the law, irrespective of status, religion, ethnicity, among other diversities that you have as a country. For us, I think it's a great lesson that we need to start documenting, hoping we don't have any variance.
It's a good thing, you mentioned that, because Kenyans should also remember that this is the last election that Chebukati will be overseeing, because his term is going to be over in the next couple of months. And in 2017, perhaps it will go down in his book, the soft-spoken man who hardly shows emotions, will go down as one of his negatives. That is the 2017 general election. Perhaps that is why he wants this election to have a very high threshold as part of his legacy, just as President Uhuru Kenyatta is galvanizing his legacy during his final days.
It is important to have a good legacy, but it is more important to actually deliver when the entire country has put their trust and confidence in you as a person, to some commitment that you said you have the capacity to do, and they have put in serious resources to enable you to do that. And you're running an entire organization in delivering an election, not only for the people of Kenya, but even as we are saying, we have an impact on our global economy. So it is a big task. It is an enormous responsibility on his shoulder. And just like President Uhuru Kenyatta, even as he was addressing the people of Mount Kenya recently, and said, I'm going nowhere. In as much as Chebukati is leaving IEBC, he is not going anywhere. He's a Kenyan and he's going to live amongst the Kenyans. So do you want to go back to your people, and you cannot, walk with pride and say, you know what, I did my best. I did very well by Kenyans. In fact, when Kenyans are happy with what you have done, they give you another job. This, you know, because it's just that you cannot work anymore as the IEBC chairperson. It doesn't mean that you cannot continue to work for the people of Kenya when you have delivered for them. So it is also good for him to look at, you know, how he delivers this election, so that even for his kin, even his children, that when they say, I am son of so and so, people will always say, yes, your father was an honorable person, is an honorable man, and because of that, I, you know, have this confidence that you also are an honorable person. So he needs to do this not only for himself, even for his own generations, but better still for the sake of being a Kenyan who said that, trust me, I can do this.
Indeed. And Doc, I would also want to pick your mind on the same when it comes to the legacy of the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, just as President Uhuru Kenyatta is galvanizing his legacy. This will be a legacy election for Chebukati, and of course he expects it to be a little bit better than what transpired in the year 2017.
One critical component of leadership practice is mentorship. And mentorship is very interesting. You do not necessarily have to sit with your mentor one-on-one. You can actually pick a mentor and you look at his or her behaviors, practices, courage level, values, beliefs, and other components that a human being can exude. And you decide, this is what I would like to become. Particularly men who fail, women who fail, and they are able to rise, they exemplify resilience. Chebukati has had some time to showcase that we can always redeem ourselves. That's a component of that is key in mentorship. Mentorship for those who are with him in the organization. Mentorship for Kenyans who may have been given very important leadership calls, be it in ministries, be it in state corporations, be it in private sector, be it even in families. And therefore, being a man who is being watched, he has a critical role by getting this right to actually inspire many Kenyans who are in different positions. It's not just about Kenya. We've said time and again, we have been pace setters. And therefore it means, as a leadership practice, there are many he may be in a position to mentor. So that even as he exits Uganda Electoral Commission, the one of DRC, which is coming out, Burundi, and other countries in Africa that are emerging, including Somalia, would readily say, why wouldn't we have Chebukati and a team of other Kenyans coming on board to become mentors? Because we have got international community, UN, EU, among IGAD, Africa Union, who are looking out to fellow Africans, and other fellow human beings who have been able to withstand the test of adversity, risen from the ashes like the phoenix, and ultimately become bold enough to lead organizations that bring pride to a nation. For me, that's a very important part as far as Chebukati is concerned. Lastly, there is something known as being authentic. And to be authentic is where you are able to tell people, I have a weakness. Chebukati is kind of accepting mistakes, errors that the organization brought on board, and is telling people, I failed, yes. I may not say directly, but I want to go from A to Z as instructed. So that as I leave, they now leave with my head high. I will not hold that position of men and women who don't dare mighty things. He's daring a mighty thing of waiting for up to the 7th day. That component is a critical part of leadership, accepting failure, then coming on board to remedy and leaving an organization being credible. Those are the lessons that I would say we could learn in terms of the behavior of Chebukati.
And using the same words, head high, we have had the biggest election in Kenya yet. Looking at the numbers, we had 16,000 candidates jostling for around 2,000 seats. 14,000 did not win. And I want to be very economical with the word losers and say 14,000 did not win. Some have reached out and said, Isabel, you won the seat. I shake your hand and we go on. But at the end of the day, they use their resources, their mindset, and you know, we have an issue with mental wellness in the country, and even the president raised issues on the same. How do we integrate these people back so that we may have one cohesive nation?
You know, in 2017, I attempted. I was an aspirant in one of the wards within Nairobi County.
Okay.
And so I know what loss. Just to answer you.
Crunch the numbers
yes,
for you.
I know what loss feels like, especially when you feel that you lost unfairly, you know. But the first responsibility you have is to continue providing leadership in the midst of the storm that is within you. What you speak is not exactly what you feel, because you feel very bad, but you must continue providing leadership to the people who believed in you, and also to the same society who were to vote for you. Because if you do not provide leadership, then they'll be like, alas, it is even good we did not vote in this person. You mean they have temper? You mean they have anger issues? You know, those kind of things. So managing your own emotions, so that, you know, like emotional intelligence, you manage your own emotions. You can cry in your house, but when you come out, you have to provide leadership, because trust you me, Troy, the people who have believed in you, who have walked that journey with you, had hopes in that seat. It is their seat. It is not just for you, it is for them. You have given them things to believe in, a new hope, you know, and perhaps they had been excluded by the leadership that was there prior, and therefore they would feel that this is our time now, you know. So when their hopes are dashed, immediately they can crash. So you have to give them that kind of leadership. So whereas you yourself, you actually need people to come and, you know, just, you know, pick you up, you have to first of all pick your supporters up and integrate them first with the society, so that they do not have anger against the opponents, you know, whoever was your opponent in that election, and actually even almost deliver them, you know, so that they don't feel a loss. They see, oh, so we still have a leader, you know. So that is a growth that comes with leadership, and by also looking at others. This election, for example, has been informed by previous elections. Before that, people used to, you know, when you lose an election, you know, you go out on a rampage, everyone, you know, you just make it everyone's loss. But now you will see people conceding to defeat. It's democracy, it's a growth. We also borrow from what we see from other nations, and we see, oh, so you mean people who are, you know, gentlemen, when they lose an election, they actually concede defeat. In fact, you actually write 2 speeches as an aspirant. You have a concession speech, and you have the other one, you know. So you're ready for whatever outcome, and you must also prepare the people who believe in you for those possible outcomes once we are there. And that is where we are actually. We grow from that, and once we set that as our tradition, because, you know, we set a culture. Culture is evolving. Even political
characters who came with their communities. We've seen there before, Raila Amolo Odinga lose, and an entire community, the constituency he represents, feels frustrated, even becomes violent. And when called to unleash disorder, public disorder, is willing not to go to work, but he needs to go and work through public disorder. That can result in chaos in a nation. But let's look at that individual from an individual perspective. That individual who loses, number one, is losing and getting traumatized because in the cause of undertaking politics, he or she never factored in the role of psychological well-being, resilience against loss. from a mental well-being perspective. And in our political parties, we failed to have a strategy on enhancing the mental well-being and therefore resilience of these characters, so that they are prepared to know that as you take that loan, and the collateral is the house you stay in, your land, your dad's land, you are actually walking pathways that are lethal, not just to yourself, but to your family. That reality is not there, because we are driven by the fact that I'll make money nikiwa mhesh. I'll certainly do some trips, some allowances, some all that. That is a wrong way of starting that journey. So one of the critical lessons is prevention. And to prevent the disaster of mental degradation within those characters who will not have excelled as the winners, then political parties have got a very important practice that they need to bring on board, now that as we continue, we shall be having much more than the 16,000. Number two, when then you lose, now that she tackled leadership, you must face reality. How did you factor in your family as you went into this deep end? Did they have flappers to follow you? Did they have floaters to lift you? So your significant others, the immediate ones. And more often than not in our politics, yes, we can show our significant others, but to have that discussion, to bring them to strategize together, to look at the finances, your other features, characteristics, vis-a-vis the family views, that is a rare thing. And so we end up, therefore, also frustrating what would be termed as our families. So I'm looking at an approach that will protect us from having the mental wellness issues that are respondent upon losing. But what should a nation do after we move from the political parties? We have seen the President of the Republic of Kenya being very focused on the essence of having a society, and particularly from the lessons of COVID-19, where many lost jobs. This 16,000, you minus 2,000, those 14,000 guys may have lost jobs, all of them. Yeah. And to go and recollect themselves and rise from those ashes may not be easy. So we now have a walk towards mental wellness. Who are the men and women institutions that should be doing this? This is where we need to ask ourselves, do we have an online approach for these characters so that we can reach out to them? And we must continuously become more preventive than responsive, so that they quickly then recover from the loss and the country does not lose. But even as you brought all that, some question which is not for any answer came on board. These monies that these guys spent,
yes,
all of them, did it benefit the economy of Kenya? I'm not bringing that as I'm not the moderator. Yeah,
of course, a lot of them went to their supporters, but it's a good thing you brought it up.
Yes, yes.
Now, Isabel, looking at this year's election and what has been announced is that we are seeing a lot of women leaders. They are seizing power, and we are actually maybe, just maybe, we will be able to get that gender parity. But hold the thought. Let's first of all cross over to Rongai, where Regina decided to have a stake out there and take or sample some of the views of the residents. Remember, Kenyans are saying, tumemaliza uchaguzi, let's now head back to the nation building. Ray, if you can hear me, kindly, what's up?
We are live from Ongate Rongai, and actually this place where we are right now is referred to as stage 1. If you can see behind me, businesses that operate 24 hours are still operating, and persons, especially boda riders, are still going about their businesses. IEBC has been reminding Kenyans to just remain peaceful as it continues executing its mandate. I would want to invite one of the Kenyans who is still up and about, trying to make a living, to just give us their view in regard to the tallying exercise that is underway and the expectations of IEBC. Like, he is coming forth to just give us his views. As you can see, this place is called Stage 1, and being on the Gatarungai, it's a place or a town that operates 24 hours. It's some minutes exactly. It is 15 or 16 minutes to midnight, and it is business as usual. Let me try and walk up to them and just hear what they have to say in regard to the elections that were conducted on the 9th, and they're expectant of maybe the candidates that they voted for to actually clinch the seats. So let me invite one of them to give their view. Habari ya jioni. Karibia hapa tafadhali. Utueleze jina lako.
Majina yangu naitwa Robert Kimaru. Na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya nafasi ambayo amenipa kuwa hai. Na pia mimi kama mwanabiashara na pia mwananchi mzalendo ambaye nilipiga kura yangu kwa sababu ya kutaka nchi iende sabamba na mapenzi ya Mungu, kwa sababu ya uchumi vile umekuwa. Nina matarajio makubwa ya kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu amesikia maombi yetu na atatupatia kiongozi ambao ni mapenzi yake. Na vile ningeshauri wote ambao wamekuwa kwenye kinyang'anyiro, wananchi wote ambao tunatarajia mambo mazuri, to remain peaceful, to remain ya kwamba yule ameshindwa tukubali, yule ameshinda tumkubali, na maisha iendelee. Kama vile unaona hapa ni 24/7, kazi inaendelea as usual, kama usiku au kama mchana. Pia tunaomba wale viongozi watakaoingia katika viti wapatiane nafasi, nchi iendelee na kukua 24/7, ili wale hawatoshee mchana hata usiku wanafanya kazi, ili wananchi wapate kuwekelea chakula kwa meza.
Jumla TV stations, radio wamekuwa waki display results. Wewe unaona kama hiyo inakupea kiwewe ama anxiety kwa venye ulikuwa umeshapiga kura, ulikuwa na matarajio? Hiyo inakupeleka vipi wewe?
Kwangu mimi sina wasiwasi sababu ya hizo ambazo zinaletwa kwa TV ama kwa radio, kwa sababu ninajua ya kwamba yule chairman ambaye ni Chebukati atapeana zile results ambazo ni kamilifu. Na kwa sababu media wana uhuru wa kuleta matangazo vile anavyoingia, mimi kama mwananchi ninaamini ya kwamba vile tulichagua na ile IEBC itatupatia matokeo ambao ni dhabiti.
Shukran sana. As you hear, this just calls for peace, Kenyans to remain peaceful up until IEBC announces the winner. Remember, this is currently happening at the National Tallying Center, where IEBC officials are verifying Form 34As and 34Bs against the original, and then from that point on, we'll have the returning officer, especially where the presidential vote is concerned, none other than IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati, announcing the winners. Kenyans are called Kenyans to remain peaceful. Maybe I can invite one more before we hand it over back to you, Troy, to just give us their feed and view in regard to how the process was on the 9th and what the expectations are. Habari ya jioni.
Mzuri sana.
Tuambie majina na maoni yako kuhusu uchaguzi.
Okay, majina yangu naitwa Timothy Munene. Mimi ni mfanyikazi wa hapa Rongai na mimi ni mwana bodaboda. Kitu cha kwanza ni kufurahia je, ile mambo yote iliweza kufanyika, tuliweza kuvote vizuri na tukamaliza vizuri, na mpaka kwa sasa tunasubiri results zitoke ndio tuweze kujua nani mshindi na nani ambaye ameweza kushindwa. Kwa kila kinyang'anyiro lazima kuwe na mshindi na mwenye ambaye ameshindwa. Then kitu kingine kipo ni mambo ya media. Tumekuwa na complain mambo ya media sana, they are giving us a different result. Unakuta kwa station fulani inatupatia hivi, ingine inatupatia hivi, mpaka hatuna ile uaminifu zaidi na zile result ambazo tunaweza kupata. Kitu kingine ni ile delay ya kupatiwa result. Unakuta wengine wamefikisha almost about 6 point something, wengine ndio wanaanza wako na 1 point something, so unakuta the result are not reliable. Asitufikie wakati zinafaa. So at least wanasaidi kuwa at least kutupatia result ikiwa the same zote kwa session zote, ndivyo at least tukienda kuangalia tunaona kila kitu kiko sawa, na up to now tunaamini Mr. Chebukati ataweza kutupatia result ambazo zinafaa, na ndio kwa sasa ndio tunaangalia Kenya mzima. Yeah.
Asante sana. As you've heard, the Kenyans are confident that the IEBC is going to diligently execute its mandate and give transparent and accountable results at the end of the day. The NAV Center being at the Bomas of Kenya, where is the National Tallying Center, and anytime from now, we are expecting results there. That is currently underway with IEBC officials comparing the Form 34As that have been displayed on their portal against the originals, now having some arrows already within that particular facility. Ben Troy from Ongate Rongai, where we have been sampling the views of Kenyans who participated in and took part in the democratic right, their civic duty, and cast their ballot. They are confident that IEBC is going to deliver. Back to you, Troy.
You did. And Ray, before you go, maybe have you sampled some of the sentiments from the members of public on how the media has carried itself in tallying the results?
To the views that we have sampled here at Stage 1 Ongata Rongai is that they feel that the varied results that are being on display, or rather being displayed by various media houses, are quite confusing for them. They note that they are not in tandem, and you find there are quite variations. One media house is way ahead doing 6 million, while the other is lagging behind doing 1 million or so, and they're finding this very confusing, and their prayer is that now they're looking to IEBC to give the exact position in regard to the outcome of the August 9th polls. Troy.
Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you so much, Regina. That has been Regina Manyara, live from Rongai, which is a reasonable distance from here, the Bomas of Kenya there, sampling some of the sentiments of Kenyans. And as you can see, Kenyans are back to their work. And of course, a lot of people there talking about how they are eagerly awaiting IEBC to give the official tally, because in one way or the other, they're not quite sure of how the results are in terms of how the media have been tabulating them. But allow me to bring in my panel here, Isabel, and we have Dr. Charles here. Kenyans are back to work, but the same way IEBC raised issues on how media is tabulating, they are also a little bit confused, and they're saying that IEBC, please, changamkeni, we need to get the official communication, because we don't know which media house to follow.
You know, a matter must be concluded. You know, when you start on a matter, you want it to come to its logical conclusion. And so whereas Kenyans, they have gone through the process of elections, which is now voting. You know, it has been stage by stage. We have already done voting. But now the tallying, the transmission, the pronouncement, until that is done, then it is still a pending issue. So yes, indeed, Kenyans would want this matter concluded. Remember, this election has come at a time that people have just come from COVID, you know, and so people had not even recovered, and families were hit, economy was hit, people were ready to go back to work immediately after COVID. And then we started our electioneering ill before COVID. So again, it's something that people would want to just, you know, bring to a conclusion, and so that they can go about with their, you know, ordinary way of life and make a livelihood out of it. One of the other reasons, again, Kenyans would want this matter concluded is because, you know, when an election is as close as this one is, again, it causes some form of anxiety. Which way do we go? You know, because people do not know what will become until, you know, we are, you know, past the announcement. So again, it is something that would Kenyans would want to, you know, deal with and put it aside, and then go about their way of life. So that not knowing is not good, because definitely a matter must be concluded. We need this matter concluded. Doc, in 1 minute, the observations of Kenyans, as Ray has picked some of the sentiments from Kenyans in Rongai regarding they're waiting and for the official communication, and are a little bit confused because of the tabulation of the different media houses.
So they're like, we want this done and over.
Kenyans will wait because our constitution is quite clear that Chebukati, upon closing of...
And perhaps allow me to just interject.
Okay.
As you can see on your screen is that IBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, together with his vice Juliana Cherera, as you can see, they are seated. Maybe more or less are confirming a few things before they address the press, but we will be crossing over to the Uchaguzi Hall, which is just a few meters from where we are having this conversation. But as soon as they do that, we will cross over to that. Doc, Pole, endelea.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are happy that Chebukati is back on the stage. Kenyans have to wait because, number one, we know pretty well that the IEBC has got 7 days upon closing of the voting. So those 7 days aren't gone. Number two, and we must keep on restating this and emphasizing on it, and particularly by IEBC, the fact that the Supreme Court guided and therefore went deeper to reinforce the regulations of 2016. Chebukati cannot operate outside the confines of those procedures. And so we need to talk continuously to Kenyans because we don't have an automatic switch. What IEBC then needs to do is to make sure that logistics are in place so that as soon as we are through with the voting and the relevant work done, then what would be termed as the returning officers who must bring the physical forms here, they must be facilitated accordingly so that they move as fast as possible. We have better roads, we can use air, so all these logistics must be brought on board so that we quicken the pace while making sure we do not operate outside the set standards and procedures of doing the same. But for now, Kenyans must wait. But I hope that Chebukati will quicken the pace of verifying. Because again, if we don't verify some of these forms, we may have probabilities of hacking. If we have got hacking and there is an exchange of some forms, how then will a nation move when you are denied your win courtesy of cyber hacking if that happens? So we got to be sure, and we have got what would be termed as security features, be it QR codes, barcodes, and others that are not visible, that must be verified that indeed these were in this particular polling station. I hope IEBC has got the ability to identify such, because certainly it is also possible. But as of this moment, we have to go with their pace.
Indeed, we need to manage our expectations, just as IBC Chairman said, and as my panelists here have talked about, as we wait for them to pick up the pace and, of course, help Kenyans to unravel those numbers. And before we crossed over to Rongai, we were talking about how this election has set a yardstick for women leadership in the country. We are saying some who had been nominated now vying for these seats, despite the campaign period. We did see a lot of complaints by some of the women leaders that they were being intimidated, their billboards and posters were being defaced or something like that. But at the end of the day, we are moving democracy and we are increasing those numbers to achieve that gender parity.
We are only confirming what this nation had known for a very long time, but we did not have an enabling environment that women are leaders. You know, that we have very many good women who can provide leadership, and that first of all, before your gender, you're a leader. Only that you're a leader of the male gender or of the female gender, but that leadership does not have gender. It's only that you have a different approach, perhaps, to the way in which you approach matters by virtue of your gender. For example, women would appreciate issues about children more because, you know, they engage with the child from early childhood, I mean from pregnancy actually. So they might have specific angles which they have an advantage on certain issues, but by and large, and we have seen even at the topmost, we have a woman as a deputy president designate. the first we have had, and very close to actually clinching this. So all the way to the top from the MCA. The other time when we started with the affirmative action, they mostly populated around just women rep, which is already only for women, and MCA level. Hardly did they go for the governor and all that. But by the second election, they came up. And now they are on all the levels, and in fact, also they're going to actually register a better performance, and it will keep on growing until we are at par, and so that by that time we might not even need women coming on board by virtue of affirmative action, because the populace will already have appreciated that they can provide leadership just like every other person, including the youth and the person with disabilities.
Indeed, Doc, on the same, she has rightly put it that we will reach a point where we even don't need affirmative action, because women will have taken their rightful position, and they will be respected during, pre and post-election.
Yeah, Kenya has come a long way. Remember, we had quite a number of our ethnic communities and a number of our leaders playing the patriarchal card to a point whereby then women were marginalized right from the community level. But we have seen very deliberate, progressive leadership where even the 2/3 rule has worked a lot. And it is important for us to continue with a gendered approach to what would be termed as leadership, gendered, that even as we do our upbringing of our sons and daughters, we make sure that both boys and girls are given equal opportunities. And this is in tandem with our national values, that as they reach the workplace, when we are carrying out what would be termed as promotions, there is fairness, again in tandem with our national values, and that we reduce by fighting them and by having what would be termed as policies on gender-based violence, and which takes us to sexual favors at times, and therefore exploitation. And the majority of those exploited are youth, female youth, which is against the rights of youth as laid down within the Kenya Constitution 2010. So when we go deeper to the Bill of Rights, then we are able to see why we must have equality, equity from a gendered perspective. Then driving it home, this country has had what we call the financial burden of excluding women. If a county assembly is supposed to have 30 members, then a third of 30 is 10. We must have at least 10 men or at least 10 women. When we have got 30 and we have got only 5 men, we must increase this number through nomination to reach the requirements of the at least a third of either gender. That means we shall have to pay salaries for 5 years for that extra number, not to mention other logistics, allowances, and the like. That has been the sin of not having gendered mainstreaming, for example, within our political houses, the National Assembly, the Senate, and of course the county assemblies. And so we have lost billions of shillings in an endeavor to make sure that we have that. But the moment as a subculture, we have that inclusivity through what would be termed as contextualized approaches of enhancing equity and equality from a gendered perspective, then as Isabel puts it, we'll be walking the journey that Rwanda has walked, which has been a pace setter within the region. And I've got no doubt that that is where we are headed. Look at Makueni. Look at some of our pastoral communities. We have had women being elected. How I wish we can also celebrate this kind of a thing, but also celebrate other components that had been marginalized. You can have a person with a disability coming out not to be nominated, but actually to go out and fight it out. That builds hope in spite inspires others. And that is what leadership does, and breaks that kind of slavery that then it must be affirmative. That kind of a talk, encouragement, inspiration becomes an important part of our political culture and leadership culture.
And of course, we will be keeping a keen eye on what is happening at the auditorium, but still on the blend of politics that we have. And I'm going to use the example of fertilizer, because fertilizer, as we know it, we have DAP, we have NPK, we have CAN in different sacks. Just like we have men, women, and youth when it comes to politics. The youths are the one who are on the front line when it comes to campaigns. The youths are the one who are used either towards violence or towards good campaigns. The women happen to be the one with the majority of votes, and the other one who majority go to the ballot. Well, the men are the ones who have the seats. So I'm using the example of fertilizer because that is what we used to see. But now we are blending fertilizer. I've seen a good example is Elgon, Kenya. I've seen them blend fertilizer, NPK, CAN. So you have one fertilizer that can actually help your soil and your crops. Now, how do we blend so that we may have a blend of politics that has inclusivity, where there's women, there is youth, and there are men, and avoid what we have now, youth campaigning, women voting, and the men having the seats?
Well, that's very interesting, by the way, because it is true that every category has been playing a certain role. But then now we are seeing that women are taking leadership more than following. Before, they used to be followers. In fact, for every campaign, you would have to look at the women in your campaign, and you can be sure those ones will be with you up to the end. So that strength of women would let you know where you actually fall, because the men will be with you today. Yes. And before the day ends, just after you exit, someone else will come and they will be with that person. But women, it was believed that, you know, when they decide to work with you, they would work with you to the very end. It is time that also the women are appreciated in that sense, that also when they take on leadership, the promises they gave you equally, they will see them through to the end. The very same way they promise that they'll work with you through your campaigns and vote for you. That same woman, that when she then takes on power, all the promises that she gave, they will be able to deliver. And so we'll be looking at especially the women leaders who have said, you know what, I got you. I got your children. I got your husbands. I got you as women yourselves. I got democracy. We are going to be watching at them and looking at them, and they need to know that they carry the aspirations of all the other women, and they'll become the people who will be monitored to see whether they're going to deliver. The youth as well, they have been used, you know, just as to mobilize crowds and all that. But we have also seen youth who have been visionary, you know, and grow from grow very quickly to actually provide leadership. So it is a good space that we are in, and moving forward, I think because of affirmative action, youth and women and persons with disabilities have been given a chance. But we have also seen that the ones who have been given a chance, majority of them have delivered. They have not let us down in terms of the reason why they were given this chance. But I have also seen that even within political parties, if they have given you a chance once to be nominated, then they expect that in the next time you also go for an elective seat, so someone else gets to be nominated. I'd also like to see that the women who especially go for women seats, like the women rep, because they're also seats of affirmative action. I would also want to see them move from that, so that when you have it for one term, you leave that space again for other women and go and battle it now with the men, so that we increase the number of women in the assemblies.
Doc, how do we blend our politics so that we may fertilize our democracy?
Fertilization is an interesting process, and hybridization is one key outcome crossbreeding, a merino and an ordinary one. And to understand how to hybridize needs you to understand the characteristics of all these breeds that you are bringing together. I want us to allude to one very important component of diversity in Kenya, which is what actually you have brought on board, and that's why she has brought the women item strongly on board. This country, currently we have got in our workplaces the baby boomers, watu walizaliwa kwa kitambo kidogo. Then we have got Generation X. We have got Generation Y, which many people call the millennials. And now we have the youngest generation which was supposed to vote, and that is Generation Z. So we have got 4 generations in our workplace. These 4 generations have got totally different ways of communicating. They have different values about work. Similarly, they have got different values about politics. So our political parties, our leadership as a nation, forgot to understand what are the unique preferences of Generation Y at Gen Z. Yet our constitution had given them a nice template, the template of making sure that there is participation. Our youth are rarely involved in what would be termed as the plans, the manifestos, properly involved. It's a few here and there. When Generation Y and Z feel that you don't have their heartbeat, they do not care about you, and that's why they will tell you, even if you are telling me 1 hour overtime is 15K in the company, they will tell you, I don't need that. Will be a medical doctor, will tell you, I don't need that. I need time with my friends. So for them, it's themselves and their families that take preference. If they are not considered, they withdraw their emotional support and other critical support. So it becomes very important, and this is where all our political parties failed, to truly understand the heartbeat of all our youth across. Because we didn't do that, then we lost a very important constituency of democratic practice, and that is our youth. So to bring them on board, then we have no other option but to make sure that in the first place we involve them in whatever planning we are doing, so that they have got ownership of what would be termed as the decisions, the actions, the behaviors, the values that we want to run away with. But for as long as those 4 generations ignore these 2, then there is no way that will walk one journey. That is a threat to national continuity. Because it means if there is a threat to this country, they would just take that side stance and say, let them do it. And when we have got an us versus them component, where they say it is them to remedy the economy, it is not us, then we lose critical resources, right from that to the actual brick and mortar that we would need from our youth. That is a nation that cannot see its visions of 2060. And that's a tragedy that this nation has at the moment. And so we must look at it from their differences, from an intergenerational perspective.
Yeah, it's a new day. It's past midnight, and if we can have the pictures live from Uchaguzi Hall, we are expecting Wafula Chebukati to be giving us more numbers, or even a press conference. As you can see, it's that is yet to happen past midnight. But we will be sticking out to see or to hear from Uchaguzi Hall, as you can see there. All right, as we wait for that, it's a good thing that you have brought about the issue of course, that will also at the end of the day touch on our economy. Looking at our election cycle, our economy is always polarized when we get to the polls. Looking at July, it had the highest inflation rates, and partly to blame because our elections are quite emotive, a matter of life and death. How do we change this narrative? Perhaps after the announcement of all the results this year and a peaceful transition, then we can change those cards that our economy will always be polarized because of politics and elections?
Elections are an expensive process. Expensive for the country and for the candidates. But for the voter, it is their time to eat. It is the time to engage with the leaders of this country. Because usually what happens is that once the people are voted in, sometimes they leave the villages and go back to the towns, and they'll be back during the next electioneering period. And when these voters try to reach out to them at that point to seek for, services that are due to them, they sometimes are not able to access their leaders. So they go back to the villages and to their cities and to their towns, and they decide to wait for them. So it has become a situation where the voter decides that when you come, if you'll allow me to say it in Swahili, tutamalizana hapa hapa. Yeah. Don't give me promises, we know you. So, let's do this here and now. So for the, other than just the logistical aspect of elections, it becomes a very expensive process for the candidates, for political parties, because you have candidates you want to support and you have to mobilize them because sometimes they don't have that financial capacity, finishing power, and you also want to have elected members in parliament and the assemblies. So it is a very expensive process. But yes, immediately after that, we should basically just go back to what we normally do in our ordinary lives so that we begin to rebuild the nation, so that, work begins. And I have said, particularly with this election, it was a very tight budget for all teams. I have had the people really cry out that these particular elections, there was no money. They did not eat as much as they ordinarily eat, and I think even the budget came down. Where they used to get 500, I think they were getting 200. There's a cash crunch in this country. There has been a very tight budget in this country, and so we need to go back and rebuild the economy so that we can generate wealth. And I believe that the government that is going to come into force will not have time for party and play. It is immediately going to embark on work so that we can begin to address the issues that are important to this nation.
Indeed, Doc, you've heard what Isabella said, and I've heard it as well. Hii uchaguzi haina pesa, hii uchaguzi haina do,
we are recovering. The disaster that hit us was COVID-19. And we are at the recovery stage. And of course, we also know, she has looked at it from the internal perspective. We also know that we have got external factors, like the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which certainly has pushed the price of some of our commodities. But during elections in Kenya, if we just reflect briefly, and we go to the external component of our macroeconomy, the big economy, you note that for all the cases where we have had election violence, we have had a decrease, significant decrease, in the number of foreign tourist arrivals to this country. The consequence has been a disruption across the entire tourism value chain. So the curious seller in our Masai Mara National Reserve goes down. That tour operator with that particular vehicle goes down. And in the same breath, our Nairobi Securities Exchanges, because of that event, also suffers from the volatility. And we even see some bit of our investors from outside, foreign direct investors, taking away some of their investments, and of course capital out. So we see capital flight. That impacts negatively on our economy. It created a scenario whereby when we have elections, there are people who actually reduce their investments within that year where we are going to have elections. And in fact, you saw the advisory that was given by the State Department of America, United States of America government, that their citizens should not travel to Kisumu, should avoid Kisumu. These are tourists. So when people read a travel advisory, what does that mean? That it's not just those citizens of America who will not, but there are other foreigners who will start saying, let's not travel to this area, that area, that area. And that's the tragedy of travel advisories, and specifically emanating from what would be termed as possible election violence. That's now from the external actors, including those particular development partners that we call other governments. So it's important to understand that if we are able to deal with this election well, so that there is no violence, then the impact on the economy, which comes after, heavily after, not immediate, but heavily after, when there are these flare-ups, there is this kind of arson, and so on and so forth. If that is well managed through a peaceful process after announcing of the presidential poll results, then you can rest assured that we'll be in a position to take it up from where we are and we move on with our economy. So I would bring on board COVID recovery, then the fears that have been there, and the fact that if we pull this through, then certainly we'll have little disruption as far as election violence-based economic disruption is concerned. That's the kind of a thought process I would offer.
Yes, and it's a good thing that Doc has brought about. And earlier on, KBC had yesterday, the KBC had a chance to interview one of the commissioners, and he said that they have been receiving so many calls, even from abroad, on how we have been able to conduct ourselves in this election. America had issued travel advisories, of course, which hurt Kenyans when we are actually down because of the economy, the COVID-19. But they're saying that more or less, a lot of countries, they are looking forward to a lot of countries benchmarking with Kenyans. Of course, the Kenya's case, of course, he says that we cannot blow a trumpet. Yet, let's first of all clear with this, because we are almost wrapping it up. This election, how high have we put our yardstick?
We have done better. We have grown from, as we had spoken earlier, we have been progressive in our journey. And so far, I would say that in terms of elections preparation, we have done better. At some point, we had a few issues with communication. Communication in the sense that, for example, on the matter of, simulation, we came for the first simulation and immediately the process failed. But you see, IEBC was trying to give us that confidence. And so we said, indeed, things can happen. And therefore, it was good that that simulation failed, because that is one of the things that can happen, and so that they can put mitigation measures. And then, of course, when we actually came to the elections, as was expected, those are natural occurrences and their expectations. So they have done well. IEBC has done well. Are there areas of improvement? I am sure that certainly there's going to be an audit after this election. And the first area in which I would want them to look at is their turnaround time in terms of once we have closed the polling and the time they start giving us a result. I think that is the one area in which they would want to look at, so that in as much as they have called on stakeholders on board, but that stakeholders can only do so much, but the responsibility of IEBC is towards improvement of their process. But yes, they have done well, and as we are saying, the process is only starting. We are at 1 of 290, so we are yet to go too far. Let's just say so far, so good.
Doc, wrap it up.
Evidence-based approaches to what would be termed as challenges, and particularly for a government organization, a constitutional body, is very, very important. And so one key thing that IEBC so that I follow on her line, needs to do is to do an after-action report. This is an event, as it were at that point, but of course through a great process. Why didn't we reach the anticipated numbers of voters? Whereas 2017 we were about 79% voter turnout. What is this that caused this drastic decrease? They go to demographics. Within the substrata of the research they will undertake. Then they also go to other particular issues like what we have discussed, economics. They look at gender. They look at all perspectives that would be significant as substrata. That evidence-based approach will be core in informing policy, in informing change management practices, learning, among other items that IEBC will require in order to continue with its Kaizen approach of continuous improvement. That to me is one key part that then IEBC needs to focus on so that we are able to continuously improve.
Yeah, and thank you indeed so much for that. And of course, we're keeping a keen eye at the Uchaguzi Hall where Wafula Chebukati and the Vice Juliana Cherera are expected to give us a brief on the same. Here, the media is quite elated that tonight we are spending the night here with Wafula Chebukati, so we are waiting for something from that hall, as you have seen earlier on in our previous and actually. Take a look. You can see the more or less like confirming a few things here and there, and we have been putting things into perspective together with my panelist here, Isabella Gidenji, and you also had Dr. Charles. And thank you so much indeed. Hey, the temperatures here are freezing, but we are quite freezing, but we will be here till morning to ensure that you know what is happening. And that is not it all, because we still have our reporters who are keeping a keen eye to ensure that we also know what is happening in the counties as results continue to be announced. Indeed, thank you so much. From me, Bentro and Joel, let me hand you over to Broadcasting House. Daniel Wahome, yes, you are on standby together with Shiksha Aurora. Of course, we will be getting back here to Bomas when that presser begins. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Bentro and Joel.
Captain Ronald Karaori is the new Member of Parliament-elect for Kasarani constituency, who contested as an independent candidate, managed 32,406 votes, beating his close opponent, John Njoroge of United Democratic Alliance.
I indicated earlier, sometimes yesterday, we allowed the media to tally results, and we say that the public should know that the media is telling results for purpose of reporting, and there should be no anxiety around the disparities between the different media houses, because the source of the results is the same from our public portal. We also allowed candidates to do their own tallying, and the tallying by candidates is for their own consumption and to assist the agents in carrying out the exercise we are doing here of verifying the results. The candidates cannot and should not attempt to declare themselves using their own verified results. That's the work of the Commission. And for presidential candidates, that's the work of the National Returning Officer. So that needs to be made very, very clear. Now we have results from Baringo Central constituency in the county of Baringo. Registered voters, 45,949. Total valid votes cast 34,906. Rejected ballots 168. Odinga Raila got 1,656. Ruto William Samoei 33,162. Wahiga David Maura 26. Wachakoya George Luchiri 62. We also have results for Oljorok constituency in Nyandarua. Registered voters 60,199. Total valid votes cast 39,867. Rejected ballots 296. Odinga Raila 7,579. Ruto William Samoei 31,982. Waihika David Maure 140. Wachakoya George Luchiri 166. We also have results for Kathiani constituency in Machakos County. The total registered voters 60,224. Total valid votes cast 37,999. Rejected ballots 260. Odinga Raila 30,984. Ruto William Samoei 6,624. Waihika David Maure 91. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 300. We have results from Kangundo constituency in Machakos County. Total number of registered voters 60,796. 60,796. Total valid votes 38,671. Rejected ballots 330. Odinga Raila 29,808. Ruto William Samoei 8,405. Waihika David Maure 93. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 365. Lamu East constituency, county of Lamu. Total registered voters 22,000 047. Total valid votes 14,703. Rejected ballots 436. Odinga Raila 9,564. Ruto William Samoei 4,639. Waihika David Maure 48. Wachakoya George Wichiri 452. So those are the 5 results. The verification is ongoing. We have about 8 returning officers in the House, and this exercise will continue. We have observed that we need to fasten up. We shall increase some more desks so that we can move a little bit more faster. So we ask for your patience, and thank you all for your cooperation.
Well, and welcome back to our continued coverage of Kenya Decides, and this is as the Independent Election Boundaries Commission continues with the tallying of votes. This is at national, constituency and county levels. My name is Daniel Wahome. I will be with you throughout the night as we take a look at how the IBC and the results information is flowing. And from the Bomas of Kenya, we just had the chairman of the IBC, Wafula Chebukati, announced results from 5 constituencies, making it 6 constituencies that have now been announced, and this is across the country. Well, the constituencies announced are Baringo Central, Olger Orok, Kathiani, Kangundo, Lamu East, and Alia Webuye East had been mentioned. So these are the numbers so far. Webuye East constituency in Bungoma County, 48,950 registered voters, 30,941 votes cast, rejected ballots, and that is through a whole series. Some may have been spoiled, others may have been basically said this was not supposed to have been there. 384. And the results were Raila Odinga 13,720 votes, William Ruto 16,412 votes, and Mwaure Wahiga 110 votes, and Richard Wajakoya 249 votes. So the others that came through: Baringo Central, Oljoro Rock, Kathiani, Kangundo, and Lamu East. And the announcements are being made, and he's also said that there are 80 constituency returning officers who are there. And from the pictures, as you can see on your screen, is that the agents of the presidential elections are all lined up. The question is, if you've got 80 and they decide to spread them out to over 10 desks, are there 10 agents for each candidate who would oversee that process? So that would mean a whole large number of people who would be there. And in studio with me, I've got Doreen Arange. Doreen.
I almost say good evening, then I realized, wait a minute, we're actually already in the morning hour. Nonetheless, we are here to just keep you abreast, as you've mentioned, over time. This is our business, so we give you wall-to-wall coverage of what is basically happening in these elections. And you know that so far we have moved from the polling stations, so to speak. Now our eyes are keen and focused on the National Tallying Center. That is the Bomas of Kenya. That's why you've really seen over time we've been juggling between here where we are and the Bomas of Kenya, simply because that is where we are, putting all our focus and emphasis on, because that is where, the verification process is also taking place. I'm talking about the Form 34As as well as the Form 34B from each constituency, and we are talking about 290 constituencies, as well as the one that is the diaspora constituency. So basically just waiting for the returning officers to bring all these forms from the various polling stations, consolidate all of them at the National Tallying Center, whereby, just as Wahome has mentioned, their verification process will be taking place up until we see the chairman announce, just from what we've witnessed, a few moments or a few minutes ago. But also we are holding court with, our very able guests who will also be helping us unpack what exactly we are seeing and what also this means, even as we await results to be announced. We have talked so much about the anxiety, particularly amongst Kenyans, but as you say, just keep your calm, keep your cool. IEBC still is within the constitution, because within that they have 7 days to do that, and they're still within that. So just they're taking their time to ensure that everything is up to par by the time they announce. Again, also remember, this is the last election that Wafula Chebukati is overseeing after he's already done his second term. So clearly there's a lot to ensure that, there's a lot to just try and put it into place and try to ensure that everything goes as it needs to go. Isn't it so, Wahome?
Well, it is so, and there is a lot that is at stake for him. Remember that the way the IEBC has been designed and thought out is that a commission should not oversee past 2 general elections, and that is where we are. Well, and I've just taken a look at the cumulative numbers from the 6 constituencies that we have so far. So the totals, and let me just take a look at them on a board that's just behind us. And this is from the 6 constituencies that have been indicated. And remember, there are also factors that we have to take a look at. So, William Ruto, 104,517. This is just from 6 constituencies. Raila Odinga, 99,672 votes. George Wajakoya, 1,649, and David Mwaure Wahiga, 555. Now here comes the other factor that comes into play, and before the constitution of Kenya 2010, they used to say you need to get at least, I think it used to be 25% in 5 of the 8 provinces that were there. But now the administrative structure of the country has come down to counties, so you need 24 counties to make sure that you need to get, a good share of representation, towards 30% in 24 of the 47 counties. Yeah. So counties with 25% of votes obtained for Dr. Ruto, 5 counties. For former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, it's 4. for George Wajakoya and David Moran. None of them are there. So total number of valid votes, 206,393. And so those of and there's also the number of Form 34As that have been verified at the National Tallying Center. It is 695 of the 46,229.
All right, so it's about time we now introduced our very able guests, so they can also just help us understand what exactly this means. I mean, you've also mentioned 25% in all, at least 24, counties. So in the event that is not achieved, what next? That's why we have Gibson Gisore to my immediate right, who is a lawyer as well as a political analyst. Right next to him is Millie Luanga, who is equally a lawyer as well as a governance expert. And throughout this entire morning, they'll be helping us unpack all of this and so much more as we continue coordinating with what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. Remember, as it has been mentioned, this is what we shall be doing at least better part of this morning, because the results are being relayed and these are the final results. As we've talked about oftentimes, results at the polling stations are final. But before all of this is announced, there has to be a verification process. So that's also what we shall be doing as we head over to Bomas time and again. But let me just start with you, Gibson. And maybe you can begin not even from the numbers, because I mean, today we saw Jakaya Kikwete, who is also just part of the observation, team from the larger East African community, give his mind through a report that indeed he says that these elections were conducted in a good way, so to speak. He lauded the police, lauded the media, and overall just in general said that it was good enough. What do you make of some of these sentiments in respect to these elections?
Doreen, thank you for inviting me again here in this studio. Regarding what you've said, I would like to start. I spent the better part of the morning watching Tanzanian broadcasters.
More than we do ourselves.
No, I've had, for here I could be able to access from other means, but watching TV, I just decided to say now the Kenyan bit aside first. What these people are saying.
Okay, yeah, all right. Gibson, let me just interject so that there can be just a quick check on your mic. And listen, just picking up on what Gibson has said, from the observer mission, the responses that they're giving, how would I describe it? It's not what was expected. There is a slight change to the entire process.
Well, observers have got stages within which they do observation of elections. They come and they do the pre-election observation, where they look at what has been put in place, whether the systems are available to ensure that the election is conducted in a free and fair manner. And then they look at the actual polling day, whether the basics, did the polling stations open on time? Were people able to access the ballots? Were there personnel who were present to be able to assist them? And we know that to a large extent, IEBC was able to do that, because this time they had designated a particular officer to simply stamping the ballot papers as you receive them. That was going to ensure that the problems they had in the past of ballot papers that had not been stamped in the back and that were therefore rejected was reduced significantly. Then of course there was also the person who would walk alongside the person in a less intrusive manner, without being intimidating to the voter, but being there, making them aware that there's somebody in case you need to ask, so that if you are unable to see those colors, because many people can't, the pink looks red or something, so if you can't see,
simply say who it is. There are two representatives. Yeah.
They're able to guide you. So I think that when they see that, that's the basic report that they do. And you will remember that even in the worst period of the Kenyan election life, in 2007, the initial reports were very indicative that we had a smooth process, which is normally it. The problem we have is with what we are doing now, the relaying and transmission of results, and then the reporting of those results, the verification, and ensuring that they tally with those of the agents from the various presidential candidates. So unfortunately, that report is yet to be released, and that will be released by the observers a little later on.
All right, let's get back to you, Gibson. And you were talking about Tanzanians. Besides saying that we had internet on the eve of the elections, what else were they saying?
Besides that, the Tanzanians were pretty much excited. They were, I think, rarely do Tanzanians like Kenyans in most situations, but for this, I was really encouraged by what they were saying, because they were like, wow, Kenya is doing this. It's very transparent. These people are so advanced. You might think you're watching the US election. And I'm like, oh, Kenyans, we can be praised by our neighbors.
Tunaomba kuwasifu.
Yes. For a moment there, I said, I think we've done something good. At least our neighbors can actually say that. And we also need to be proud of ourselves, because sometimes I think we charge ourselves so harshly that we forget that this is a meticulous process. I think Chebukati himself has done a good job, and we need to keep praising him, or at least supporting him to at least see through the process. A little on the part of verification, I think there is an issue of going slow, but he has just told us that he's going to increase more officials. I don't know now where now. But I hope we will be able to do that sooner, so that we are able to move with some speed, because we also need the results soon enough.
I think that just on that part of what IEBC, and when we say Chebukati, of course, for me, when I say that, I mean IEBC as a whole, they could have planned better. They could have planned better, because even the returning officers have got deputies who work with them. There would have been a way of ensuring that the speed with which they were able to upload the Form 34As into the KIMS and transmit them to the National Tallying Center would also be matched by the speed with which they were able to physically be able to be present, by sharing roles and ensuring that responsibilities were spread out. They could have done better, because keeping the whole country wait. And now he has started, since in the afternoon when they started with releasing the results, 6 constituencies, and we have 290. The pace is not very, it's disheartening.
Actually, we'll be coming back to that, because there is the perception that the whole thing, election process is electronic, but well, it always turns out to be something different. But at the moment, we'll be keeping up with what's happening. Remember, it's not just the presidential results that are in focus, but there are elections that are taking place that are going to affect how the country is governed at the National Assembly, and that there are 2 seats at the National Assembly. There is the 290 and the 47 women representatives, and we also have at county level. And let's first move over to Kasarani, where we've got the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center and also the Nairobi County Tallying Center. Trevor Ngendo is our reporter. Trevor, give us an update on what's happening at the capital's Tallying Center.
Very well. Thank you very much, Wahome. We are coming to you live from the Kasarani Tallying Center. This is the Nairobi's Nairobi's County Tallying Center. We are coming to you live here. We've been here for quite a long time, since the evening, and we were previously at the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center, which is located at the Moi Sports Center here at Kasarani. We have been traversing this area, and we've been pitching tent here since the beginning of the polls on 9th of August, the night of Tuesday, the night of the poll. And we have had various interactions, and so far at this particular station, Constituency Tallying Center, we have not had or seen any cases of malpractices, and no issues have been reported so far. It's important to note that Kasarani constituency was the first to announce results and to issue results and certificates to members. So this just goes ahead to tell you that this has been very smooth. The process here has not had any issues at all. And so far we have got, Kasarani constituency has 5 wards, and these wards include the Clay City Ward, the Mwiki Ward, the Kasarani Ward, the Njiru and Ruai Ward. And very interesting to note here is that we've had all UDA candidates clinching into the position. So far we have the official results that were declared here and the winners issued with certificates. I'm going to read them out. We have, I'll begin with the presidential results that we have here. We have Raila Odinga at 35,027 votes. We have William Ruto at 55,300 votes. We have Wahiga Mwaure at 573 votes. We have Professor George Wajakoya at 498 votes. We also have the governor's seat. We have Polycarp Igathe at 27,862 votes. We have Johnson Sakaja at 60,578 votes. Moving to the Senate position, we have Margaret Wanjiru at 51,210 votes. We have Edwin Sifuna at 32,461 votes. When it comes to the women representative or the county national member of assembly, National Assembly seat, we have Esther Passaris at 32,481. We have Millicent Omanga at 55,000 votes. When it comes to the member of parliament seat, this is another very interesting development. We have an incumbent for the first time. We have Ronald Karauri at 32,406 votes. That's a new development, who was running against John Njoroge, who garnered 30,444 votes. We also have Masi Gakuya at 24,790 votes. So this is what we have for now. We have also the Clay City incumbent MCA Mwaura Washira retained his seat on a UDA ticket. We also have he gained 9,515 votes. We also have James Kariuki Karanja of UDA, who got 14,000 votes from Ruai Ward. We have Joshua Anthony Nguruya of UDA clinched the Kasarani MCA seat with 6,638 votes. Samuel Kago Kanyi of UDA was elected for Mwingi Mwingi Ward, and he got 10,642 votes. We also have Carrington Heho of UDA, that he comes from Njiru Ward, and he got 5,006 votes. In all of them, all of these are UDA candidates. It's also important to note that this is, so that's all we have for now. That was announced by IEBC, the returning officer, and the candidates who won the MCA seat issued with certificates, including the Member of Parliament. So what goes on here now at the County Tallying Center is where the governor, the senator, and the county member of National Assembly will be declared and issued with certificates. So far, we've been here pitching tent. We've been waiting for materials to arrive from various constituency tallying centers, but so far, none of them has arrived. We're told that there have been some issues here and there. I talked to the returning officer earlier on off camera, and he told me that immediately they arrive, they're going to be starting the process of verification. But for now, this is what we have. I'd kindly ask my camera person to pan around and show them that everything is set and ready. Earlier on, we had the officials here, but they've left for now. It's quite a chilly evening tonight, and it's raining outside, but we are here. We'll be coming to you later on, maybe in the morning hours, when the process will begin, and we'll give you a brief of what will be going on. We are here just to make sure that we get you the most balanced, authentic, and comprehensive coverage of the election. I know all eyes will be here from tonight and from as the day breaks. Back to you, Wahome and Shiksha in studio.
Was speaking to us from Kasarani constituency, and that is where, you know, a lot of that actually the county tallying center for Nairobi County and at Kasarani, and Kasarani constituency has already done its job. All the tallying at constituency level has been done, and provisionally 38,027 votes for Raila Odinga and 5,300 for William Ruto. And when it comes now down to the gubernatorial contest, Polycarp Igathe 27,862, Johnston Sakaja 60,578, and at the senatorial level, we saw that Bishop Margaret 51,210, and we also have got Edwin Sifuna 32,361, and so it all goes down to that. So that's one of the areas in the 17 constituencies in Nairobi County that has done all its tallying, and that means that the process now moves on to the county level. And that's where, you know, for a returning officer, it's a very busy time, because you've got to do with a B series of forms at constituency level, go to the county level where you deal with a C series of forms for 3 seats. That is the woman member of the National Assembly. You also have got the senator and the governor before going to meet Chebukati's people at Bomas with Form 34B. And wanted to mention about this, it's the whole perception about our election process. So much conversations about electronic data, but eventually it comes down to good old paper.
Very true.
Millie, you can start.
Yes, it's very true. But you know, you need to understand, and I think we sometimes forget the history of where we're coming from. With the constitution that we had, the one that we had from the time of independence, the voting process was quite opaque, because even for the presidential, which is key, it was just the first past the post, the person with the highest number. There was no concern as to whether it was representative or not. And for a long time, we found that in this country, we were being led by a president who was not chosen by the majority, because you'd find that the votes combined from the opposition candidates, once we went back to multi-party system, was more than the votes that was obtained by the president.
With an oddity that the one that Kanu winning had more MPs than the rest, than the opposite side.
Yes. So it was it was quite an interesting thing.
If at all there was winning.
Yeah. So with the current constitutional dispensation, we tried to work that out, and that's why we have what you were mentioning earlier, the 24 counties, which means you have to have half of the counties, and that's about 24 of the 47 counties, in order for you to really represent the face of Kenya. And that's why, as a presidential candidate, you cannot claim to be running for president and you have only targeted one community or one region or one area. Now, in addition to that, we then said we cannot trust the papers alone, because agents were being compromised, people were disappearing with data. So that's why we have this mix of the electronic and the paper. Remember that even at the point of going to submit your documents to IEBC for clearance, people would disappear with documents. So we have come from a very interesting past, and that's why we have to have that mix of between the electronic and of course the manual.
And I mean, our elections oftentimes is always marred with trust deficit, because we keep saying, and we've given this example over time, if we can print our own money in Kenya, why are we procuring ballot papers from a Greece company? But then let me just bring you on that one, Gibson, and also just for Kenyans to understand, you know, just as Millie is talking about electronic as well as manual, because it's important to understand. And perhaps is that thinking that if all this Form 34As are found in the portal, then why does IBC require the RO to actually physically be at Bomas so that we can compare? What is the necessity of that? One would just say, I mean, just the way I have got the portal downloaded as IBC, you can equally just go there, download, and check. Why is it necessary and important for the ROs to come across all this 290 constituencies with the Form 34As and a copy of the B, then come back to IEBC, then we verify how the results were tallied at the portal. At the same time, look at how the paper looks like. Then now again we come and say Baringo constituency has this and this. What is the necessity of that?
It's important. It's important, as Millie has said. Kenyans have first trust deficit. Secondly, you cannot trust this electronic system. It's unfortunate to say that in this era, but are we moving? Aren't we moving towards digital? We are moving towards digital. You remember the 2012 election, what the losing candidate said. Vifaranga via computer. Yeah. So coming from that backdrop, and then come to the 2017 election where everybody who won, especially on the side of the government, almost had the same percentage. That beats logic. That is why we just need. They had old papers. Bomas said that we also need to examine the demeanor of this person who has brought this document. Does he look trustworthy? Does he trust the figures he's carrying? That is very important, especially. We have to examine this person and be able to know.
Demeanor does not come. No, there are people.
How they look like. This is what actually
is the issue of the figures he's carrying. Or it might have been tampered with. There is the aspect of intimidation. Something. Once you have somebody on site, you can be able to tell whether Ome looks funny today. It doesn't. But these
are not used to being escorted by cops. Every returning officer has got cops in tow. 2 cops in tow for protection.
Yeah. Even we don't trust the cops too, because they could also be part of the game. There is that aspect that we have to preempt every avenue, tick every box, and be sure that what we have is beyond reasonable doubt. It's like a court case. It's beyond reasonable doubt. We tried everything. Even if we go in court, we are confident to sit there and say this is the result. Yeah, because Chebukati doesn't want to be caught unawares that the aspect of disappearing and somebody reporting. We have had people even declaring results from the forest.
And you remember?
Yes, somebody has a certificate. Somebody has a certificate, but it was issued in the forest, not at the polling station. That is very interesting. So you need to call this guy away from the person maybe whom he declared and ask him what really happened. How to come you declared so and so. Then he will be able to give the story. If the story does not add up, then we have a problem here. So I think that is where we're coming from as Kenyans, and it's very important. We don't even leave alone the election, the interview process for job.
You
don't trust anybody. You go to the people interviewing you, you are looking at that one doesn't like me.
Just decide that they don't
yes. Or this one is not from my side. So there are a lot of dynamics around that. I think it's just that we need to be able to be assured that whatever it is that we have it right.
All right, and on your screens at the moment, I'd just like you to take a look, and this is a total shift. And I'll be coming back to this because, at times, this country, everything flips so fast, you really wouldn't know. We've taken a lot of stick, and you could just put together that the graphic that was out there, and this is of the numbers that are out, and these are the verified numbers by the IEBC, and that is 99,672 for Raila Odinga, 48.29% of the votes that have been verified, and this is at the National Tallying Center. 695 or 46,229 polling stations. William Ruto, 104,517, 50.63%. George Wajakoya of Roots Party, 0.79%, less than a percent. That is 1,649 votes, and 555, 0.26% for David Maure of Agano Party. And we've been literally banning every fossil fuel available and every other form of renewable energy has been put into play so that we could get to the numbers that we had. And just a quick look at it, we were doing 12.5 million of the number of votes passed. So That is, the numbers that you're seeing on the screen are the ones that have now been verified and announced by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission. And so our data center now moves on to basically trying to see how many number of MPs will be on which side, or if independents are going to be the swing.
And I mean, just before you go there, well, I think it's also important to remind our viewers that these are actually now the final, because they are being verified and announced as they come, and so that Kenyans do not get confused and wonder, if this is what we have, then what was the media relay? You know, sometimes there could be that confusion in terms of, I saw at Media X this amount, I saw at Media Y this amount, and then IBC has that. But that's just because IBC allowed for the parallel tallying center, which was inclusive of the media and individual observers, as well as, you know, the various political agents. But as it were, and as they mentioned, IEBC is the final, so they are the ones to announce. So if you see that like that, just simply means that this is what is coming to their desk, and this becomes the final result.
All right. Yeah. And so, I mean, at the end of it all now, Kenyans are going to start asking, so Chebukati, why did you tell the media to do their +1, carry one?
If this is what you are telling us at the end of the day.
I think Chebukati is coming from a perspective that he is trying to create the trust now that, you know, we have nothing to hide. The things are there, just add them up. If you have any query, ask us. We'll be happy to answer your question. And that, of course, has played a key role in terms of seeing Kenyans to be, of course, sober. Kenyans to also calm their tensions. People are now asking, when are you declaring? We have seen the figures, they are there. Can you do your thing and give us the number? Who is the winner? Otherwise, people will be wondering. People would be jumping up in some other quarters if that was not to be the case. I think it's just being tried. There is nothing to hide. We are here.
All right. And I think I'd want to also bring Millie on this one, particularly in the trust deficit, because again, there could be also that assumption that this was occasioned after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. But you realize, just looking at our history, it comes from way back when we had the Mlolongo system. People couldn't trust. If we have, for example, Millie and Gibson as the candidates, and we're saying that line up, then, you know, we have that declaration that the one with the longest line is the winner. We couldn't even trust that.
They used integers to count.
Yeah, and so we couldn't trust that. And again, from there we moved to, you know, results at the polling station not being carried in opaque boxes, not the ones that you have the transparent one, but we couldn't still trust. We could say, hapo katikati, someone has just done something with the boxes. We moved from that system. We now moved from there. We came to, yes, you are conducting elections there at the polling station, but they are being announced at the National Tallying Center. Up until the 2017 Mainakiai case that mentioned that results are now final at the polling station. So when you look at our history, we've come from way back, but even since that time, we still couldn't trust our election process. Where does this problem emanate from, Millie?
I think because of manipulation of the voter say, or the voter expression, because we have had a very kind of lazy democracy, I think, so to speak, where people do not want to invest in language and garb and in enticing the voters, whether it is by truth or by coded messages that would confuse them so that you beat your opponent. This is the politics that is understood when you're speaking about politics. But we have found it easier to manipulate things so that it's easier. So if there's a Mlolongo, we realize that the Mlolongo behind Millie is too long for our liking. We cause commotion and then there's confusion. No, it was not. Try and remember very well. It was not that long. That's why we are saying she's not that. So that's why we've had to constantly amend and improve our systems. And the beauty, I know it is very frustrating for most people who watch it now, and particularly for the young people who may even be voting for the first time. But we have been improving with every step of the way, and with the court cases, with the court intervention, with the court clarifying issues where there's no clarification. Look at even just 2 weeks ago, something in your head logically is so straightforward. What is the manual and the electronic system that you're going to use? I mean, if the KIMS is not working, can you not print it out? Does that now amount to a manual? Or is it just a printout of the electronic? We want to have a conversation about this for 2 months, you know, until the court will have to sit and interpret it for us. And IEBC, because of the backlash they've had, are also very careful with their words, so that when they speak, They do not want to give out a message that will frustrate their agents once, or their officials once the voting starts. So you find that because of these things, we need interpretations, even of things that are pretty logical, so to speak. Remember, even with the repeat elections in 2017, Chebukati had to go back to the Supreme Court to ask them to explain further what exactly they meant, because after they came from there, I was trying to understand that, because we want to get it as clearly as possible, which is a good thing. I think we forget and get very frustrated about it as it's going on, but if you look at it in the aftermath, you see the next election is an improvement. Look at, we've been talking about the server, and every time people talk about it, they say, can you open the 2013 servers that were in France, or I don't know where, you know? Now the servers have finally been opened. And now we will talk about the next thing after that. That's a step forward. So it's important for us to remember that. And I think that now, even as we get frustrated with the pace, we have 12 million, and Chebukati is now at
600,000. 200,000. Less than 200,000.
Actually, it's 14 million. They said they're slightly above 14 million.
Yes.
But
3 days after.
Tallying
The
here,
tallying here,
The tallying
we are
here is
12.5 million.
It's quite interesting.
yes, but at least we are sure, as he continues to do that, we can look at it with what we have been projecting and see, do the percentages really differ as much? Is there what could have cost it, you know? It gives us that opportunity to be able to engage more with the process and understand it. And that is the only way that you can gain trust of adults, because adults believe what they can understand.
Let me just stick with that trust issue for a minute, because it looks like to be one of the biggest problem, a bone of contention, particularly when it comes to our elections. And just as Millie has put it right there, even when it comes to the understanding of the digital versus manual register, I mean, when you look at even the faction that was fronting the manual, it was from a point of, what if it fails? What if we can't trust the data in there? And in fact, looking at the High Court ruling, it was initially the High Court that said that yes, you're going to go there, get identified via the KIMS kit, and then the name be struck off from the manual register. So in a way, it looked like identifying one person using two forms, but the Court of Appeal averted that and said, it's just going to be KIMS kit. In the event it fails, alphanumeric. In the event it fails, now we go to the manual. So using one at a time in the event one fails. And all this emanates from, because I just cannot trust that we are going to use digital and stick to just digital. So much as you're saying that we've come a long way, but are we ever going to get there yet? We're trying to compare ourselves with elections even in first world countries where they even just vote via mail. We still want to line up and do this and still say we really come a long way? What do you make of that?
Yes, we've come a long way indeed, as I do agree with Millie, because I don't know whether I have the history. I was not voting then, but back in the 80s, I do have the history of what used to happen, whereby the person with the shortest queue will be declared.
Just like that?
Yes, just like that.
88 was interesting.
Yes, people have to say, no, we can't do this. We just need have a different way of doing things. So for you to reach there as a country, you must have suffered. You must have burnt your fingers and you're saying, no, I can't do this anymore. So that is where we have come as Kenyans. And having reached where we are, pretty much it's only Kenya in the whole of the continent which is actually doing a very complex voting process. The rest of the places, you go to Uganda here, people don't care. I mean, the part with the lowest number of people in the region you travel, people comes with the largest number of votes. So pretty much they're in those areas where we were back in the day. And the Tanzanians, the way I told you I was watching and what they were saying, they were trying to draw a comparison. I just said, I think we're beating ourselves too much. We need to actually sit back and say, we're doing something good for ourselves. We just need to trust the process and ensure that it's verifiable. And Kenyans are a demanding lot, because I think because of the dynamics of what is in the country, because of the tribal issues, because of don't trust the government, never trust the government. Some other places they trust the government. You find actually it's government officials conducting an election. And nobody complains.
In Kenya,
in Kenya, you can't trust the government at no point.
We did at one point. CK used to be in there.
Yes. But then our fingers were burnt.
Yes.
And we are like, no, we can't do this anymore. So there is that aspect of us evolving, and we seem to be evolving at a higher rate than the rest of the countries in the region, because I've had a comparison. I've tried to travel some of these countries, and you pretty much go to Rwanda. You find that government says anything, and it goes. It pretty much goes. If government says that this is our person, this is our person, the people say the government say it. We trust the government. If at all that is the true decision, but there's nobody who comes to complain. In Kenya, you will have problems. How did you arrive at that? This is not the best person. You know, that is what is called democracy, and we are playing democracy at its best here in Kenya, supposed to our neighbors, not bashing them, but when I try to look at, and they are looking up to, before, and the run up to this election, people were telling me, conversations from outside the country were like, Kenyans, do this right because we are counting on you. It's like we're the big brother. We shouldn't have the opportunity to mess. Everybody's counting on you that, you know, a big brother. You know, by the way, Manyala was, we were counting on Manyala that bring that thing home. It failed in Oregon, but everybody was sure that he's going to get it, kind of. And that is what other people, especially in the region in Africa, expect of Kenya, and we are on the right track.
290 people who are going to be elected to the National Assembly. Please do not benchmark anywhere outside of Kenya. we are being used for benchmarking. And this is what I'd like to bring in, because you know, there is a lot of history lost as to why we've got the Independent Election Boundaries Commission. 2002, the late Samuel Kivuitu was a hero. Yes. ECK was, this is what happens. 2005 referendum, best remembered for the oranges and the bananas. Ideally, it was basically meant to be red and green. Rather, green, it was just basically orange, and it was just orange and green, but it actually gave birth to the name of a party.
Yeah.
But come 2007, from a god to a demon, what just happened, such that in 2009, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission was formed. How much loss of trust in the lack of independence from government around electoral bodies was created around that point?
I think that one of the things you cannot forget is, and may his soul rest in peace, the late Kivuitu saying, I don't know who won. You can't be seated there. Chebukati, for example, cannot today come and tell us that I don't know where the Form 34Bs are. We would go ballistic, because
it was at that time it was the famous Form 16A.
Yes.
I don't know where they are.
So he came and he told us, I cannot say it. And then the games that were played, that is why we've seen some memes going around now of power going off, and when it comes back on, the figures are drastically different, you know. So I think those issues contributed to our lack of trust for a government-initiated institution. We forget that even when we're drafting the current constitution, we have gone outside the normal known arms of government, where every child will tell you across the world that you have the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. We created a fourth arm of government in Kenya, known as independent commissions and offices. And yet, they are still kind of not very independent, because they kind of still fall under the executive. But we are just trying to remove them from the control of the big brother, so to speak, so that we are able to feel that there's some form of independence in there. Even the number of commissioners and the representation of the commissioners there, we could not go to the 47 counties, but we went back to the old provinces, the 8 regions that were there, so that when you are selecting the commissioners, a commissioner would come representing Nyanza, Western, Rift Valley, you know, so that the people of Rift Valley, as they sit there and they look at the commission, they feel we are represented, you know. It's pretty ridiculous.
All right. Thank you very much, Millie. Well, we'll be continuing with this conversation in a short while, but we've got our teams who are all over the country. Well, they've been out there, and they're slowly coming back to Broadcasting House. But those who are out there still giving us reports. And now let's move over to Uasin Gishu County, and let us join Timothy Kipnusu, who's going to give us an update on the tallying of votes, and this is at county level. Timothy Kipnusu.
Together with Doreen Rangi there at the Broadcasting House. Yes, indeed, I'm coming to you live from Uasin Gishu County. This is Eldoret National Polytechnic. This is the county tallying center where we expect the county returning officer to release the results for the gubernatorial position, for the senatorial position, and the woman member to the National Assembly. Remember, there has been a bit of a push and pull in this particular place during or before the returning officer releases the results. And as you can see, it is quiet now. There was a scuffle where a number of candidates, they were worried about the release or the delay of the release of the results for the gubernatorial position, for the woman member to the National Assembly, and of course to the senatorial position, and other position, of course, also for the presidential position. So, and it is a wait-and-see situation how this particular gathering is going to wait for how long for the results to be released for the county number 027. So Daniel Wahome, we hear, and by the result that was the provisional results that we had received from the county returning officer, the Jonathan B. Chelelem, famously known as Kotimoja, is the one that has captured the gubernatorial position here in the county of Uasin Gishu, and of course the outgoing governor, that's Jackson Mandago, capturing the senatorial position, and we having Gladys Bosholei retaining her position as the county member to the National Assembly. And we here just to get to understand how this thing is going to pan out, because a number of them have raised concern why this exercise is taking long. Remember, earlier on we were at the Taribo Tallying Center, or rather Taribo Tallying Center at Uasin Gishu High School, where also the release of the results took a bit longer, and a number of candidates were really not happy because of what was happening. And we understand that they're having the conversation together so that they can have a final report on how they are going to release the results, because the county number 027, or the residents of this particular county, have been waiting far too long for them to know their governor-elect, their senatorial-elect, and of course women member to the National Assembly. So Daniel Ohome, we here keeping tabs on what is happening, waiting for the county, Uasin Gishu County returning officer, that is Ari Mutai, just to give us the updates of the county of Uasin Gishu. Remember, earlier on I had talked about this is the political bedrock of the United Democratic presidential candidate William Samoei Arap Ruto, and therefore he will be very keen to ensure that he captures a number of seats. And for your information, a number of seats, particularly for the members of parliament, has been captured by the United Democratic Alliance party, the party for the party leader of the United Democratic Alliance, William Samoei Arap Ruto. And as earlier had mentioned, 3 sitting members of parliament have been shown the door, and that include Celestine of Moiben. His position has been taken by Dr. Phyllis Abarto. Also, William Chepkut of Ainapkoi constituency has been shown the door. The position has been taken by Samuel Chepkonga. Remember Samuel Chepkonga, at some point he served as a member of parliament 2013. to 2017 after he was trounced by William Chepkut. Remember also he served as the chairperson of the Legal Affairs Committee in Parliament. Another person that has lost his seat is Swarap Mishram Kiprop of Keses constituency. Remember, they have been at loggerheads with the Deputy President, and it has been on record that Deputy President urging the residents of Keses constituency not to give him an opportunity to serve for the second time. His position has been taken by Julius Ruto. And also we have new members of parliament elected in Soi constituency. Remember that position became vacant when the sitting member of parliament decided to go for the or make a stab at the gubernatorial position, but he didn't make it in the nomination or the party primary of the UDA in that particular position. And now the member of parliament elect in Soi constituency, we understand, is David Kiplagat. Also, Oscar Suri has retained his position as the member of parliament for Kapsaret, and also Janet Sitine for the member of parliament for Tarbo. So here it is just a wait and see situation for the county returning officer here in the county number 027 to put forth the results for rather announcement of the results for the gubernatorial position, senatorial position, and woman member to the National Assembly. And all the delegates and of course the candidates are here waiting, including the Jonathan B. Chelilem, and of course also have the outgoing Governor Jackson Manago, who is making a stab at the senatorial position. And of course we do not have Gladys Boschole here, and I understand that the certificate will be taken by somebody. So Daniel Home, that is the latest from Uasin Gishu County. We're still pitching camp here. We've been here for the longest time to get the results from this particular account. From me, Timothy Kipnusu, I hand you back to studio, Doreen and Daniel Home.
Well, just one question, Timothy, that I would like to ask, and this is in regard to what you've earlier indicated, is that there seems to be a majority of numbers going to two of the county numbers, actually three of the county numbers. The gubernatorial seat going to Jonathan B., who comes in because the outgoing governor, Jackson Mandago, going for the senatorial seat, and county woman member of the National Assembly, Gladys Boschole, looking like they've had majority. All that they need is a confirmation through the C series of forms that are going to be issued at that level. Any cases of concessions, somebody saying, I accept that the numbers that I got from the constituencies around will not give me a chance at the county tallying center.
Wahome, we haven't received such case here in Uasin Gishu County, but indications here at the county tallying center, or the Uasin Gishu County tallying center, the Eldoret National Polytechnic, may take us to that route, because a number of candidates are really anxious, and they feel that there is something that is happening that is not correct. So we will be able to engage them in an interview once they are announced by the Uasin Gishu County returning officer, that is Irene Mutaya, and we'll be able to update our viewers.
Well, thank you very much, Timothy Kipnusu at the Eldoret National Polytechnic, which is the tallying center for Uasin Gishu County. And we can see in the background that the people who are working with the county returning officer already verifying the slew of forms that are coming through from the constituencies all around them. Thank you very much. If there is any update, Kipnusu, we are up and we shall be taking all your update. Cheers, mate. Timothy Kipnusu speaking to us, and that is to from the Eldoret National Polytechnic, the Uasin Gishu County Tallying Center. And it's quite interesting where everything that comes from the various constituencies out in Eldoret indicates one thing, but no one is ready to concede. At times they say numbers don't lie. You can lie with them, but but they don't lie.
I think they have the fighting spirit. Don't say die.
Never say die.
You know, so you never know. You are hoping that there may be small tarakanitis.
There will be a change.
You know, somehow. That may change something.
Then there's also the aspect of also your supporters. You know, so supporters can be pretty demanding. Yeah. They will be like, now, how do you throw in the towel so early? We have to be this to the end. And you also don't want to disappoint them. You know, you don't want to be the big person, tell them, no, guys, we have lost. Yeah. Can we just
You're 5-0 down in a football game and it's the 89th minute. Normally the fans walk out of the stadium.
Do you remember the Liverpool game back in 2005 with the Champions League?
No, yeah, back 6 minutes of madness.
Yes. So, even if it's 5-0, people do come back.
Now we know which club you support.
All right, but also there's something I think we are seeing, also just going by what Skip News was given there in Uasin Gishu County. You're seeing Mandago, who was a second-time, governor, taking a stab at the senator seat, and he's taken it. And he wasn't actually the only one who was eyeing that particular seat. We've also seen various leaders who are saying that, now that we are finishing our second term as is in the constitution, we are trying to see how we can be members of parliament, or, senators like Makueni, governor, had also said that he was vying for that particular seat of senatorial. So, let me just speak your mind, Gibson, on that one. Why are we seeing leaders who are serving their terms, finishing, and just deciding, let's eat the pension and go home? Because, again, we also have provision for that. Why are they feeling the need to just still be on elective, politics, and go for, so to speak, a lesser seat than what they had?
Because the Constitution demands as much. So you see, once you've done your 2 terms, there's nowhere else to go. You just have to either go down or go up. And the choices are go home.
But now they're not going home.
Who wants to go home? Nobody wants to go home. Nobody wants to go home, because with that seat, however powerful it is, you don't want to lose the power. You don't want to lose the aspect of you being called Mweshimiwa. If you happen to get out of this station and go out there, people will be meeting you and they won't even recognize you. So you don't want to lose that. For this Mweshimiwas, and I think that name comes with a curse. They will want to stick to it as long as possible, so that at the end of the day, it's also a source of revenue. It's a source of revenue. Then there's the aspect of some of them must have misappropriated resources. So you cannot be able to, fighting a corruption case in this country is costly. So you better be receiving some money which you can use to defend yourself, or you can actually have some respect when you even show up in court. People will have to give you some respect. But sometimes that's where you see after office, most of the members of parliament either go get sick and die. They just disappear and dissipate and they die. Nobody wants to die. So it's so demanding. The power is nice, it's sweet. The goodies are nice. You show up somewhere, people want to say Mweshimiwa is here. You don't want to lose that, and you want to fight as long as possible. That you need to maintain at least, even if you're not governor, I'm still MP. I think that is something they feel like, at least, governor is on the ground. This one I've been in Nairobi, so I'm running. It's also another way of running away from the ground, from the mess you created. At least you're somewhere else, and people will still respect you. You will not have the kind of power in terms of money, in terms of guts you had, but at least you will be having one who will be taking care of you and be driving you around. And when you show up, people will say, Mweshimiwa is here. Though in low tones this time, but at least you will be there.
Senator is still very serious, Mweshimiwa level.
Senator is very serious, but Senator is the resources. Senator is the resources. In Kenya, the power comes with the resources.
Which means the National Assembly. Now it's only governor.
Now it's only governor.
Yeah, with resources.
Yes.
But also, Millie, when you talk about leadership and, so to speak, politics, we are saying that this is a position of service. Just looking at, the points that Gibson is bringing out, true, but doesn't sit with the position that is supposed to be. So, when you look at that capacity, so to speak, then are we saying that we elect leaders, or we just have them in this position maybe for their own interests, as opposed to them being there for purpose of service? Does that, doesn't it bring a disconnect?
True, it does. But then you must also remember that we did not quite unpack the Constitution and understand it, and also understand what the rules were meant to be. So when we started having or implementing the constitution with the first election under the current constitution in 2013, many people did not really vie to be governors. Not many serious politicians applied to be governors because people did not quite understand what it was. There was a lot more excitement and focus on the senator's position because people were thinking about it from the American point of view, that these were going to be the senior politicians, this is going to be the pool from where Kenyans were going to see potential presidential candidates. But when we started implementing it, then they realized that all the resources, because we had devolved our resources, the resources were with the governor, and these people were pretty powerful. Now the people who had come in as governors were pretty young. They were also new politically. Now they also had not unpacked the constitution. I remember at one point in a meeting somewhere where we were discussing this with governors, and they were shocked that they had a 2-term limit because they had not seen that. They assumed that if you're elected, you are elected for as long as you can be elected. So there was a conversation again to remind them of that. So all these many different factors came into play. You do not expect somebody who is barely 60 to retire and sit quietly and suddenly start herding chicken, if people had chicken.
Go back to the farm. The old phrase.
It's difficult. So then they must be able to find a landing somewhere. Because traditionally it used to be that once you had served and you were too tired, the rigors would allow you of the rigors of legislation work, you would go into some board somewhere, You would be put in a board. It was a nice retirement package so that you remain relatively relevant and active and still feel that you have some influence. But that is now not possible for them. So they will retire, so to speak, into legislation, where now with the amendments, they will just go and legislate, represent the people, and oversight.
But I still have a challenge with the aspect of governors transitioning to Senate. Because Senate will now, we will be now seeing the auditing process of the last financial years, so how will they be able to actually audit their own records? So that is, I think, something which our constitution ought to have looked into, because now we're having the same challenge which we have with the CDF and the MPs, whereby you're auditing the national government, but then the national government comes back to audit you with the CDF. That becomes a challenge, and I think it's something we need to look at. Then it's what Milia said. Also, I want to add, it was very interesting in 2013 that even senior lawyers who participated in the coming up of the constitution did not see the essence of going to be governors. They actually say you don't need to, don't want to get out of Nairobi. But when they realized that the disbursements have started, these guys, they say in 2017 they all went back for the for the governor's seat, and I was like, you didn't see this? So it's something we didn't unpack the constitution really, as she's saying, and now we still implement. There's still a lot of things which we need to implement. With the IBC, we're doing a good job. With the governance of the county process, now that is becoming clearer. There are some other things which we need to do. For example, now we need to move to the process of the aspect of accountability, implementing Chapter 6.
So, and talking about implementing Chapter, I'll be coming to implementing Chapter 6, but there is a case of transition, which you keep mentioning here, and there is a clarity as to, how much then, if you're going to move into a legislative office, you are there, have your title there as Senator Wahome, wherever, MP, but then here comes the question then, besides that role about, everyone may think of Weshimiwa is what you take back home, but it's the safeguarding of it. How much of a transition have we seen over the years? We know the BBI wanted to give the senator more powers of oversight, but at the moment, how much can they do besides looking at county disbursements?
Incidentally, the Senate, even as currently constituted in the current constitutional dispensation, is pretty powerful. The problem is the way we play our politics in this country. People feel that unless you have resources to bring, because a mheshimiwa is not going to be respected if he has not brought a road, or even put some 2 or 3 traffic lights near
and a football tournament at the end of the year.
Even if you have passed the greatest legislation that the entire world is coming to look at, because we've had legislators who have come up with beautiful laws that other countries have come to benchmark on, to come and look at our labor laws that were passed here. Some of them moved by Waheshimiwa. We've looked at laws that have been passed on issues of economics, finance, and etc. And people have been very excited about those laws. But when you go back to the voter, your employer, and then you tell them that, they say, okay, go home. Let's get someone who will bring us a road. You know? So that makes all these Waheshimiwas want to have some control over some resource that they can then say, I brought you a road, I brought you a market, I lit up your market, you know. And that's really, really most unfortunate, because I don't think that is what is anticipated in a working democracy, unless we just want to completely have some hybrid form of governance in this country that the rest of the world does not have, which we very well can. And then we don't call it that, and we anticipate what it is and work with it defined as such.
I really like what you're saying, because again, also it reminds me that could it also be a bit of, should I say, a problem, a challenge, a disconnect, that we don't even understand what these positions mean and what exactly their roles are. You know, and also when you look at politicians, when they go out there to campaign, oftentimes there'll be that question of nitawaletea hii, nitawajengea, and that's a senator. Yes, its role is oversight, legislation, coming up with bills, debating them, and make sure they serve the citizens. So is it that we just do not also, as citizens, as Kenyans, understand what is the role of a governor, the role of an MCA, an MP, a senator?
Very true. When my colleague here was listening to Tanzanians praising us this morning, I was listening to people who are being declared in different constituencies, and I was quite amazed by some of the things they were saying. And as soon as somebody was told you're probably elected, then you'd hear them say, yes, and now I'm going to be able to ensure that the roads here, we don't have, and we are going to create jobs.
Which budget do you have for this?
There's a template to their speech.
Actually, it's interesting. Back in 2013, I was in the village, and one of the MCA's aspirants was having a manifesto, which was pretty interesting. And when I perused the manifesto, it had railway, it had airport, it had. So I was asking people, are you sure what this guy is trying to tell you? But people were like, yeah, that guy has a manifesto, and it shows that our people do not understand what is the role of the person they are putting into office. They have their mind fixed on something. If Mheshimiwa does not bring a road, if Mheshimiwa does not employ my kid, if Mheshimiwa does not give salaries bursaries to so and so, now they've been taken away, especially the members of parliament. I don't know. I'm wondering what some of the members, because most of the people who have been elected is through the promises they were giving, that I will give bursaries to these places, I will do this and this, I will ensure, but using those funds. Now that it's only going to be legislation, I don't know whether they will want to eat back their words and say now the thing has changed. I think I'm going to see quite a number of people who have been elected this time actually lose out because of the aspect that CDF is gone. Some of them is because of the promises or the manifestos who are reading CDF.
And they say that if you want to complicate an issue, bring in 2 or 3 lawyers, because they'll give you 13 different perspectives between the two of them, and every perspective is clear. but just I wanted to add that the thing is, again, you'll find that even with legislation, representation, and oversight, it is very possible for you to ensure that the budgeting that is done by your government has allocated money to the roads in your area, and you can go back and tell the people. You can oversight, and make sure that the committee that you're sitting in goes to look at the road that is being put up, and then say, get the people's concerns with the road. There's no space for bicycles, there's nowhere we can walk as pedestrians, and you take that back. But we are too lazy. We are too lazy as people to want to do the work. We want that simple thing of, I gave the money and everyone saw me do it. We don't want to have that conversation where we even go out and educate the people that this is how I did it. And the people are also too lazy to understand or to take time to understand how you did it, unless they see you come in an arambe and give money, you know.
Yeah, true. And that's why we are so quick to say after 5 years, Senator hakuleta hapa barabara, MCA hakutengeneza hiyo shule. But these are not even their roles. But then again, who has the responsibility of this? Because the leaders themselves do not even understand what position they are vying for and what they are required to do. The Kenyans themselves, we don't even understand what does an MCA do? What does the senator do? Just before we get to Shiksha on the other side very quickly, I mean, whose responsibility is it?
I think you remember in 2005, I think, when we were doing a run-up to the first referendum. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Kenyans were pretty much, the draft was out there, very eloquent. I was in school and I was trying to look at it. I had a copy of it and I was like, this is beautiful. But then some quarters of government were telling, especially it's only the teachers back in the village who are learned, were telling them, stop interpreting the constitution, stop reading it to the people. So there were very small, narrow aspects of women getting land. You know, that aspect, a politician takes advantage and says, you know, especially in my area, you know, women were not supposed to get land, but now, since it's a constitutional right, you have to. So somebody tells you, if you do that, you start giving land to women. You know, that is misinformation. Misinformation. And people, there's this very interesting that if come a baba mesoma to mesoma. You know, those very interesting. We miss the opportunity of actually delivering the message to our people so that they are well aware of what it is that they are going to expect from the constitution. And if we can actually engage in a lot of civic education. This constitution, there was nothing like civic education which was done. They were just doing committees in hotels. So if we could actually change that particular perspective, we could be somewhere else.
Well, thank you very much, Gibson, and giving us the insights into that as we take a look at everything that does affect how these elective positions are. What is it that is coming up? Because this week a lot has changed and people will be seeing different things happen. But right now, let us take a look at the numbers as per the confirmations by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. We are 6 constituencies in as far as confirmations are concerned. Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. So remember, these are the final results that have been, of course, verified and declared and released by IEBC. So yes, this is what exactly is going on. We've got presidential verified results. At constituency level, we've managed to get 695 of the 46,229 polling stations. So the results that you're seeing on your screen right now are verified. We've got Raila Odinga at 48.29%. That's 99,672 votes so far. William Ruto at 50.63%, 104,517. Professor George Wajakoya at 0.79%. That's 1,649 votes so far. David Murray at 0.26%. Now remember, these are the results that have been declared, of course, verified by IEBC. Let's just break it down further and take a look at what's going on in terms of the various constituencies. We've got Katiani constituency, that's in Machakos County, that is registered voters at 60,224, out of which the valid cast is 37,999. Rejected ballots at 260, Raila Odinga at 30,984 votes, Ruto at 6,624 votes, Wahiga at, of course, that is 91 votes, and Wajakoya at 300 votes. Moving on to Oljoro constituency, that is Nyandarua County, we've got 60,199 registered votes. Valid casts at 39,867 and rejected ballots at 296. Raila at 7,579. Ruto at 31,982. Of course, we have Professor Mori at 140 and Professor Wajakoya at 166. Moving on, we've got results that have coming from Machakos County, that Kangundo constituency, where we have 60,796 registered voters. Out of those, the ones that are valid are 38,671, and those that have been rejected are 330. Raila Odinga at 29,808. Ruto at 8,405. And of course, we have Professor George Wajakoya at 365 and Mori at 93. Now let's shift focus to Lamu East constituency. Of course, that's Lamu County, where the registered voters stood at 22,047, of which those that were valid were at 14,703 and rejected ballots at 436, of which Ruto managed 4,639, Raila managed 9,564, Mori at 48, and Wajakoya at 452. Moving on, we've got Baringo County, that's Baringo Central constituency, where the number of registered voters stood at 45,949, of which those that were valid were at 34,906, rejected ballots are at 168, and of course Ruto leading there with 33,162, Raila at 1,656, Wajakoya at 62, and Mori at 26. So far, these are the results that have been verified and of course released by IEBC themselves. We've got 5 constituencies so far, and we'll definitely be bringing down more numbers to you as they continue to trickle in right here on KBC Channel 1. Once again, just reminding you, they've managed to count 695 polling stations of 46,229, of which Raila Odinga at 48.29% and having 99,672 votes. William Ruto 50.63%, having 104,517 votes. We have Professor George Wajakoya as well. The numbers should be on your screen as we continue to get them regarding the numbers that he has secured, and Mori as well. So we'll definitely be bringing those results to you right here. For now, I'll hand it over back to Wahome as we continue with the discussion in studio with our analysts.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha. And with that update on the results from the 6 constituencies that we've received so far from the IBC, who are now based at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. Remember that this is also a 2-step verification process. After the polling station, there is a confirmation at the constituency level and the National Tallying Center, and there is also the confirmation when it comes to the gubernatorial, senatorial, and for the woman member of the county assembly, and that has to be confirmed at the county level. So always a 2-step verification. Doreen.
I mean, just looking at what Shiksha has read there, there's clearly, what we have kept talking over time. The number of registered voters does not tally with the number of valid votes. And actually, when you do a comparison from 2013, 2017 up until where we are now, yes, you know that IBC said that, we're looking at the 65.4% voter turnout. This is basically for those that got registered under the KIM scheme. We are still waiting for those that, did the manual registration. Nonetheless, 2013 we were at 86% voter turnout. 2017, 79.5%. And in fact, the projection was that for this election, we're looking at 80, 85, going by the latest opinion polls as of then. But we're at 65.4%. Because even if you look at the manual, those that did with the manual, how many were they? 154 in Makueni, 84, actually 54 in Kakamega, 84 in Makueni. So would it even be significant? But just what has attributed to this trend of low voter turnout over time? Are we likely to see now 50% in 2027?
I don't think so. In 2027, a lot of things will come into play. And the problem with this one is the current situation happening. People are like, this election is pretty much between two people and some other majority places. Some who are like, we don't have a candidate. We don't have a candidate, especially from Central, which I think recorded one of the lowest to voter turnout. Their issue was, even with having both running mates,
we don't have a main person.
Still feeling like we don't have a top person, that we are not in the race competitively. So there's no need to just risk it and just go out there and vote. But which is a very big mistake, I think, because that's not only there, even not on the national. That has also happened in my own county, where you've seen we had one of the clans was having a running mate, and I was there trying to interview people and ask them, why are you not feeling like you should support a candidate? They're like, we don't have a candidate. I'm like, you have a running mate. Then we were like, running mate thing is not popular with us. And there's actually one place I was telling Millie earlier that in our home there's one of their sons who is actually a running mate, and the father said, I'm not supporting that camp, I'm supporting the other candidate, because
but they have a candidate.
They have a candidate, but they're saying, is he the one going for governor? No, we're not doing that. We are actually supporting, and he's running the rest of the family to support the other candidate, who is also a distant relative, because he's going for the governor seat. And that is very interesting. That will bring also the other dynamics. So there are a lot of dynamics to play up to what it is that we are expecting in the voter turnout. There's also the aspect of youth. Youth, we have talked to youth, you've talked to youth, that youth are not motivated enough to feel that there's any need for them to go to the polling station and vote. And they are coming of age that they're going to be the majority of the voters. If they are not convinced enough, in 2027, I said last evening, that we are likely to have a situation of 30 million voters, and 15 million are not voting. So we'll be still at maybe at 17, give it 17, 18, but we'll be having 30 or 32 million voters.
Yeah, which is a very bad place to be.
That's a very bad place to be in, so we need to start mitigating some of the issues which I think IBC needs to do a serious audit and actually find out what are the reasons people are not going to vote. So some of these issues can start to be cured in advance, so that we don't get to a situation, because Millie did talk about the issue of popularity in terms of the previous dispensations. We used to have a president who was actually very elected by the minority. So we are also going to have a situation whereby the majority who are supposed to vote have not voted. So we will, of course, somebody will have to be declared because of the numbers which have voted. But then, what of these numbers who have not voted, who opted to abstain? If you don't treat that particular issue, you are going to have a bigger problem. So we need to start to have a conversation around these places, bring in the youth, bring in those people who feel like they should not be able to vote for one reason or the other, so that the numbers, at least we do a close margin where somebody doesn't get to the polling station because it was impossible for him, not like, I don't see the reason I should do this. So that is a very bad thing, or that's a very bad state. As Kenyans, we need to actually cure that.
And we can't keep creating positions for people to be able to participate. We said that if we had more seats, Gibson has just mentioned right now that, people should even take into account the fact that they have a running mate. The person is running with the governor. But remember that even our tradition or our experience so far in implementing some of these positions that were created under the Constitution has been pathetic. Between 2013 and 2017, half the time, the deputy governors kept crying that they had no work, that they were being locked out, that nobody was telling them what to do. I remember the deputy president trying to Dr. Ruto, trying to talk to them and trying to encourage them and even mentor them, the deputy governors, into defining rules for themselves, because at that time he was a very active deputy president and had carved a niche for himself. It didn't help. In the next round, the second phase of devolution under the current constitutional dispensation, it was no better. We had cases where governors were not assigning tasks to their deputies. Deputies had been chased. I don't even remember if Governor Mutua eventually had a deputy.
He had a deputy.
He did.
Actually, Governor Mutua had a deputy. It was to actually, he fired one.
Yes.
He fired one and picked a second one.
Which was very dramatic.
Francis Maliti Wambua was his second deputy governor. But we had one who was in the US for a long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he actually came back and was looking for a very big seat, and they don't even know him.
In my own county, they chased him out of his. They took the vehicle from him. He actually had to run away with a border. So he was told, we should never see you back here.
You can imagine if you have a position where people don't even see you, how will the people feel that you're representing their interests or their concerns, or there's a benefit to us having a governor and a deputy governor? We don't feel it. We don't realize it. We also had that problem with some of the, for example, we have the top-up seats that brings in marginalized communities at the county level. And people were saying, I remember one, she was, for me, the perfect example. She brought in the interests of persons with disabilities. She was a lady. She is a lady herself, but in the county of Wajir, after she had been nominated, she took up the call, and all the elected MCAs, anytime they had a bill or a legislation or a motion, they would look for her. She was called the PWD MCA. That, can you come and see whether you can incorporate something here and get some of your people, your constituents, to come and represent. Now, how often do you see that? We have these people we've nominated. We don't feel the impact of them going there. I cannot go to my local MCA and feel that, okay, the ones who've been brought in to take care of issues of the marginalized, that the youth feel that we can go to that youth there and talk to them, and they will express our views and they'll understand our concerns. Half the time we don't even know them. So it continues to bring this frustration that why do we have these positions? And it doesn't help us to reduce the talk as to where are my people. I say this, for example, even in this current election. At the beginning, there was focus on who is running for governor where. As the election period progressed, we all forgot about the governors. Even in the media, people are focusing on the president. Who is the presidential candidate? No one was talking about who is the gubernatorial candidate in this. It only came back again when the results started streaming in.
It's true. And I mean, we'll come to the issue of nominated leaders in a short while, because again, also know there was a bit of battle between parties and IEBC before, it got to this particular position. But let's just go back a bit, track a bit on this issue of my person, because as you both rightly put it, we are really seeing it play out in the voter turnout, and even the projections coming forward. This will just be the same situational issue, if not curbed or mitigated. But again, when you look at the issue that is my person, coming from my area, coming from my county, coming from my tribe, how much big of an issue is this? Because when you also look at the Mount Kenya area, it has largely occasioned this. I mean, just going back to history, 97, we had Ken Matiba, together with Raila Odinga, as well as those who are contesting for the presidential, seat. And majority of votes at that time from a certain area went to Ken Matiba. When you come to 202, we had Uhuru Kenyatta and Mwai Kibaki. So there was a kingpin area in a certain region. Come to 2007, we equally had Mwai Kibaki. Fast forward 2013, 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta was there. So we clearly saw some votes from a certain region tilting a certain area because there's someone from my area, my place. But 2022 election, things are just turning around a bit, and we are seeing some form of retract and apathy. So what does this mean about our sense of just looking at issues, our sense of democracy, our sense of exercising our constitutional right?
I think that the kind of leaders that we have impacted on that. The truth of the matter is that you need to have your person there for you to feel it. I'll tell you, for example, my home in the village, even if I took a flight before 2007, took a flight to Kisumu, and then hired a vehicle to now move to the village, it still took inordinate amount of time to be able to do that. Now, when my person got into the coalition government and the road was open, suddenly we were driving to the village and coming back within the same day. So
there's no need for planning, as it were.
Yes. So it still has that impact, and you find that across the country. Across the country, that when you have your people there, look at even the projects and the analysis that people have been making of the projects that President Uhuru Kenyatta has brought to the people in central Kenya. And people have been saying they will come to realize it after the fact, after he has gone, because the expansion of the road network in that area, and it has happened because my person is there. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee from our planning, from our system, from the mode in which we implement our policies and programs, that if my person is not there, that these things somebody is going to remember to work on them. It's an unfortunate thing.
Unfortunate situation it is.
Very unfortunate.
And it goes to the root aspect of us being the Kenyan in us is we are first tribe before Kenyan. So, and then the structure of our election is about things to do, politics of tokenism, whereby if I'm in power, then my people are in power. So we should have first we should have first to enjoy the trappings of power before anyone else does, and that is playing out pretty well. And one way or another, I think we should start moving away from that for us to see significant change.
As we implement the Constitution, remember that it talks a lot about participation. If in the process of budgeting there's real participation, you'll be able to realize what are the needs of the people. You'll be able to classify them so that that area which really needs roads will ensure that in the budget process there's that. If Parliament plays their role and the oversight, and they keep asking the executive, but we planned for this, why are the resources not going to that direction? Why is this area being neglected? And yet it is part of the area that you are supposed to cover. Then we'll increasingly see that what we need are people who understand what their role is, and not necessarily my person there. Because even if my person goes there and they don't know the budgeting process, they're not going to ensure that my concerns are addressed in that budget.
All right, well, thank you very much. And we are speaking with Millie Luanga and also Gibson Gisore, and they are breaking down the election and the laws and how they affect everything around us. Well, and at the moment, let us join Shiksha Arora, who's going to give us a little bit of the numbers that have been brought out. Remember that the tallies that we have been doing, burning the midnight oil, think of any kind of fuel that we've got, it's all changed. So suddenly, right now, it's the IBC numbers that really do matter. Over to you, Shiksha.
Thank you very much for that, Wahome. And I remember, just as he mentioned, these are not our results. This is not our tallying. This is done by IEBC themselves. The chairman of IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, came on earlier on to just talk about all these numbers that are coming in. They are verified, and these are the final results. So as you can see on your screen, for now, there's been 695 of the expected 46,229 polling stations. Remember, we have results coming in, and of course we'll keep updating you. But for now, we've got Raila Odinga, of course, at 99,672, and of course that's 48.29%. I've also got results that is for William Ruto, 104,517. That's 50.63%. We also have results that have come in for Professor George Wajakoya, which should reflect on our screen anytime. I am going to wait for the director to do that, just so that I can have them on the screen, so I can get the final numbers. I'm waiting for them. I do not see them as of now, so I'm going to wait for them to be reflected on the screen. I think we'll just, there we go. Raila Odinga, 9,564, William Ruto, 4,639, George Wajakoya at 48, and David Maure at 450. 2022. So now moving on, let's just, that's for Lamu East, by the way. That is the verified numbers of Lamu East. Now let's move on to the next constituency. Of course, we are getting in various numbers. There's been 5 so far that have been verified. We have Katiani constituency as well from Machakos County. And what you can see on your screen right now is Kangundo that is verified. Raila Odinga at 29,808. William Ruto at 8,405. Professor George Wajakoya at 95. David Maure at 365. Right, we've just got some incoming news. We will be taking you directly to what's happening with respect to the results in Bungoma. So we're going to be giving you the latest. Yes, indeed, we are going to be listening in right now just to find out what the results are in Bungoma. Let's listen in.
286, 143 votes. Having garnered 286, 143 votes.
Absolutely. Those are scenes coming in from Bungoma. Remember, we've got results for you right here that have just come in. So we'll be taking you through all the results. So the current provisional results indicate that in the 9 constituencies of Bungoma County, that is Kandui, we have Lusaka at 34,854, Wangamati at 31,258, Barasa at 3,739. Now moving on, we have Kabuchai, Lusaka at 28,143. In the lead there, Wangamati at 13,625. Moving on, in Kimilili, we have Lusaka at 27,248, Wangamati at 8,798, Zakaria at 1,135, Diwa at 244, and the rejected votes were 577. That was in Kimilili. Moving on, in Mount Elgin, Lusaka had 40,860, Wangamati at 12,085. We have in Tongaren, that was Ken Lusaka at 32,833 votes, Wangamati at 15,487, Zakaria at 2,455, and Diwa at 443. Of course, the total means that Ken Lusaka, of course, won with a landslide at 241,695, Wangamati at 137,378, Zakaria at 11,713, and Diwa at 1,268. Catherine Wambilianga is the women rep, and senator that is of Bungoma County is Wetangula. So remember, these are results that are coming in the course of the night. They will keep trickling in right here. The final results, rather, these are verified by IEBC. So make sure that, you just stay right here, stay put, as we continue bringing you the latest from the different counties. That is Bungoma. Scenes just coming in from Bungoma, as you can tell. That is the governor-elect. Remember, we will continue to be giving you all these updates right here as soon as we continue to get...
Having garnered 244,298 votes.
Of course, and the people of Bungoma have spoken. We have the results, and Kenneth Lusaka has been elected as the governor of Bungoma County. Once again, the total votes that he's managed were 241,695. We also have Wycliffe Wangamati, who was second. He conceded defeat earlier on today with 137,378 votes, and Zakaria at 11,713, and Ndiwa at 1,268. So jubilations ongoing. As you can see, Kenneth Lusaka, those are scenes coming in live from Bungoma County. Now remember, we will continue to give you the latest from other constituencies as well. We have results that have been coming in verified by IEBC, the final results of various constituencies from various counties. So we were looking at that. We had managed to get Lamu East. So now I'd like to bring you up to speed with the latest in terms of the other 4 counties that we've got the final results for. So we had Kathiani constituency, that is from Machakos County. Remember, the registered voters in Kathiani constituency from Machakos County is 60,224. The valid cast is 37,999. So these are the votes that were valid, of course. Moving on, the rejected ballots at 260. Raila Odinga there leading with 30,984. William Ruto with 6,624. Professor George Wajakoya at 91, and David Moore at 300. Now we'd like to move on to the next county, that is Nyandarua County, Oljororok. We have Raila Odinga at 7,579. William Ruto taking the lead there with 31,982. Professor George Wajakoya at 140. Of course, we're going to continue to bring the latest from the others as well. Moving on, we have Kangundo constituency that is in Machakos County. We'll get to that in just a bit. But yes, there it is on your screens. Raila Odinga with 29,808 votes. William Ruto with 8,405 votes. Professor George Wajakoya with 95 votes. And David Moore with 365 votes. Now let's move on to Baringo County as well. Remember, this is the registered voters so far in Baringo County, that is Baringo Central constituencies, is 45,949. The valid votes there are 34,906, and the rejected ballots from this particular constituency are at 168. Now, Raila Odinga managed 1,656. William Ruto at 33,162. We also have Professor George Wajakoya at 62, and of course we also have Wahiga, that is David Moore at 26. Let's just listen in from the governor-elect, that is Kenneth Lusaka, live in Bungoma.
Number 2, I would also like to acknowledge Madam Catherine Wambilianga, who is our elected woman representative of the National Assembly. I would also like to acknowledge my deputy governor, Dr. Jennifer Mbatiani. Next, I would like to acknowledge my wife, Dr. Margaret Makelo, and my son, Duncan Makelo. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of members of our county assembly who are here. I know we have Grace Sundukwa for Sitiho. We have Edwin Okora, MCA. Do we have any other that? Yes. Yeah, Grace. Grace, I mentioned Grace. Most of them were on my left, so I would request them just to go and have a seat so that I make a few remarks. Yes. Then we are able to conclude this. Before I make my remarks, order members. Oh, now, before I make my remarks, let me welcome our woman-elect, Catherine Wabilianga.
Thank you very much, His Excellency the Governor of Bungoma, Kenneth Makelo Lusaka. I first want to thank the Almighty God. This far He has brought us, especially in this campaign. We owe Him every gratitude to this win. Secondly, I would like to introduce my family. I know they are around. My daughter, Tessie, and my son, Arnold. Whenever you are, feel appreciated. And thank you very much, my entire family, for supporting me. I also wish to appreciate my party leader, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. Kaka wa Roma, Ekwena ya Mulusiba, for the liberation he has given to Bungoma County. This far, we want to thank him because he has been there for us every time we needed him. Lastly, I want to thank the Bungoma electors. You are the ones who have given us the mandate. And as the woman representative, I will diligently serve this county to my maximum. I will do my best to finish whatever projects I didn't do. And lastly, I will not let you down, my people. I love you so much because you love me this much. Thank you so much. To my competitors, I want to appreciate them for the run they gave me for my money. I think this was a very hectic campaign, but I thank God I came out as a winner in all that was done. Finally, we pray for peace in this county. We also pray for peace in Kenya, and we pray for William Samoei Ruto to be sworn as the peace president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much, and God bless Bungoma, God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much. Let me invite the Member of Parliament who is hosting us, Majimbo Kalasika.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Governor-elect. I want to take this time first to thank IEBC for doing its diligent job and brought to us this very intelligent governor to be in this year. I also want to thank IEBC, not by job, but by truth, that you chose the party colors of Fort Kenya. When we see behind here, we feel we are at home. Finally, I play host. I play host here, host being Mabanga LTC, which lies in Kapchai constituency, in Luyabake ward, under our MCA Edwin Wekesa Wakora. I finally want to thank the people of Kapchai for choosing Majimbo Kalasinga with a serious landslide of 37,000 against 2,000. I cannot take this time take you for granted. I want to thank the party of Fort Kenya, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, for cleaning Bungoma County, for removing that were disturbing us in the water. And this is the man we have confidence to bring Bungoma its integrity. May God bless His Excellency.
Okay, you can take your seats, honorable members. First, I would like to thank Madam Grace and your team. I would like also to thank the County Commissioner and the security team, and start by conveying apologies of Senator Wetangula, who was here with us earlier on, but had to leave for Nairobi because of the tallying that is taking place in Nairobi. You know, he's a principal. I would therefore ask you to be patient so that I make a few remarks that I think are very important because we have started working. Today, years and a result of hard work. It is an affirmation that our destinies as a people are inextricably bound in what we have been and continue to be. I accept with humility the confidence that the people of Bungoma have demonstrated in giving me this great responsibility. It is indeed a privilege, an honor to take on this job, and I will do it with everything I have to the best of my ability for the cause of devolution, the county and the country. This marks the end of grueling days of soul-searching, punitive monologue, indecisive moments, anxiety and anticipation. This battle began in my heart many years ago. It ends because of you, the gallant people of Bungoma County. And yet, even as it ends, it only begins again. It starts again because you have reaffirmed the spirit and the letter of the new constitution that we voted for so overwhelmingly. I begin by welcoming my deputy to the table, to the head of the table. As I said, this is not about affirmative action. It is ensuring that Bungoma is equally represented. In this election, you, the people of Bungoma, have reminded me that even when faced with adverse temptations, we shall always hold our grounds and follow what we believe is right. This is, however, not a day for speeches. I'm certain that you will all turn out in large numbers for my inauguration speech, when I will sure address you with a pomp that is worth of this great triumph. I want to promise you a new beginning. As I have said before, and I want to build on the strong foundation of our county in the new dispensation. I have come back to finish that which I started in 2013. I want to thank everyone who participated in this election, those who walked in line for a long time, the many young and old, many women who traversed the length and breadth of this diverse county, urging fellow countrymen and women to do the right thing by voting for me. The media who sought me out for interviews, the able team that put together my strategy and implemented it, my loving wife, partner, friend who understood and persevered through my long absence from home, who urged me on and stood by me and my entire family. I remember my son who was participating in a lot of activities that I don't want to mention. I'm grateful to my party leader, Senator Moses Wetangula, for walking the width and breadth of this county with me. I'm humbled that you would place your faith and trust in me once again. This is a responsibility that I do not take lightly, and I will endeavor to represent you and the people of Bungoma County with utmost transparency and boldness. I would like also to thank my very able Deputy Honorable Jane Fambatiani and my entire campaign team with whom we have traversed the county. I need the help and prayers of each one of you, because what lies ahead is not easy. We can only accomplish if we work together. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pay particular tribute to His Excellency Wangamati, my predecessor, who I am sadly replacing, and a very worthy opponent for holding brief for me for 5 years. As I said, I will complete the government projects that is started after a serious forensic audit to ensure prudent use of government resources and remain true to my non-partisan conviction. The strength of our county is its ability to serve all of us. I want to urge other elected leaders that we utilize around our commodities and leave our political differences at home. That I stand here today to take over the mantle of leadership of our county that I gave strong foundation is indeed due to visionary leadership. As I said before, I quote Ronald Reagan, who said that the greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He's the one that gets the people to do the greatest things. I want to ask you to join me in this new journey. Finally, in the meantime, I want you to listen to this. In the meantime, I would like to urge the assumption of office of Governor Committee to expedite briefings to me and submission of the following information as provided for by the Assumptions of Office of Governor Act 2019. 1, an update asset register. 2, an update register of all liabilities. 3, a complete list of all bank accounts and reconciled balances. 4, a report of staff establishment per department. 5, a comprehensive report on county entities or corporations and agencies containing information I have outlined above. 6, a report of all ongoing projects, including donor-funded projects. 7, an update report of all pending legal cases. 8, information on the county's source of funding. 9, I want to announce that there will be no contractual obligations on behalf of the government until the new government is in place. 10, they should stop any withdrawals of funds from all the accounts immediately until the new administration takes over, unless in cases of emergency. I want to thank you that you have entrusted me with the responsibility to take this county to the next level. I can assure you I will not let you down. The confidence that you have shown in me is what I will also reciprocate by doing what is right. We are not going to do any witch hunting, but we are going to do two things that, like I've mentioned. 1, human resource forensic audit to establish who has been employed, how they were employed, and whether they qualified to be employed. Number 2, a forensic audit on all the projects that are being undertaken, how they were procured, and whether what was advertised is what is taking place. This is not a witch hunt. This is just making sure that the money meant for the people of Bungoma is being utilized in a proper manner. We want to wish those who have served us a good retirement as they go home. We will meet in other capacities, either as Bungomians or as Kenyans. Nichukue nafasi hii niwashukuru sana na kusema Mungu ni mwema. Mimi na Madam Jennifer na cabinet ile nitatengeneza, wale tutatengeneza, tuko tayari kufanya kazi. Wale viongozi wameteuliwa, mnaweza kuona ni wapya kabisa, tumejitolea kufanya kazi pamoja. Kwa IBC niwashukuru sana kwa kazi ambayo mmetufanyia. It took long but it was worth the waiting. We have experienced peace. The county commissioner, commissioner and your security team, thank you very much for ensuring we have peace. Media, thank you very much for making sure that Kenyans are aware of what is happening in Bungoma. For those who can come to Kamkuya, as we live here because we are going to Kamkuya, we have enough space, we have a lot of food, we are going to celebrate till Che. You are most welcome. Mnakaribishwa sana. God bless Bungoma, God bless Kenya, and we're also praying for our presidential candidate, William Samoei Ruto, to win so that he becomes the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you.
Of course, that is Kenneth Lusaka of Ford Kenya clinching that particular seat of governor, re-elected once again. And, as we discuss politics in Bungoma, we also have Catherine Wambilianga, who has been re-elected as women rep. And we also have Moses Wetangula, who has also been re-elected as the senator of Bungoma. Now, these are things that we are getting to know with regards to information that we are receiving from our reporters on ground, as well as numbers that are coming in from different parts of Kenya. And of course, these are results that are verified and have been declared by IEBC. Now, I'd like to throw it back to our analysts in studio. We've got Millie and Gibson, who will be giving us more information with regards to what they think is happening in Bungoma. We've got a senator, a governor, a women rep who've actually been re-elected for the second time. Millie, what are your thoughts?
Interesting. We've been talking about some of the things that voters look at when they're going to the ballot. And it's interesting. During the first term of the now governor-elect, there were issues of integrity that came into question. I know and I recall that it was submitted before Senate for investigation. There was a report that was issued. But here he comes again. And people are very happy, and they've elected him with an overwhelming majority. So I hope that he will deliver to his people and deliver for his people. That is all we can say at this stage. He is generally an amenable character, a politician par excellence, but we hope that the structures that have been put in place through the MCAs that have been elected, I remember him saying, or I recall him saying just now, that it's a whole new batch. I hope they'll play a better oversight authority so that they ensure that the monies that are allocated to the county will work for the people of Bungoma, because we can see he's very keenly watching out for what his predecessor was doing and calling out that he's going to make sure that everything is proper and tidy. So I hope that as he ensures that, which is a good thing, that he will put in place a system that people will be able to oversight and find it clean, and that it will pass a clean bill of health.
I mean, Bungoma is really quite interesting counties, I should say. It was, in this particular elections, actually it fell in the 10 battleground counties, together with Trans Nzoia as well as Vihiga. And actually the 3 counties have a total of 1.4 million voters. And again, when you look at the visits or the efforts that were made, particularly by the 2 main, coalitions, I should say, between January and June of 12, just as released by, the pollsters as at that time, you look at the number of times that particularly DP visited this county, quite a number of times. Can we say that this has also contributed to what we are seeing? Because I mean, when you look at the governor position, senator, women rep, all have gone to one side of the coalition.
I think we're seeing a situation where one man planted, and he planted well. He went and did the second weeding. And now he's harvesting. And he's harvesting big. Predominantly in the previous years, we had Bungoma being in opposition, and it has been known for opposition in the prior years, but that situation is changing. The Bungoma we saw in 2017, there was quite a number of people who came in through Jubilee, and with that we are seeing that these people never left the DP. The DP went back and kept on telling you people, we are with you, we will stand with you, and they have actually stood with him. I think he's a happy man. He should be smiling wherever he's saying that, my effort counts. He will actually say, you know that what I supported, this is what we were talking about. And politics in Kenya is an expensive game. When you invest in politics and you see your fruits, then you're happy. You're happy. I think the tide going to Kenya Kwanza, and we also can't forget the aspect that Mudavadi, one of the principles in Kenya Kwanza, comes from the place, and he has played home. People have said that now, you've seen even they are actually congratulating him, that as if he was the one who was on the ballot, that you did a good job, we are here because of you. And that comes in the backdrop of what had happened with the Fort Kenya party. I think you can remember there was a coup. Even Wamunyinyu attempted to do that, and they went and formed another party. It hasn't really kicked. We expected that this is one of the places where we could have seen some significant change in terms of sharing of seats, but it's not the case. It's William Ruto all the way. It's Wetangula being praised all over, and Wetangula is the priest. He's the real Papa wa Roma now. He has demonstrated that this is my backyard, you don't joke with me. And that's how you do it politically.
And for him what kind of redemption is he going to get because of this simple delivery of one county? Because he had, if he were to go back 4 years in time, Moses Wetangula was beginning to become the bad joke of anything of a party leader. There was even an attempted ouster from Fort Kenya. He was to be ousted, and with the SLECMU and the likes, he was saying, look, you're an embarrassment to the party now. What kind of redemption does he get from this?
And remember that he was even the minority leader in Senate, with no senator from his party. So he's
apart from himself.
Apart from himself. Yes.
Apart from the senator at the same time.
Yes. But he's now been able to solidly deliver Bungoma, which has got reasonable numbers and which has got a reasonable impact within the current dispensation, because fortunately we have a constitution that requires you to have a representation of Kenya. So if you're able to get that, it's already something in the bag. You're already beginning to count some of the 24 counties that you need to have in the bag for you to be able to be declared president at the first round. So he'll still remain a factor, because now that is solidly behind him, with the Eseli and Wamunyini having lost, with DAP not having received as many seats, and Ford Kenya remaining strong. He remains a person that you have to talk to, you have to have a conversation with, because if he's with you, then you have one county in the bag.
And then there's the aspect that we are seeing that Wetangula is turning out to be the seasoned politician whom we have been underrating. This man has been in parliament for the longest also.
You'd have to go back to what, almost 97?
Yes. And the fact that that mutiny happened in his party and he kept cool, he never jumped up around, he never went around, he just kept quiet, and we're seeing the results. It means he knows his ground well and he knows how to play his cards. And we need to respect him for that.
And by the way, you also have to respect him. I mean, he's worked with the deputy president, and at one point the deputy president was giving him quite some tough jibes that would come his way. But let me bring in something here. We've seen somebody who's held a gubernatorial position, became Speaker of the Senate, and is now a governor again. So, Kenneth Lusaka, is he a one-term governor twice?
Second-term
or
governor.
Or has he taken now? Or does this mean that this is the final run he has at a gubernatorial seat?
And lawyers, we will go to court for interpretation.
I will say, if it's not consistent 2 times, then it can't be considered as a second term.
With a break, he was not able to do things. But I think that when the Constitution says that you can only hold an office for 2 terms, it is 2 terms. And a term is defined as 5 years continuous, or I think it's beyond 4 years in case you are a deputy governor and you became governor because of the death or some other reason, removal of the governor, then that will be considered a full term. That has already been defined. So if the term has been defined in law, then it becomes very apparent. I don't want to say very clear, because it is not clear, because lawyers will go to court for an interpretation of the 2 terms still.
Okay, so let me just go to the law which you're going,
in my understanding, it's 2 terms.
Okay, Article 187, a person shall not hold office as a county governor for more than 2 terms or as a deputy county governor for more than 2 terms. It's as simple as that.
Yes. And now the only thing you look for is what is definition of a term in office.
Yes, that will be the key consideration.
That is the only thing
somebody will be approaching court. And I will advise them to take the constitution in Russia, where 2 terms means 2 terms, but you can leave somebody to come in and then come back later. So, but I think the law is clear, as Amelia said, that actually, if you've done your 2, you go home.
Is it really clear, or do you think this poses a grey area? Because, I mean, we have had leaders who would actually say, perhaps those that were first-time governors, and either they took a break or they did not, or they were not able to, defend those particular seats. Either they got to different positions or they just moved outside politics, and then now they are coming back again. So according to them, now this is considered as term number 1 again. So it means that in 2027, if they will still want to contest for that seat, they are still allowed. Don't you think that it just in itself poses a grey area?
I think if I may go fast, I think the word which we ought, if that was the spirit of the Constitution, then the word the drafters could have inserted there is actually consecutive, as it's missing.
It's missing.
So clearly if it's missing,
you interpret it.
Yes, 2 terms means 2 terms. It doesn't mean that you can do 1 now, you do 1 in 2035. That should be it.
The question that I've had people pose, and that I am also stumped by, is when they say, would it be considered differently if, for example, you are governor, as Governor Sonko was trying to be governor in
Nairobi, and then you now go and become governor in a new place. Would that be read differently? But of course, again, it doesn't say that governor in where, because the constitution allows you to run anywhere. It doesn't say that you need to run in this place or that place, or you cannot run this. So the term has been defined, but it's still a conversation that people have considered. But I had, for example, when Governor Kidero was trying to run in, was running in Homa Bay. He was consistently in his campaign conversations stating that I am a one-term person because I've done my one term. So I'm coming here for one term. So allow me to do this for you because I want to deliver, you know. So it was clear from that understanding that at least some of the governors understand that even if you're going to run in a different place, it will still be your second term of office.
Nonetheless, it's still a second term.
It's still a second term.
Okay, I mean, and again, just coming back to Bungoma, because you really looked at how things are happening there, even just with the jubilation of, you know, the Senate Speaker, that is Ken Lusaka, and looking at how the gubernatorial race had shaped itself, it was actually so to speak, a two-horse race between, you know, Ken Lusaka and the incumbent who is Wangamati. Yeah, exactly. So do you think that DAPK was the undoing of him defending this seat, Gibson?
I think so, because now with the coming in of the DAPK and the people behind it, Wamunyinyi also, who happens to come from Bungoma, if I'm not wrong, which I believe is from Bungoma. I think the aspect that I suspect he has lost already. If I'm not wrong, then that sends a clear message that the people dancing there in that auditorium were actually celebrating a local battle which has been won. That they need to be happy that we have trumped our, you know, like that battle with your neighbor, and then you win, you know, you become the village hero, and you tell people now, to all and sundry, this is how we're playing it, and you get the local respect from your home ground. You get the respect, and that is why I think for the governor now, Ken Lusaka, he needs to be proud. Do you know, I come back from the national government and we are taking this and we are calling these people to order. They cannot joke. Bungoma is Fort Kenya and it's Fort Kenya, nothing else. This DAPK thing or whatever it is, we don't want it, and it's a clear message that we belong in one basket, and this is the way we are going. We are setting pace for politics in this place, and we want to be known by Fort Kenya, which is a very strong message.
Well, talking about Bungoma, it's going to be interesting what happens, and not just about the gubernatorial, but let's think of the National Assembly. And it also brings up issues of, you know, a lot of integrity matters, I mean, about the people there. The returning officer for East simply said, listen, I'm not going to hand over a certificate to an agent of Didmus Maraza, and you got Waluke was out on bail pending an appeal. The question then is, how do people present themselves? And especially for Waluke, ideally if his appeal had not been accepted, he would not have been eligible to run for the national.
Would be serving time in prison.
He should be serving. Would be serving time, and his sentence basically does not allow him to run for parliamentary seat. Really,
it is really an unfortunate situation, because we are trying to inculcate values in our children. We are trying to create a culture of values and systems within the nation, but the message we are sending does not read in the same way with what we anticipate for the future. We keep saying that our children seem to be lost and we are losing our culture, and we are concerned about the kind of generation that we are bringing up, but here we are. All you need to do, and we were told by the CS Matiang'i that he was very concerned that we were going to vote in very many crooks and wash people, and I don't know what. He had many descriptions for the people who were going to come in, and we can see it now. Here is a person who is a leader, who should be caring for the people, and is accused of allegedly committing a horrific offense. And yet, even at that time, he's winning. So it's really, it tells a lot about our system of values. And I think that is why the conversation around values has remained alive to date. And I hope that the NCIC, together with the relevant ministry, will continue to pick it up with NCCK.
I mean, just when you look at the issue of values, leadership and integrity, I should say that this is the election whereby we have seen this chapter really coming to the fore, trying to dissect and understanding what does leadership, and integrity mean. Just in the run-up to the election, we had EACC present.
It doesn't matter what we say, it doesn't matter what we call out, he will still have to do this, and until he's satisfied and until he has read it out, then he'll have completed the process. It's the same thing if we knew that the law will apply and somebody is going to allow the law to apply when somebody has been accused of corruption or other issues that are morally incorrect for somebody you'd want to be in leadership. Then I think that even the officers and the institutions that have the mandate to do this would do it. Look at the example of when Governor Waiguru was CS and she was being taken before the committee. The house was full with legislators hanging there, and our person, we are friends of the committee, to intimidate the committee members so that that report will not lead to an indictment of the CS then. So you know that there'll be political interference, that it will make your life miserable. Then you wonder, is it worth it? So the independent officers that are meant to hold this say, let politics take the day. It's an unfortunate situation, considering, at least for me, where we had come from, where we removed a deputy chief justice from office simply because she tweaked somebody's nose. And we said that was so wrong for a person of that caliber, and she could not stay in office, and we removed her from office. And then we allow people to do horrendous things and they sit in office. It is unfortunate. She paid, in my opinion, a high price for nothing, because we have subsequently clawed back all those gains.
I think as Kenyans also we need to be, take a back seat and try to look at what it is that we want. Because also expecting members of parliament to actually pass legislations which are sound while they are the beneficiaries of the same is also trying to backfire on us, and we're expecting too much of them. Because if I know I'm going to benefit from it, why should I put such harsh laws to check me? And I'm going to benefit from it. So we also need to stand up and be able to come up with a mechanism in which we can say we need to have our integrity chapter implemented to the letter. Once we have that, then the constitution will be able to reverberate across our boundaries, as Maraga said. Once we have not made that goodwill and that decision, the politicians will continue taking advantage of it and making a mockery of the whole thing the way they are doing.
It's interesting.
All right. Gibson and Millie breaking it down with us as we are seated here on this hot table with in Arange. Now, more information coming through down from the different counties across the country about governors-elect, governors re-elected, and Shiksha Arora has got the news on that.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. So we've got some news that has just come in that ODM candidate Gladys Wanga becomes the first female governor in Nyanza region after defeating Wanga, I beg your pardon, that is Gladys Wanga, who became the first female governor in Nyanza region after defeating former Nairobi governor, that's Evans Kidero, in the Homa Bay gubernatorial contest. And these are the numbers that have come in. Gladys Wanga has managed 244,559. Evans Kidero has managed 154,182 votes, and Charles Rabudi has managed 1,244. So once again, Gladys Wanga becomes the first female governor in Nyanza region after defeating former Nairobi governor, that's Evans Kidero. We've also got news that that's coming in from Trans Nzoia County. Of course, Chris Wamalwa from Ford, Kenya conceded defeat earlier on, and we are yet to receive the final and official declaration that George Natembeya is going to be the governor of Trans Nzoia County. So we're waiting for them. They're just tallying in the results, and we have information that this is going to be coming very soon. So we're going to be giving you that information as well. We also have some information that's come in that Professor Anyang' Nyong'o has clinched the Kisumu gubernatorial seat. So we are going to be also giving you more information on that particular front. But for now, I'd like to bring in the panelists and just ask them what their thoughts are, starting off with Millie, with regards to Gladys Wanga becoming the first ever governor in Nyanza region. Millie?
Very exciting news. You know, one of the things that people have said about that region is that it's a very conservative region. We noted that even elected women at the level of legislators in the National Assembly, in the Senate, in the county assemblies has been minimal from that region. We know that the former Rift Valley province has led in the past, particularly in 2007. They had more females elected, particularly as councillors then, than male people. We know that the former Central province has also done pretty well with having women come in into elected leadership positions. So it's a good thing for us to see that the country is generally opening up, and even traditionally conservative areas are beginning to see that women can actually make good CEOs. So it's very exciting news, but we wish her the best as she starts the role, and we hope that she will do much better than the previous governor did.
Charity Ngilu and Ann Waiguru. This time round, we're seeing more women going for that seat.
Yes.
And they are really pushing for it. I think there have been more declarations in Kirinyaga at the moment. But what opportunities then does it create for a region that's considered conservative?
That's why I think she really needs to deliver, because look at Charity Ngilu, who came in last time. She did not vie, although her name appeared in the paper at the point of, in the polling paper, at the ballot papers at the time of polling, but she retreated from the campaigns so that she did not take up the second term. And it was said that for reasons that she was not sure she was going to win. So we would like to see more women who will deliver and will be re-elected. If Gladys Wanga delivers, she's pretty young. She would definitely be re-elected, and she would have an opportunity to set standards. Laboso, unfortunately, of course, passed away without concluding her term, and we know that Governor Waiguru is still struggling. We are, as you've said, we've had more declarations. So.
We're not just waiting the final declaration.
Yeah, so we want not just women elected, but they perform well enough such that they are re-elected, so that people will not say that when you give a woman that position, it's a mistake. Yes.
I mean, what does this do to the 2,000 general rule? We have had particularly this conversation again in this election, just trying to say that it's quote-unquote a mirage. Since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, there's a provision for that, but it's not quite there yet. We say that we are almost, but not quite there yet. When you look just at our history from 2013 to 2017, now we are in 2022, and again, there's also that possibility of having at least this number increase from what it was in 2017, from 3 to, a possible increased number. But then what does it say about this 2,000 general rule that has really been a conversation in our politics?
I think we are trying to pick up the debate. I think given by the number of women who have offered themselves for elective politics, let's hope the numbers will translate into them winning. We are going to see a positive change. Kenyans are coming to terms that, we've tried men for so long, let's try a woman this time. If there is a competent woman there in the ballot, I think Kenyans are trying to accept that. But the aspect of the two-thirds gender rule, I think we jumped into the equation so fast, even that we think we did not anticipate ourselves being in this particular conundrum for this long. We thought that given that Uganda, given that Rwanda and Tanzania, they have big numbers of women in parliament, it was automatic for us to also just translate that by just having it in the constitution, which was quite unfortunate. It was quite unfortunate. We ought to have read the ground and be able to have come up with systemic ways of implementing this. I think there has been something of a sort of advisory on the same, that this can be realized over time, and I think we're pretty much going to expect a lot of women to be elected to the National Assembly through the ballot, and of course we will of course see some other elected to governors. There was an argument that now that we cannot have women elected to parliament, let the running mates be women. That was also another some way of trying to cure the shame which is already with us, but I didn't quite see so many people choose women running mates for candidate for running mates in the elections. But I think that is a discussion we'll continue having till we get it right.
Yeah, till we get there. But also again, Millie, to just rope you again on that particular two-thirds gender issue, and we know that where we've come from even as a country when it comes to two-thirds gender rule, from when we just would really stick so much into affirmative seats, and oftentimes we've had that conversation that when it comes to women, they're just so used to affirmative seats. I mean, now that we are slowly transiting to elective politics, particularly at least for women, women are now looking into this seat and trying to also just put themselves out there. What happens to this conversation of matters to do with affirmativeness? Because again, much as we're transiting there, when you just speak to Kenyans, you realize that sometimes there's just that sort of, I should say, lack of proper belief in women leadership, because again of the issue that they're used to affirmative seats. They're just used to be given.
The beauty is that we are having more and more examples of women who are using affirmative action properly for what it is meant for. Affirmative action is supposed to be a stopgap measure. It is not supposed to be eternal. We had, for example, Cecily Parire, who first came in as a nominated member of parliament. She subsequently came back elected. And she then went to try and run for the gubernatorial, lost, came back as nominated again, and now she's got good chances of becoming one of the other female governors, if all goes well for her. Now, we've also seen, for example, Millie Mabona came in first as nominated, and then subsequently went and fought in the open seats with men and women, and has been able to clinch the seat. I think this is the third time she's coming back again as an elected leader. We've seen the governor we are talking about just now, Gladys Wanga, who came in twice on an affirmative action seat, the women's seat. And when people were getting very frustrated with the women who come back again in the affirmative action, she has moved out and gone for the big seat, really big seat, the governor, and she has gotten it, she's clinched it. So I think when we have more examples that way, then Kenyans will begin to understand the value or appreciate the value of having affirmative action that exposes women to the bravery of participating in public life. I remember that when we were after the passing of the current constitution, when we were setting up the judges and vetting board, they had to re-advertise the position because there were no female applicants for the position. So they had to re-advertise. And organizations such as FIDA had to go out and encourage their membership that please apply and take them through a process of how do you engage with public interviews for public positions where people will raise questions, because women are generally much more conservative or private than men are. So when you give them this opportunity to engage publicly, they realize, well, it's not as bad as I thought. It's doable. I can grow a thick skin and be able to engage in it. And the more examples we have, the better it will be for us, because the younger ladies who are coming up will be able to engage in elective politics.
Also to mention, we are seeing dynamics whereby women who are even in the boardroom, who have served in very big scales in the corporate sector, they have now come out of the boardrooms and said, we have done it there, let's do it for the people, for our people. That is the case of, I think, for Nakuru, for Nakuru Senate. Senatorial, we've seen the lady for Keroche. She's one lady who has done so well, and now that she can actually come out and be running for a Senate seat, it's quite commendable that she's a light to a lot of women out there. So we will be having this kind of discussion that if she did it, we can do it. There's also another very interesting aspect I will want to throw into the span, is the aspect that women also in Kenya, she's longer said that are conservative. Kenya does not give room for conservatism. You have to fight it out. It's not also easy for the men. If you want to be a leader, present yourself out there, try out your ideas, be seen doing something, market yourself. Women are very good at marketing themselves as opposed to men. So this should be very easy for them if they were to actually apply themselves in that particular respect. And most interestingly, we're in the 21st century, we have internet, and instead of going for this marketing, these other different things, they should actually be trying to cut out the ideas as leaders, and that will of course endear them to the people. We had very difficult eras where the likes of Wangari Maathai, the likes of the now running mate for Azimio, Mother Karua, those are very strong iron ladies. Mother Karua was very, when I was young, I used to admire, because at one point she walked out of President Moi's the ceremony is on, which nobody else could think of.
Who contested against Nicholas B. Watt.
Exactly. Those are some of the limelights. We had the Wavinya and Ndeti now coming up very strong, believing that we're going for this thing, and I hope she wins. These are some of the people who are really offering the way, and the young lady should be able to look into this and be able to follow through. I have hope that we're going to get there. We are on the right track.
I believe we are. And with the amount of mentoring they will get from these other ladies, even Charity Ngilu. I remember the first time Charity Ngilu coming up as a presidential candidate, people thought she was a joke, but she stayed right there. She stayed right there, and today she's been a presidential candidate, she's been a governor, and it's a good thing.
A CS. And actually a presidential candidate. She started off from a presidential in 1997. She came to my area campaign.
Same to Martha in 2013.
Actually, the fact that they are even Mother Karua is actually running.
Mother Karua ran for president in 2013.
Exactly.
As the only woman. As the only woman in the whole podium. And that is commendable.
We also had Julia Ojambo, who at one point was Kalonzo Musyoka's running.
Yes, that was 2007.
Yes.
Sure.
So, and also now, let's talk about Kisumu. We've seen Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, he's been re-elected, and one of the things that people say when you go to Kisumu, you say they say you're going to Europe. What's been the transformation? What would be his? This is his final term. Once he's sworn in, what would be the foundations, or what would be the legacy that he would want to leave in Kisumu, Millie?
I think that he would just want to finish the projects that he started. He has done very well in building up on the infrastructure that had been planned by the first county government and actually implementing it.
Governor Ranguma.
Yes. He has set up the markets that had been talked about. He has ensured that Kisumu relatively looks clean and well organized and planned, and now he should expose the county to more opportunities, economic opportunities. I remember at one time he was really selling some of these economic forums or diets that were being hosted in Kisumu, and the fact that it was going to give people an opportunity to do certain things. So I think within this next term, now that he's put structures in place, he should begin to get that conversation growing so that it will become a hub of economic activity and not just a beautiful hub, nice looking, neat and well planned and organized hub, but now move it to the next level so that more and more people would want to invest and settle there.
I think for me, I would want to see a Kisumu which is now vibrant, because if you go to Kisumu by around 8, you find that everybody has slept. So I would want to see a Kisumu where I can just take a flight which is 35 minutes. But I don't know, have you tried it? Yes, it's 35 minutes, you land in Kisumu.
Yeah.
So I would want to see a Kisumu where people are doing business non-stop. It's across the lake is Kampala, it's Entebbe. The other side is we want to see even Rwanda on the other side. We want to see a Kisumu where the airport is actually working, to be a full-fledged, not where a flight lands and then as it leaves we wait for the next one. So if we could be able to see more industries which could attract more business and more people being employed, we will also see aspects of with industries, could be the East African trade and such things. It's a transport hub. Those are some of the things which will keep bringing money, and Kisumu should be able to reverberate to become the economic engine of the region. As they say now, Kisii is pretty much in the whole of the western region. So if Kisumu comes in, it would be another because now it would be reflecting the aspects of Kakamega, which is also like an hour away from Kisumu. These things are interconnected. So if Kisumu wakes up as a sleeping giant, it's going to wake up with Kakamega, it's going to wake up with Viga, it's going to wake up with the other towns, and even the economic trade within Kenya and Uganda and even Tanzania by extension should be able to come up. And the President Uhuru Kenyatta really tried to set up some few things, which is really something which we need to commend him for. Now we have a shipyard which is making ships in Kisumu. Do you imagine you can purchase your boat in Kisumu, a new one, not an old one, a new one brand, and that is interesting. And the aspect of tourism, if you go to Kisumu, we don't have so many hotels. We need to see ecotourism. We need to start seeing big conferences being taken, like the one which happened.
The Afro Cities.
The Afro Cities, which was very good. And the infrastructure is pretty much improved. If you go to Kisumu, you like it. The aspect of jams is not there because they have dual waste now. And that is very interesting. So if we can be able to take advantage of that and transform the things around those areas, we will be able to see a Kisumu which is going to be the next city of a city of the future.
Well, actually, something that I want to come up, I've listened to a lot of conversations all across, and one of the things that Professor Nyang' Nyong'o had tried to do was change the whole aspect of how health is managed in Kisumu. Makes no sense if you've got to be flown from Kisumu to come for specialized treatment in Nairobi. What are the opportunities, given that health is now, I would say, is that while the policy is national, the actual implementation is local.
It's on the ground.
There's a massive opportunity for that. And Professor Nyang' Nyong'o is a planner par excellence. I hope that he will now move to the next level, having planned, and ensure that the Jaramogi Oginga Hospital is revamped, and that he gives real life. He has worked in the health ministry at a national level. He understands the benefits and the management of planning and ruling out health policy. So we expect much better. I think even at the time when he came in as governor, in the Council of Governors, if I'm not wrong, he was chair of the health committee at one point. So everybody knows that he has got this understanding of that, and we've seen that health is the next big threat to the world. If a virus can bring the entire world to a halt for 2 years, he's got opportunity to open research centers, and get medical teams out there that would be able to be doing research on how to deal with some of this, what do you call them?
Contagion.
Yes.
Contagion, yes.
Yeah, contagious diseases and all these bacterial things that we are being told will be the next big weapons that will bring World War III if we are to have one. So if he was able to do that, it would bring more focus into that area, because this is a discourse that many people would be interested in engaging in, and it's something that many people would want to coalesce around.
I mean, still sticking with the politics of Kisumu, I mean, just with the win of Governor Nyong'o there as, again, the second-term governor. Are we seeing party politics also playing in terms of, again, also just affirming that this is an area largely dominated by ODM, and also MDG that Ranguma tried to, save this particular seat? Was it also one of those undoing? And then how dominant or how important is a party in an area?
I think it's for Kisumu. I think there's nothing you can tell them. If you are a different politician, even the president, even when he goes there, he has to be very careful on what he says, because that is a very charged crowd, and it's the political backyard of Azimio, presidential candidate, and if you don't speak something in relation to that, you are in the wrong place. Those are people who can deal with you in a matter of minutes. So party politics is very big in Kisumu, and if you're not with the local party, you are out of place. You are out of place. But interestingly, they are also very dynamic, given that Shakir has also been winning the seat, given that he's from a minority tribe.
And is independent.
Yes, and even this time I'm informed he's independent.
Yes, even like last time.
That speaks to something that they also see value in what somebody can be able to do, and that is very encouraging. I have a match that is from the minority, and I have a match that he could not be able to resonate with the big party. So that's an exception, because given that previously I think he was also in ODM before he left to be an independent, but his work speaks for him. Kisumu, I think, just to answer your question, if you're not in ODM, then you better be sure what you're seeking, whether you will get it.
Party politics is very key, I think, there, because if you remember, Governor Nyong'o, the truth is, he seemed to have been forced down the throat of the people of Kisumu in his first term. And there was a lot of resistance before the election was coming up, and people thought no. In fact, at the time when he had become senator, he was one of the politicians who people were laughing at, with very few billboards having been displayed. But when he became governor, he delivered. He was able to actually work. And I think it worked well for him and for the party, because the previous governor who had been there had had a term that was pretty wrangled with a lot of issues between the governor and the deputy. So this ability to be able to work without too much squabbles for Governor Anyang' Nyong'o made the party, gave the party oomph and some impetus in consolidating the membership within Kisumu County. So that was able to again rejuvenate his second attempt at going for his second and final term, according to the current constitutional dispensation. But the truth of the matter is that much as people think that it is true, one of the ODM strongholds as a party, but it has also consistently recognized leaders who may not necessarily be in the party. Olagwa Luoch has been there with a Ford Kenya ticket for years. He only lost it this time when he went on a DAP ticket to Rosa Buya, another woman coming in an elected position. So he only lost it this time. Shakil has been there as ODM. He came in last time as independent and has come back for second term as independent. So it is true that there is, it is largely ODM stronghold, but they are able to recognize good leadership when they see it.
Yes. Now, I'm saying Shikshana Magical, clearly she has some numbers for us, but before we get there, still sticking on that party politics issue and the independence, so to speak, we are also seeing, we've seen the same play in Homa Bay. As we look at Gladys Wanga, it was just a tiff, I should say, or again a two-horse race between Wanga and Kidero, and this actually came to the fore during the nominations. And we saw Kidero saying, I'll still want to be this particular race, and I'll go on an independent ticket. But Gladys still clinched the seat on an ODM ticket. So can we also, just on a larger scope, look at Nyanza, much as, yes, you're saying that, you know, they can be able to see a good leader, recognize one and spot one when they see one. But again, looking at the party politics, they're in Kidero again just coming in Homa Bay as an independent, but he wasn't able to clinch that particular seat. Was it because he was an independent? And this is largely an ODM-dominated area?
It is largely an ODM-dominated area, and I think that even this time round, the ODM chairman, who had initially been vying for the gubernatorial seat against Gladys Wanga, came out and supported the candidature of ODM in the entire region, and went round to campaign in everywhere within Nyanza, former Nyanza province. So I think that that also helped it. And the fact that the community has been able to see the benefit of the party being able to play at the national level, bringing some benefit to the ground, that when your party has a voice that can be heard at the national level, it can replicate into something concrete at your local level, has enabled the members or the members of the community to remain a little bit more loyal to the party.
I mean, Gibson, just listen to what Millie is saying. Clearly, we are what you're drawing there is that at the end of the day, party politics, whether you like it or not, in a region specific, they play a key factor. Just like the way we are seeing the areas of Uasin Gishu, we have seen UDA dominated in that particular area. But again, where does this leave the issue of nominations, so to speak? Because over time, we've said that our nominations are oftentimes a sham. And you've seen, so to speak, leaders that could be termed as good leaders being locked out because of nomination process. Either a party just feels that we want to award this person, either because of their loyalty, so we'll give them the ticket, but so to speak, they may not really translate to good leaders. Where does this leave the good leaders at the end of the day with how our nominations are in this country?
You see also, it's good you are saying that, where does it leave the good leaders? But democracy is accessed through the majority, and if the majority are in a party, you should be in a party. If you want to join a party, you have to follow the rules or follow the protocol. So the parties have their own regulations and other issues which they look at before giving a ticket to somebody. And that is where our constitution anticipates that now if you want to feel like the party is not the place where you want to apply your democracy, go it out alone and become an independent. That is also a very interesting aspect that our constitution anticipates and actually applies. But what I would want to say is that party politics or our parties ought to be strengthened and be impulsed, because I have a feeling that party politics in Kenya is a joke. Our parties are not parties which are sustainable, because after every election we keep washing them and changing them, rebranding them, and you can't tell which party is which, because it goes around, it resonates around personalities, which is not a good thing. We need to build parties which can be able to withstand the test of time, like the parties of South Africa. We have the NC party, which is pretty strong, which if you are not in ANC, you should try something else. We have other smaller parties coming up, but ANC is still there. We have the same story in Tanzania. I like what Museveni has done in Uganda with the NRM party, whereby people have to play loyalty to a party. But that also has its also downside, but where there's a what is called now dictatorship within the party, that if you're not here, you can go out and hang. If we throw you out, we have thrown you to the dogs. So in a sense, we can say Kenya, we are a democratic nation, whereby we will want to test everyone out. That's where we have the independence, where you feel if you disagree with your party post, you go out there and stand it alone. And the Kidero gave it a good show. He really gave Gladys Wanga a run for her money, but still the party remained strong, and people decided that, no, we're going for the big thing. We cannot shame Mzee, and then Wanga has been at it for the longest. I think Kidero's speed came a little late. Wanga, from 2017, Wanga has been, I want this thing. And that goes to the personality of who Wanga is. She's a go-getter. She wants something, she focuses on it and goes for it, and she has been rewarded for it, and we need to thank her. That's why we tell women, if you are out there and you are gunning for something, start early, do something about it, let people know. Don't show up the last minute and you say, I was in the race, now I've been beaten. You need to be out there, you need to be demonstrate that we actually want the thing. To the level of a party chairman stepping down for you and campaigning for you, that I think was very beautiful for the party and actually for the chairman, and it shows that even Mbadi himself believed that Wanga will deliver it, and he has actually gone ahead and delivered it.
I mean, I'd also like to just bring Millie very quickly on this one. I mean, you're talking about particularly our parties, and we are agreeing that at the end of the day, party politics have a big stake in our politics. But why, aside from personalities, which Gibson has mentioned, why is it so difficult to just sustain parties? And we have seen that over time. A party that has sponsored a particular even candidate to the seat of presidency, after 2 terms, that party has faded into thin air. You almost even won't hear of it.
You know, sometimes I find that a difficult conversation to have, because it is really not true. We have built parties over time. ODM is almost 20 years old. Ford Kenya is over 20 years old. Safina Party, which fielded candidates, has been there and is relatively stable as a political party. Even PNU, that produced a presidential candidate as well at one point. So I think that sometimes we get used, we refer to the generalities too much, that we forget to look at the specifics and realize that as a country, we are growing political parties. We are. Jubilee now has been there for going to 8 years. It was revamped recently, and hopefully it will still keep going strong.
But it's the level of popularity that actually just goes down after a while.
Yes, but the party remains, and they still retain people. Even NAC Kenya, NAC Kenya still has, and it had elected members of parliament at the county assembly, if I remember, elected MCAs. After the 2017 general elections. Now Kenya, which people think perhaps is not there anymore, it is still there. It is just that when we get a new party come in, we have so much focus on it, and then we lose the focus of the in the party after the general election. Yes.
Okay, well said. I mean, Shiksha, on the other side, on our magic wall, what more numbers do you have for us? I mean, it's all about numbers and numbers.
Absolutely. I was actually waiting for you to pass it over to me, because I've been really wanting to tell you about the numbers. There's a lot actually that's happening right now.
It's your moment. It's your moment.
There's a lot that's going on, and remember, we have to tell you as it happens right here. So we've got Paul Otuoma, who is actually Funyala ex-MP, who has managed to get the Busia County seat. He managed 164,478 votes, and he clinched that particular seat against John Sakwa of ANC, who emerged second with 92,144 votes. Of course, remember, we're still waiting to hear about the official announcement of George Natembeya, who's supposed to be winning the Trans Nzoia seat, the governor's seat, against Chris Wamalwa, who is the former Kiminini MP. We've got Kenneth Lusaka of Ford Kenya, and Senate Speaker Kenneth Lusaka has bounced back to county governorship after flooring the incumbent Wycliffe Wangamati. He managed to gain 244,298 votes. Now, moving on, as I announced earlier on, of course, Trans Nzoia has also managed to get the seat which I told you about, but we were talking about Gladys Wanga, who is the ODM party candidate of Homa Bay, and she has managed 244,559 votes to become the first female governor of Homa Bay County. This is against Evans Kidero, former Nairobi governor, who came second, managed 154,182 votes. Now, moving on, we've got Stephen of UDA party, and he managed to get 237,045 votes, followed by former Governor Cleophas Lagat, who's an independent candidate with 54,375 votes. Let's just move on to what exactly is happening in Migori County, where Ochilo Ayako has managed to get 175,226 votes of ODM party to actually become the governor of Migori County, and this is against John Pesa, who's come second with 126,171 votes. Moving on to West Pokot County, Simon Kachapin of UDA had garnered 86,476 votes to trounce incumbent Governor John Lonyangapuo. We've also got an update coming from Kisumu County, where Anyang' Nyong'o of ODM has retained his seat, that is the Kisumu County gubernatorial seat, by getting 319,957 votes against Jack Ranguma, who's also former governor of Kisumu County back in 2013-2017, who managed 100,600 votes on the MDG ticket. So yes, as we continue to get information with regards to the gubernatorial seats right here, we'll be updating you as IEBC continues to announce these results. And of course, we also had more information that Bensouda Atieno was also declared the Homa Bay County Women Representative, that is ODM candidate Bensouda Atieno, former Kisumu County, right? So we are going to be giving you more information as we get them. So it's all about the numbers, it's all about the declarations, and of course the announcements of who the governors are for this year's election, as IEBC has been doing so the entire night. So we've been getting these updates and we'll continue to do so. So I'd like to pass it on to the panel, of course, the analysts in studio. We've got Gibson and we have Millie as well. Millie, let's talk about, Busia County. Of course, he's managed 164,478. That's Paul Otuoma, and he came in the ODM ticket. Coming up second, we have John Sako of ANC, who emerged second with 92,144 votes. So we have been seeing a lot of shift in terms of trends, in terms of, the governors who are elected, some who have obviously lost their seats as well, and of course, those who managed to retain their seats. So what do you think is going to happen moving on in terms of these trends? Do you think we'll have a lot more, governors who will continue to retain their seats as we continue to monitor these trends? Millie?
I think so. I think so, because it's pretty hard to remove an incumbent.
Yes.
Because they have the resources, they have the networks. People are already seeing what they have been able to put on the ground. So unless their networking has been very weak, it is a bit difficult to remove them, unless they're in the wrong wave at the moment. But I'm just surprised that you gave us a long list. I was waiting for Nairobi. But
I have a very strong feeling that Nairobi is probably going to be the last one. So for that, we'll probably have to wait up until, 6 a.m. or tomorrow. Who knows? Saturday morning?
When IEBC will release that.
What about you, Gibson? As we continue to monitor these trends, as I mentioned earlier on, we have been seeing a lot of trends from the past, a lot of governors actually being re-elected. And Millie righteously mentioned that, they have the networks, they have power, of course, they have a strong base in their particular area. So it is difficult to, remove them and get that seat. But we've also seen the likes of Gladys Wanga, who's actually ended up becoming the first ever female governor for Homa Bay County. So, these trends, I feel like you can't really monitor them as such, and you can't really know what exactly the future is going to hold. So we are going to continue, finalizing these details as IEBC gives us this information. But yeah, what are your thoughts with regards to, some of these governors actually getting thrown off their seats, and why do you think that is so?
I think for a governor to lose while he's a sitting governor is a big joker, or he actually didn't plan his game well, because governor is a very powerful seat. You have all the resources, you have all the connections within the county, you have all the machinery in terms of communication, as opposed to somebody who's coming in with his own resources and starting to start from afresh. So it becomes very difficult to remove a governor, given the aspect of incumbency and the things I've said. The other aspect is also, for the few who have lost, is because of which party, which side are they, as Milia said, the networking, where have they been doing their networks from? So that, of course, having been elected first, you already know your strong points and your strongholds and your strong people. So it's building them. So if you go and leave them, abandon them, and leave your party politics, then you are likely to lose. So it's about the strategy and how they want to play their game, and nobody wants to lose power. So that's where we are seeing a lot of incumbents coming back, because they have become better at their game, as opposed to somebody who is coming as a new person, and you have to start laying your ground afresh. It becomes a challenge.
Now, let me talk about that, because you've mentioned, I'll mention these counties. I'll mention Migori County, Homa Bay County. those are two, and also, which have been announced, those two counties did not have an incumbency.
Yes.
So it creates a new scenario that hasn't happened in the country. I mean, in the case of Bungoma, we've already had that how would I describe? How would I describe it? I mean, Governor-elect Lusaka is now a priest who's offering sacrifice, but he's not been ordained. He has said, we want the following.
Yes.
But as far as you know, he's still Speaker of the Senate.
Yes.
Not Governor of Bungoma. Yes. But in this case, it's a pure transition for Okoth Obado and for Homa Bay, Cyprian Awiti. Really, what's the way forward here when it comes to transition? It's because we are going to witness it for the first time where there is a non-incumbency. So these people have got nothing to lose, but they've got to go. And also in the case of Busia, where Dr. Paulo Toma has been elected, because Hospital Jamong is also leaving office.
I suspect that in a number of them we're going to see what we saw in Bungoma, where they'll come up with a list of demands for reports
register of assets,
on assets and pending things and
bank accounts,
and bank accounts. I think for a number of them we'll have that. I doubt we'll have as much for Homa Bay County, because the outgoing governor actually even campaigned for Gladys Wanga, who is now coming in. So that transition should be a little bit more cordial, so to speak. But I think we will see a lot of that, because when they come in, they will come in guns blazing. And when you've participated in elections, you know that the minute it is called, the haters begin. We immediately begin ousting you. As soon as you have been elected, we start seeing reasons why you should go out. So for those people,
you become an enemy of development before you do anything.
So for those people who are seasoned politicians, they know that as soon as they come in, they have to already start finding places where they can point fingers should there be a problem, and it will be on those governors. I just hope that we will not create a culture of witch hunting, so that governors will be desperate not to leave.
Well, I'll just mention this, is that there are 21 non-incumbencies in the country. 21 of the 26 counties in the country are going to have new governors. They have served 2 terms each, and already, Kisii County, a new governor is going to have a new governor. Migori, Homa Bay, Busia is another one. Think of Kakamega, Nakuru. Nakuru is not one of them. It's Narok. You can think of Uasin Gishu, Mombasa, Kakamega, Makueni, Machakos, Moranga is another one. Embu County is another. So Gibson, let's take a look at all of this and where the playouts come in.
I think it's a very interesting juncture. It's akin to changing leadership at the top of the presidency. So these countries will get new policies. They will also be able to get new blood, and new people will be doing things differently, which I think is a plus for them. It will be bad for them if they get somebody who actually undoes or doesn't do anything, as it were, because now you will have lost. If you had a very hard-working or a workaholic governor, you get a joker who leaves office at 3 and it shows up at 11 and shows up tomorrow at 4. Well, everything has been left. So basically, not that the governors have to be in office throughout, because they have to be out there doing some other things, but in a matter of speaking, the aspect of somebody not working literally is what I'm trying to speak to. Because we had situations where we had a governor who used to wake up at around 12.
All right, let's just take an interruption and move over to Uasin Gishu County, and let us listen in to the announcements that are being announced. And remember, our reporter out there is Timothy Kibnusu. Over to Uasin Gishu at the Eldoret National Polytechnic.
138. For Arab Kilwa William Kipkemboi, he had a total of 6,143. Bulotit Zedekiah Buzeki our Senator, Mandago Jackson Kiplagat, please come, and Chelilim Jonathan B.
usizuie sisi hawa watu wengi wanakuta wanakuwa hata kuuliza kama kungojea kama ubaya ama hapa hapa kukaa chini ama uende uketi ile kiti ama uketi kwa ile kiti unaweza piga huko na huko.
All right, as you can see, that is the latest coming in from Uasin Gishu County as IEBC declares, of course, and tells us who the winner is for the gubernatorial race. For governor, remember Jonathan B, aka Koti Moja, is from UDA party, managed 214,000 votes. Coming in second, we've got Zedekiah Bundotich, who got 127,013 votes. So yes, Uasin Gishu governor, as we've heard it from IEBC, is now Jonathan B. So those are the scenes that you're seeing live on your television screens, live from Uasin Gishu. Of course, our reporter Kipnusu is giving us the latest in terms of what exactly is happening. So once again, Uasin Gishu governor has just been announced by IEBC live in Uasin Gishu. As you can tell, Jonathan B managed 214,000 votes from UDA, and Zedekiah Bundotich coming in second at 127,013 votes. So yes, we will continue to update you with regards to who is winning these gubernatorial seats. IEBC has been announcing these results for the majority of the night, and we've been bringing to you the latest as we get them. So remember, you just have... All right, my director has just updated me that we'll have to go right back to Uasin Gishu as there's an update.
Jonathan B is 214,036. Okay. I'll then proceed and issue the certificates. The certificate I'm issuing is the certificate of the elected senator for Wasingishu County in the election held on 9th day of August 2022. Signed by myself.
believing in what we are going to do together, and I'm so happy, and I know we'll travel this journey together, and finally we will be winners at the end of the day.
What should we expect from you as priority agenda that needs to be addressed?
Wasingishu is agricultural infrastructure. And remember, right now we are going into what we call digital transformation, and we want to see how ICT and e-government can help our county, and many others, many more. Nguso Nikumi. I'm telling Wasingishu people and of course our country at large that we need to be calm, because though they have provided us as a hotspot, we have proved them wrong. We have had elections in the past. 2013 we had an election and it ended well and we were in peace. So was the 2017 and now 2022. We want to prove them wrong. Wasingishu, though we are cosmopolitan, many people living here, we wish to live together in peace, and we wish to advance our peace agenda. It's the only commodity that makes sense now. The first 900 days, we want to see the issue of health sector. We want to address the issue of health sector to make sure that we have sufficient drugs in our hospitals. We also want to address the issue of our youth and empowerment, and because we are going into transformation, digital transformation age, we are going to move into that direction very fast and very soon.
One of the agendas we have is to make sure that all devolved functions, plus the funds meant for those devolved functions, actually move to counties. We all know a lot of money has remained in agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture in Nairobi. Money has remained in the Ministry of Health in Nairobi that were meant for devolved function. It is important that we ensure that those resources go to counties so that governors and the executive can be able to decide that function. Particularly, we in Kenya Kwanza, we believe we must provide an NHIF that caters for all forms of treatment. We must make sure that money that is meant for the health function is devolved, so that counties can then improve on our health facilities, improve on the human resource aspect, and equip the same facilities. So that even as we go ahead to give NHIF cards, we want to make sure that counties have capacity to give those services. There are also legislations that have been passed in the past that are contrary to the Constitution and impede on devolution. And those are some of the laws we have actually as a Council of Governors prepared a list of 67 pieces of legislation that go against the Constitution. Some of them we have even had rulings from the court, but National Assembly was yet to make the amendment. So it is also our responsibility to make sure that all legislation that have been passed contrary to the Constitution or those that impede on devolution are actually amended or done away with.
Labda ya mwisho kabla uondoke, unajulikana kwa ile phrase uliambia watu wasiweke siasa kwa mapafu ama waeke kwa mapafu waachilie. When Wasingishu County was listed as one of the hotspots, do you feel like this election season that
listed by those who are against the progress of this country, and they were listed not based on any information. I have said and I have repeated time and again, as the governor of this country, we have made sure that the communities that live here stay cohesively. And it is not me. We have peace committees all the way from the sub-location level. So if there was an issue, there is no way you'll tell me that somebody from a sub-location will not know. What we want to tell NCIC and others who have been negatively branding this county is they should actually stop. And we should even be contemplating taking them to court for giving us a bad name and a sad name. Finally, let me also say to you, the media, and particularly citizens, you must learn to have balanced news. You are completely so biased in your reporting in the entire campaign period. And even the tallying that was going on in your station, we are worried whether it was meant to really give Kenyans the full information or you are stuck. Did I see the leader of Azimio in your station in Nairobi? Was it a tallying center for Azimio?
I'm not aware.
Asante.
Finally, Governor, the final question.
Shiksha, that is statements from leaders who have been given the certificate this very evening here at Eldoret National Polytechnic, and that has been the Senator-elect Uasin Gishu County, Jackson Mandago, who served for 2 terms here in Uasin Gishu County, and talking about dismissing claims that Uasin Gishu County is a hotspot area, saying this is an area where peace has prevailed, and residents here are waiting the results, particularly the presidential results, in earnest, and they do not have any intention of causing violence in this country. And based on the results that have been given, Mandago has taken a huge lead together with Jonathan B. Chelilim, now the governor-elect, and also Gladys Boss. Actually, remember an hour or 2 hours ago, there was a scuffle, and some of the candidates were worried, and actually they were impatient about the results being taken long to be released here in Uasin Gishu County. And of course, another issue that has come out clearly by the governor-elect, that is Koti Moja, is that he's going to address a number of issues here in Uasin Gishu County, ranging from health, also matters to do with education. Once he takes over power, of course, now he's been given the mandate by the county returning officer here in Uasin Gishu County, or at Uasin Gishu Talent Center, Irene Mutai. And therefore, there is a number of issues that we're waiting to see to unfold, particularly Uasin Gishu County, even as we are waiting for the presidential results to be announced by the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And I'm joined by my colleague Eric Biegon. Eric Biegon, we've been here following up on the results, or of course on what is happening in Uasin Gishu County from day one, when we were just before the polls. Kenyans went to the poll, just to dissect about this particular election, and of course Uasin Gishu County being the political bedrock for William Samoei Arap Ruto. What do you have to say about the whole process, and particularly for the gubernatorial position, senatorial position, and the woman rep position?
Kipnusu, first of all, we must tell our viewers that we've been here since around 9:30 p.m. awaiting this very result. Earlier on, when we went on air, you informed them that there was a bit of some commotion here with Governor Mandago, who is now the new senator-elect for Uasin Gishu, and Chelilim and their supporters coming here just pushing and pressurizing the county returning officer to release the results. And we understand that the results, yes, delayed, and it was largely because of the situation in Tarbo constituency, which is the largest constituency here in Uasin Gishu County, with a total of 120,000 voters. And so, yes, it delayed because even the constituency results themselves for the MP were announced around 8:30 p.m. And remember, they had to be tabulated, they had to be keyed in. And so the process between announcing the county senator, the county governor, the woman rep had to take that longer time, not because of anything else, but because the IEBC officials needed to confirm and to certify that indeed the results from Tarbo and every other constituency from the 6 constituencies here had been tabulated. What we see from the announcement that has just been made by the county returning officer, Irene Mutai, is that UDA has won big in Uasin Gishu, and it was expected. I mean, this is the home turf. This is the political bedrock of Deputy President William Ruto. But then there is also the question of the turnout. As you heard from the returning officer, we have about 71 to 73% turnout for the poll from this county where the Deputy President is coming from, if you ask analysts out there, then it will be like not so much impressive, but all the same, UDA, those who went for positions either for the governor, the MP, the senator, woman rep, they've carried the day.
Before we finish, it is very important to know that a number of legislators that were in the 12th Parliament have been shown the door. 3 constituency cases, that is also Moiben and Anapkoi. What does it mean for Deputy President and also the independent wave in this particular county as we went up?
For the very particular constituencies that you mentioned, remember cases, Moiben, and Ainabkoi, these are legislators who are not so much pro-Deputy President William Ruto. They had, their allegiance elsewhere, and that is why in the first place they didn't get to get the nominations for the United Democratic Alliance. And so when it came to the election, really, it wasn't hard for them then again to lose those seats, because the wave of UDA around this region can be felt, can be seen in every position.
Thank you very much. There you have it, Shiksha Arora, there, the Broadcasting House. Sentiments from my colleague, senior reporter Eric Yegon, about Uasin Gishu County, one of the areas that all has been focused on. Bearing in mind, it is the political bedrock for William Samara Ruto, who is the United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate, and of course, undisputed the Kalenjin or Rift Valley kingpin, bearing in mind that a number of legislators have managed to capture the UDA seat from the members of parliament, ranging from Tarbo constituency, that is also Keses constituency, Kapseret constituency, Panapkoi constituency, and Soi constituency. And from me, Timothy, we can still get some sentiments from a number of leaders who want to be. The governor is talking here to give the sentiments about the expectation that we are actually having here. The celebration is underway. My colleague Shiksha Arora, and perhaps can engage the governor directly. Governor, be alive on KBC Channel 1. Perhaps, what is your message to the Uasin Gishu County residents having elected you as the governor?
First, I'm so elated, I'm so excited, and I'm very, very thankful from the bottom of my heart for the people of Uasin Gishu having elected me, and I want to promise that I will serve them. I had my own pillars or agenda, or what we call Ngusokumi, which I would wish to fulfill together with my deputy governor here, and I'm so grateful they have given me this opportunity. Now wait and see, we are going to perform.
What do you expect in terms of ensuring that Uasin Gishu County works with other counties to ensure that this particular notion that has been there, that is a hotspot area, can be lifted?
The so-called hotspot area is false, because we've had elections in the past. We had election 2013 and we were peaceful. We had election 2017 and we saw that peace that we required. And this time they have said many things, including militia and the wrong things they were trying to perceive that they are here in this county. But you have seen it by yourself that we've just had this election. And now we have been declared it is a peaceful election. So we want to tell the people that you should not profile Uasin Gishu. We are cosmopolitan people. We have been with these people for many years. So please, they should also know that we mean well for this country. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There you have it, and that is the governor-elect Jonathan B. Echelelem, famously known as Koti Moja. Remember that name was branded by his competitor, and he did ride on that name to become famous and even clinch this particular seat in Uasin Gishu County. And the celebrations are underway after here. A number of it's a large group of people who have come here to celebrate with the governor-elect Jonathan B. Echelelem, together with Jackson Manago, the two-term governor, and of course now the senator-elect in Uasin Gishu County. Gladys Boshole did not manage to attend, but someone else received her certificate on her behalf, and therefore it is a wrap-up from us here in Uasin Gishu County. Back to you in studio, my colleague Shiksha Arora.
Timothy Kipnusu, great work there from Uasin Gishu County, of course, giving us the latest in terms of the results that we are seeing at Uasin Gishu County in terms of senator, in terms of governor, in terms of women rep. And of course, just to break it down to you and remind you once again of the numbers, in Uasin Gishu, the governor race, we had Jonathan B. Chelilim, who's managed 214,000 votes, and Zedekia Bundotich, who's managed 127,013 votes. Of course, the governor for Uasin Gishu is now Jonathan B. from UDA party. Moving on, let's just take a look at the senatorial race, where Jackson Mandago, two-term governor, as we do know, has now won a senator seat that is in Uasin Gishu County. Of course, moving on to, we've got the women rep seat. Gladys Shole has now also been re-elected as women rep in Uasin Gishu County. She retained her seat quite comfortably. So yes, so this is the latest in terms of Uasin Gishu County. I'd like to throw it to my panel in studio and the analysts who just basically give me their take on, you know, what exactly they've seen on screen with regards to the senator, the women rep, and the governor wins. Millie?
Maybe Gibson can go first. Sheiks, I think what we have seen in Uasin Gishu is an interesting thing, because I think for me, I was just telling Dorinia that what is happening here is it's an handover from one person to the other. It's like a marathon now. Chelilim has been handed the baton, as opposed to what we saw in Bungoma, which is more or less a takeover from somebody from a competitor. So we are pretty much going to see a very amiable way of doing things, because you saw in Bungoma somebody giving a list of demands, even bank accounts and assets of and projects and everything to do with what was happening in the county. This one you have seen the collegiality that now I'm handing over to him. I'm going to get resources for him to continue working with the projects which we left, which were ongoing. So that is going to be a very easy transition, as opposed to the one which is going to be a bit chaotic, as it has been declared that it's going to be a conflict of powers, that now you've left, you need to leave everything here, we need to clear you out. But this one is handing over to Chelilim, Elias Kotmoza, so that he takes over and proceeds with the projects.
But I mean, also, when we look at Uasin Gishu County in contrast to Bungoma, as you talk about peaceful transition, can we also attribute that to the fact that they are from the same faction, probably to speak the same party, unlike what you're seeing in Bungoma?
Yes, that is
this
actually...
is two contrasting, coalitions or parties, so to speak.
Yes, that's actually the true position, as you've pointed out, Doreen. The other one, the governor who was left went and joined a different faction. Yeah. The faction, it was a local war now, which has been won, and they have to set the terms now by trying to discipline the other side that, you try to joke with us, we're going to show you fire. But for what we're having in Uasin Gishu is a situation whereby it's a transition. A governor has finished his term, he is handing it over to someone else, and going to the Senate, as he has said, Mandago has said, I'm going to look for more resources to assist Chelilim to continue doing with the projects that we are doing. So that is a very interesting dynamic which we are seeing, and we are going to see more of this across the counties. Of course, as Walmart said, that we are having 21 of governors who are now who finished their terms, so we are going to see a lot of things coming up. I hope we see more of the list of demands but,
from the various leaders
we will be here to watch and see.
But also, Millie, we are seeing a lot of party politics, again, just as we have rightly put it previously, and clearly the more we keep seeing those that are being announced, it keeps affirming that. When you look at particularly Buzeki, this is actually the second time he was vying for this seat, and again on an independent ticket, because in 2017 he lost to the outgoing governor, that was Mandago, who was on a Jubilee ticket. At that time, Jubilee was more dominant. This is after DP Ruto and President Kenyatta came together. Now we are seeing Jonathan B on a UDA ticket clinching that seat. So we are clearly also seeing party politics coming to play.
Let me just interrupt you as we move over to Jamboree High School, which is the tallying center for Starehe constituency, and let's listen to UDA candidate for the is the Starehe Tallying Center, and that was our senatorial candidate with the UDA party, Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, and we shall be hearing from Nancy Okware, who's stating out all the events that are happening there later on. Remember, that is tallying at constituency level in Nairobi, the capital, where if you were to compare with other parts of the country, lots should have been done, but things still not moving here. And you can imagine that also Trevor Ngeno is at the County Tallying Center in Kasarani. So it's going to be quite some time for these people who are involved at work trying to keep tabs on the tallying that is out there. And we get back to a panel, and our conversation was about Uasin Gishu, one of the 21 counties where we've got non-incumbency, and we have seen Jonathan B. Elias Kotimoja is a governor-elect, and the outgoing governor, Jackson Mandago, has been elected senator, and Gladys Sholei has been re-elected as the county woman member of the National Assembly. Millie, let's come to something. In Bungoma, it was demands.
I think however, just before we get the contrast in respect to what Millie was to respond to before we went to Nairobi, before we went to the tallying constituency level tallying center there, where we're seeing again party politics, taking center stage, just as what you had alluded earlier, where we're having the second who has come in second, that is Zedekiah. He was actually vying on this for this seat in 2017, but flopped because the Jubilee candidate, as a then Mandago, took the particular seat. We're now seeing him again losing, still on an independent ticket to someone, to a UDA candidate, whereby at this time this was the dominant party in the region or in the county, so to speak. So we are clearly again seeing that party politics are taking shape regardless of the circumstance and situation.
Very true, and it comes with, of course, a wave at one point. Much as we've tried to build strong political parties, we still build our parties, or the margins of our parties is around a political figure. So, personalities. Yes. So at the point when we all knew that the deputy president was going to run, and his attempt to build Jubilee had, in his opinion, failed, so he had opted to move out of Jubilee and set up his party. Many people, I think at one point, they even thought there was going to be Jubilee Tanga Tanga or something like that.
Jubilee 1 and Jubilee 2.
And
Jubilee Asili, actually,
yes.
point.
Like for Asili.
And Kenyans, the true entrepreneurs as we are, had gone to register names, in anticipation of selling the name when the party is going to be finally registered. So the fact that they knew there would be resources, because a presidential candidate comes with resources. They'll come with networks, and they will come with free airtime, because everywhere they go, there's likely to be media following them, and that will give you prominence in your own personal campaigns. So of course, aligning to that and making use of that so that you build your political campaign around it is good for any candidate. I mean, even we just came from Homa Bay County a few minutes ago. The first time that Gladys Wanga came in as women rep, she was in part of the entourage of the then governor, gubernatorial candidate. So she did not do as much campaigning on her own, but was in that team. So it helps to profile people and to build people's profile politically, so that if you're not a name, because in politics there's that thing of whose son are you, whose daughter are you. If you don't have that name, and you then don't have perhaps the clan, you have that wave of the party that supports you.
Okay. So look, let me just try to pick this up, and where there is, they call it the six-piece voting. That's what people would say about it. Although there is also there is the case of the independent. So long as you align with the correct presidential candidate, is how much would this change? From just being a personality-based thing to an ideology-based thing eventually. There are places where people will say, si hataki kujua wewe chama. Wewe uko na nani? Ni wewe. Wamekataa kwako wewe kuja tu. We've seen that happening in some places. How do we change that over time?
I think that with work that SRC has done in removing the allowances.
Those ones will come back. Wait for September 22nd.
National Assembly and Senate.
Rough date, September 22nd.
Also the court has done a tremendous job in getting rid of the CDF. When the legislators will begin to focus on the three roles that we know a legislature across the world, any legislature you meet anywhere, you know, represents people, oversights and legislates. So if then that is going to be their role, then we may be able to move away from party politics and move to that personality, individual, where we will support you and follow you, because we will be able to see and appreciate you articulating issues. But right now we know that you go there as an independent, you can do very little. The way our bunges are structured, we saw people coming in as independents, and then they say you can't even be allocated a committee to sit in, and you cannot do any work of oversight if you don't sit on a committee. So if we are going to be able to see them doing that work and hear them, if you remember the days of 4, when we hear stories, even for those who were not there then, of the 7 bearded brothers who used to be sisters. Yes, the 7 bearded sisters. We knew that it was all about eloquence. It was not about the roads they brought. It was not about the water they brought or the bursaries that they gave, but it was about the way they articulated issues and the way they stood firm for certain issues.
Actually, it was oversight,
yes,
which offended the state then.
Exactly. So if we'll be able to see that, more of that then maybe we will force parties to take individuals, because that individual is very popular.
Gibson, you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, it's going to be a very interesting parliament, because since 2002 the parliament has been courtesy of CDF, courtesy of I'm going to do 1, 2, 3 for you people.
Actually, we wouldn't say 2002, because when the law was passed, I think in 2001, the 2002 parliamentarians were the first to beneficiaries, and they really didn't even understand it.
They didn't. It was abused.
I think 2 years into office, but from 07.
Is when people realized. And then, of course, the disbursements kept growing. So these people have been enjoying these goodies of state legis in terms of CDF, and of course, for the longest time, it was really, it was like tokenism. If you are aligned to the MP, then it will give you the bursary. If not, then in 2013, from then, and 2015, when it was changed into a national government fund, then we have seen some kind of transparency, some checks where we have a board which administers the CDF, but then still the member of parliament sits in there as an ex-officio member and a voting member. That's where I think even the courts were like, if he's still a voting member and being an ex-officio, still he can weigh the whatever projects he wants to see done.
Because in reality, an MP can't be a board member in a parastatal.
Exactly.
Because that's the whole concept.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that was the argument which the court said, even if you change this thing, because they were given chance to, the national government was given chance to change and restructure it, they opted to create a fund with a member of parliament as an ex-officio, which still went against the constitution. And that's why the courts, actually, the Supreme Court, that the High Court was actually very clear that this cannot work. So whatever it is you've come up with still does not work. So that is where we go back to the aspect that now we are going to have members of parliament who are actually supposed to talk, deliberate on issues, hold government accountable, be able to be seen and to be heard. Because we have members of parliament who have never spoken, but they have been re-elected to the assembly because they're doing the CDF work. It's claimed that they are doing it well, which actually shouldn't be even their role. So that kind of crop of people is going to be left out, or is going to be voted out, because they will have nothing else to die for. or to be actually used to campaign as a campaign tool. So this is going to be a very interesting parliament, and we hope that we are going to see more robust discussions in parliament, more attendance, because members have been missing out from the house, and actually more bills. You remember, by the time this parliament was closing, there was a pretty number of bills which were very critical, which were not passed. So we are hoping that we see a record transformation of those bills and being changed into acts of parliament to transform the lives of Kenyans.
I remember that even the many bills that Chebukati had presented to parliament, so that he would be able to organize this election we are in now properly, were pending until the last minute.
In fact, even some of them were shut down when it came to the, the amount of money that you need to be using in campaigns.
Yes.
So they had to revert back to use whatever amount you can.
Well, it's crazy campaigning in this country. I mean, I just decided, okay, so if I want to become MCA back home, I discovered it was 3.6 million shillings is what I need to campaign in an area that is just slightly larger, slightly smaller than Tarehe constituency. That's how crazy it can be. We'll be taking a short break now, and we'll be coming back with Millie Luanga, Gisore, and Doreen Arange, and also Shiksha Arora, and keep up with what's happening, the numbers as they come in, and we'll also be taking a look at some of the governors-elect and those who've left, those who are going to take office for the first time, those who have retained their offices, and those who've reclaimed their offices. A breather is very necessary.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina al-karim. Amma ba'd. Ndugu zangu Waislamu, kwa mara nyingine tena tunaendelea kuhusiana na swala. Salatu imaduddin. Swala ni nguzo mkubwa katika dini. Asli yaqin ni msingi ya yakini. Wa qurratul uyuni muwahhidin. Swala ndio kitu kilichema cha macho ya watu ambao kwamba ni muwahhidin, wenye tauhid. Muwahhidin ahlu tauhid ni watu ambao kwamba wanampwekesha Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ma min muwahhidi fil alamin, hakuna yule ambao kwamba ni mtu wa tauhid katika ulimwengu illa almuslim, isipokuwa Muislamu. Maana Muislamu anatambulika katika ulimwengu kwamba anatambua Mungu mmoja peke yake, lakini wasiokuwa Waislamu wanatambua Mungu ni watatu, au wengine wanaamini kwamba Mungu ni ng'ombe, wengine wanaamini Mungu ni miti, lakini Mungu ni mmoja katika ulimwengu mzima ambaye anafaa kuabudiwa. Lakini wakiswali, ile swali inakuwa ni kitu chema cha macho yao. Rasul Islam amru Islam, mambo yote katika ulimwengu ambayo inafaa mmoja aweze kuisoma katika ulimwengu mzima kabla kila kitu ni kujua Uislamu. Yani mwanadamu katika maisha yake kitu cha kwanza anatakana atangulize kuyajua ni kujua Uislamu. Kando na kazi, kando na maisha yake, kando na mambo yake yote duniani, anatakiwa ajue Islam. Wa umuri salati, yani msingi ya Uislamu ni as-salah. Wa dhirwatu sanamiha jihad, na kelele cha mwisho ni kutetea dini ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala isijikawa ni kuanguka wakati anta hayyun fil alamin, ikiwa wewe uko hai katika ulimwengu. Wa salatu dalilul islam, swala ndio dalili ya mtu kuonekana kweli yule ni Muislamu, na kama hauswali ni dalili ya kwamba anta lasta muslim. Kama hauswali na dalili moja kwamba wewe sio Muislamu. Wa alamatul iman, as-salat tena ni alama ya iman. Wa ismatu damu linsan, tena swala ndio inahifadhi damu ya mwanadamu katika ulimwengu. Yani mwanadamu hawezi kuwa anauawa kama na kuwa mwenye kuswali, lakini kama atakuwa mwenye kukataa swala akawa ni kudharau swala, anakuwa damu yake ni halali. Qala ta'ala, anasema Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala kwa kuhusiana wale washirikina ambao walikuwa kiabudu mitume, ambao walikuwa kiabudu mawe, walikuwa kiabudu miti, wakiabudu majini, wakiabudu Muhammad, wakiabudu Yesu, au washirikina wote. Kwa hivyo anayeabudu Yesu, anayeabudu Muhammad, anayeabudu kiumbe chochote katika ulimwengu ni mshirikina huyo. Allah anasema kuhusiana na washirikina, fa intabu wa aqamu salata, ipindi hao washirikina watawacha shirikina yao, wakatubu, wakaomba msamaha, wa aqamu salata, wakasimamisha swala, wa atau zakata, wakatoa zaka, fa ikhwanukum fi din, basi watakuwa ndugu zenu katika dini. Maana pindi wanapoabudu Muhammad, wanapoabudu Yesu, wanapoabudu Musa, wanapoabudu mawe, wanapoabudu miti, wanapoabudu miungu vingine, wakawacha Allah, laysa ikhwanukum fi din. Lakini wakisimamisha swala, wakatoa zaka, wakakuwa ni wenye kutekeleza haja kama alivyotangulia Sheikh wetu wanatufundisha kila wakati, basi ni ndugu zenu fi din, katika dini mtakuwa ni ndugu. Lakini ikiwa hawatekelezi haya, wanakuwa ni adaikum fi din, wanakuwa ni maadui wenu katika dini. Wa salatu bara'at min nifaq, swala tena inafanya mtu na kuwa mbali na unafiki. Wa unwanu lisidiki, swala ndio chanzo cha ukweli. Walwifaqa, ndio chanzo cha mwanadamu kueleweka katika maisha yake. Qala sallallahu alayhi wasallam, anasema Mtume Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, man salla lillahi 40 yawman, atakayemomba Allah siku 40 kwenye katika safu ya jamaa, yudriku takbiratul ula, anapata takbira ya kwanza, kutiba lahu bara'atani, anaandikwa kwamba yuko mbali na vitu viwili, bara'at minan nar, anaandikwa kwamba yuko mbali na moto wa jahannam, tena nawekwa kwamba yuko mbali na unafiki. Kwa hivyo tutekeleze swala ili tuwe mbali na moto wa jahannam.
And welcome back to Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1. It's a night when announcements have been made about governors, some retaining their seats, others getting into office for the very first time. My name is Daniel Wahome, and for the last 4.5 hours or so, we've been with Doreen Arange Okello and Shiksha Arora, together with our guests, Millie Luanga and Gibson Gisore. And the pictures that you can see on your screen are of Bomas of Kenya. This is a national tallying center, and Shiksha is the one who's been keeping up with the numbers, and so far 6 constituencies, Form 34 A's and B's have been delivered to the Bomas of Kenya. And then we've had, yes, one that was declared yesterday, and that was Lamu East, and another 5 last night, late into the night, totaling to 6 constituencies, so 6 of them, and just about 200,000 votes have been speak about 205,000 votes in total. Those are the ones that have been tallied, and remember that the IEBC making all the announcements, they've got to check 46,229 Form 34As against what is on their portal, and we are looking at physical forms. So quite a busy day for returning officers. Doreen.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, it's really quite a busy day, and that process just began yesterday, and I'm so sure Kenyans might be wondering, so then what is the difference? Then why are we going to be seeing different results? I mean, just different from what we had seen different media outlets portraying. But again, this is just to remind you as a Kenyan to keep you cool, don't be anxious. It's simply because IEBC had allowed for parallel tallying. So this is why you are again seeing different results in different platforms as well as different media outlets. But as is within the Constitution, the chairman is the only one who can announce and declare, particularly for the presidential results, since he's the national returning officer. And this is why you have been seeing ideally all the returning officers from the various 290 constituencies, as well as that one other constituency which is termed as the diaspora constituencies, will be bringing this result, that is the Form 34As, together with the copy of a Form 34B from each of these constituencies to the National Tallying Center, whereby verification process will be happening. Now, you might also be wondering, why then is it taking so long? If at all these results were in the portal, and it's just, the arrows bringing them forth and then looking in. So what basically also is going on there is a process of verification before they are announced. Because remember, as it has been, results at the polling stations are final. But before we get to just continue our conversation, Shiksha.
Thank you very much for that, Doreen. Now, just before the break, I was telling you about the elected governors and re-elected governors, as has come from IEBC in various counties, and they have been announcing results all night. So we've got 6 new governors that have been confirmed and, of course, announced by IEBC, starting off with Hilary Barchok, who's got re-elected as second term, for his second term as governor in Bomet County. In Nyeri County, we've got Kahiga Mutahi of UDA, who has successfully defended his post, once again getting re-elected. Moving on to Machakos County, we have Wavinya Ndeti of Wiper, and of course she is the governor-elect for Machakos. The former Katiani MP obviously had unsuccessfully vied for the post in 2013 and 2017. Moving on, in West Pokot, we have Simon Kachapin of UDA, and he is the governor-elect against incumbent John Lonyangapuo. So remember, these are a few updates that we have been getting right here, and we will continue to give you the latest. We've also got more additions in the women representative race. Independent candidate Fatuma Mohammed has won Migori women rep seat with 154,538 votes, beating ODM's Denita Gatti, who got 117,591 votes. We also have an update from Kisumu County. Ruth Odinga of ODM has successfully won the women rep seat, having 304,293 votes against Valentine Anyango of MDG, that's Movement for Democracy and Growth Party, getting 80,117 votes. We also have Homa Bay women rep seat that was clinched by Joyce Bensouda, who got 284,348 votes against the independent candidate Moline Marusha, who's second with 67,037 votes. So yes, those are some new updates that came through during the break, but we'll definitely be continuing this conversation in studio. Of course, we have our analysts, we have Millie as well as Gibson, who will continue to engage with us and tell us what their thoughts are about these new elections and, of course, re-elected governors. So yes, Millie, just recently I mentioned that we have a new governor in Bomet County, Hilary Bachok. Well, it's not really new, he just got re-elected, but yes, the announcement has come just recently from IEBC. It's his second term as governor. Millie, what are your thoughts?
Well, he has an opportunity to be able to conclude some of his projects. I think that is the beauty of making it for a second time, because then people are able to see some continuity. One of the things that you realize again with change of governors is those who come in most of the time want to politicize, particularly if they're not coming from the same party, and even if they are, they want to politicize the things that the previous governor had been trying to implement, so that they become white elephants within the county. And it's really a big loss. There's not much continuity sometimes when new leadership comes in, and then there's a whole new start again, and the people who feel the impact, the taxpayers, who have all these halfway projects, and the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel remains vaguer and vaguer, because at one point somebody comes and starts this level 4 or 5 hospital, and then it is stalled, and then somebody else comes and says, now I'm going to start a factory, and they start it and it is stalled, and then somebody else says something else. It's really most unfortunate. I was talking to some people recently, and I was very excited about the work that Governor Kivuta Kibwana has done. And I was asking, and I was told, well, he's done very good work, but he did not put policies in place for continuity of those projects that he had put there. And I said, are you sure? Or is it just that people are already looking for loopholes of how to make sure that they don't continue with those things? So anyway, it's good that he has a second term. Hopefully, it'll leave the county a better place.
Well, let me come to you, Gibson, because Millie has mentioned something. We have this habit of throwing away the baby and the maji akarai, the baby and the bath water. Yes. And we've seen that with CDF projects, where basically somebody says, all right, just because you come from this end of the county, this doesn't come. What's going to happen now? Because we saw a list of demands coming in from Senate Speaker in Bungoma. Now, there's going to be a change of guards. We've seen that when for Hilary Bachok is more of continuity. But then there is also West Pokot County. Simon Kachapi is now a governor who has come in for a second term. After he was there. He was there. He was the first governor of West Pokot County. And also for Wavinya Ndeti, she's come in, and this is her first term. And this was in Machakos County, where there was no incumbency. What's the continuity plan here?
I think if we may start from West Pokot, I think there is a sense of feeling that West Pokot, with the new, with the leadership which is leaving, there was that aspect of discontinuity. The first governor laid out some policies which were supposed to be continued, and remember, development, especially at the county level, as opposed to the CDF, is one which takes time, a period of 10 years to have a turnaround to see the effects. So if you get a governor after 5 years, because setting up a factory is not an easy thing, and then running a factory is another thing, and then having it to have a turnaround effect, it also takes time. So that needs like 10 years for you to actually, if you set it up in the first term, for it to be up and running and actually have a multiplier effect on the ground, it takes like 10 years. So if you have somebody, when you set up a factory, comes and shunts it and then jumps and starts setting up something else, maybe building a market, then there's that discontinuity, and we are going to end up with the stopgap issues, which you don't have development going on a continuous. And the governors don't have so much resources as people believe. It's small money, so you have to spare some little money, set up something.
About 300 billion for 47 counties. counties.
Yes, but now when you go for counties in terms of development, sometimes they hardly have any money for development because most of it goes to budget to fund other things like administration and other things. So the development budget is very little, and the people have expectations. So you need to use it wisely and judiciously so that you have continuity, so that you can have the people benefiting from the development. So that is what happened in West Pokot. That's why they said, bring the old guy, let him continue with this thing. This professor, you're not sure where he's going with these things. And then now you come back to Barchok. Barchok is my neighbor county. And I think it's just a confirmation that whatever has been doing after Laboso left, it's a confirmation that he has been doing a good job. I passed by there and I've seen some developments here and there. And if the people have said he should come back, he should be able to finish his projects, if there are any. So, but if people have confirmed, then that is good.
Remember the famous speech that we've just been making reference to, where in fact one of the things that was being requested for was a list of people who've been employed.
Exactly.
All these things, they just shake the foundation of the entire place, because it's about ensuring that now you have in place people who are allied to you, people who maybe represent more representative of your community or your vote base, and you destabilize the entire system, because sometimes people are being hounded out of office in a very uncouth manner, and so you leave without handing over properly to the next people, so that even those projects would continue.
Well, by then you're talking about continuity, but there is an oddity in the continuity of county governments, because if a governor leaves office, the moment he leaves office, the entire executive leaves with him. That is stated. I mean, it's a constitutional provision.
Yes.
How then do you handle this? I know the transition, I think Article 198 talks about the county, the Speaker of the County Assembly being in charge at that transition point. But then how then do we manage this?
And that is why I was making reference to the staff, that because the CEC is like the CS at that level, but the CS will not implement everything without having mtu wa mkono, so to speak. So there will be those equivalent to what you'd have as a PS at that level. You'll have directors at that level who will be able to run with the projects, have a clear grasp of what the project intends, what the plan of the rollout of that project is, and what the commitments are. And even the partners, including potential analysis, because you anticipate that by the time somebody is commencing a project, they've done some research, some analysis, they have some background information that is going to guide that project. So if you're to fully implement it, you must be working with some plan, you know, and that team will be aware of that plan. So even if the CSS, because these are policy level people, even if they leave, the backbone of the institution will still remain, and that should provide continuity. But the unfortunate thing is that what has happened since we started devolution with the first round or the first cycle of devolved governance was that it was about employing your cronies, including or ignoring the fact that the county government laws require that 30% of the people you employ at that county level should come from another county, so that it remains, because the counties was not, and I remember the late president, may his soul rest in peace, Kibaki, was very keen on reminding people there are not 47 governments, there's one government. He kept saying it, because we are still one Kenya. So that concept of being one Kenya would also be reflecting in the counties. But you know what we did? So I'm the governor of Kisumu County, and then my 30% will come from Siaya. And I'll say, well, that is Kenya represented, you know.
And the budget will be discussed not in English.
The local dialect.
There's something also I want to add to what Amelia said. There's an aspect around the aspect of having a team. You will find that our governor has employed people, his cronies. Some of these cronies have a situation where somebody put in office people who are employed without papers. Then they go to the HR and start asking, by the way, which kind of papers do I need for this job?
Yet he's on the job.
Yet he's on the job and is receiving salary. So if we are talking about continuity, you find these are the kind of people who are going to be handed over the reins, and then you are told now these are the people to work with, that it's going to be a challenge. That's why I think one of the demands Ken Lusaka put across was, we want to know all the people employed, they need to come with their papers so that we know what kind of team are we working with. If you don't have papers, you better start running. The earlier the better, so that we have started working now. If actually means that, then that's going to be a very interesting scenario for him.
Yeah, I mean, sure. And it's a time where we're talking about change of guard, transitions, and we are going to see that a lot, even the aspect of continuity, particularly for those that have been re-elected, so to speak. But again, there's something that we are seeing in this election. There's an interesting dynamic of conceding and accepting results, even before the national returning officer really announces, so to speak. And even at that, those that are conceding are actually congratulating their main opponents. What does this speak about our democracy? We've not really seen that in previous elections, so to speak.
You know, every time you hear people saying, Kenya Sihami, you know, we love being Kenyans and we love our country. And I'll tell you that I was so excited when I saw that happening. I was also not very surprised when I saw clawbacks from that, because some of the people who had conceded started retracting.
It was too early to concede.
Retracting.
They were misquoted.
Yes, you know, this and that. And part of the reason to blame is not lawyers like me, but younger lawyers like you.
Why are you shifting blame? I feel like we should have advice to talk about it. Keep shifting blame.
You know? Because it is a good thing. It is a good thing. It means that we accept the fact that IEBC has tried to have as transparent a process as possible. They have tried to engage with the people in the process of rolling out this current election, particularly as we move to the last cycle. Unfortunately, IEBC was very, very quiet and very, very dead towards the second and third phase of the cycle, or the middle there, when they would have been doing the laws and putting systems in place. And you can't blame them. There were 3 commissioners. There was no funds. Nobody was looking at their laws. Nobody wanted to talk to them. There was fear that the handshake was targeted at getting them out of office. So there were all these uncertainties. But going to the last cycle, when there were added more team members and resources started rolling out, they did try to engage stakeholders to a good extent, or to a large extent. Maybe not as much as stakeholders would have wanted, but to some extent they have tried to engage stakeholders and the entire country in this process. We have not really thought out some of the things, but things start out that way. For example, now we are hurting. We have been seeing results rolling out, and now we are told the results are not rolling out, and they've started again. And they've started in batches of 1 and 2. We are frustrated, but it's a process of learning. So it's all these things we've seen that IEBC has been trying to do is a good thing. Yes,
it's a good thing at the end of the day. I mean, Gibbs, so let me just pick your mind also on ideally the general outlook of how Kenyans have exercised their Article 1 of the Constitution. I know that we touched a bit on this in respect to, you know, how the trend has been going down. We were at about 65.6, so to speak. This has gone down from 2013, 2017 up until now. But just your general outlook in respect to how, you know, Kenyans have conducted themselves. Also as you respond to that, you can tie it down with the cases of, you know, the violence here and there, because that also hasn't really been quite much, except for some few isolated areas here and there.
I think Kenyans have really conducted themselves well around this election. IEBC has done its work, and we want to commend Kenyans for that, because unlike the previous elections, IEBC actually was the biggest of the problem, but now when they have put everything out there...
IEBC is the biggest of the problem?
Yes, they were not... They were opaque. They were opaque. They were opaque.
I mean, I've used 2017 as an... I mean, the 2017 was an indictment, not on the
court.
You could actually be a candidate and not know what is going on.
Court in the land.
Yes.
DPP IEBC, go in there.
Yes.
But now every Kenyan has leeway to what is happening.
Yes, now they have been very clear. They have said if somebody engages in 1, 2, 3, that's an election malpractice, prosecute them. And we have seen even officials of IEBC actually being prosecuted. So that is them trying to absolve them of the blame and the opaqueness which they have been suffering, and which actually most government organizations do suffer from. So they are trying to be that independent arm of conducting elections, and that is something we need to congratulate them on. So that contributes greatly to what the Kenyans, or how the Kenyans will be. If you realize that you've been told, compile your own numbers, there is everything that which has been done, so you get to business. Once you realize that, and then there's the training which was conducted for for every aspirant. They were called to a room, they were told, now all of you, I was representing some few when they were being trained, and I just liked it because they were given the orders, they were told, ask all the questions you need to ask, come with your agents. We are in a room, we are trained for, I think, around 2 or 3 days. And at some point, I think for one of my candidates, there was an election, pre-election malpractice where I think they were in a funeral and somebody slapped another one before giving him the mic. IBC called all the contestants and told them, you guys, we have had this has happened, we don't want this. We expect you to behave in 1, 2, 3, and please sign a code of conduct to this effect. You know, that calls people to order. It means IBC was in control right from the word go. So you don't expect them to drop the button at this end, and that's why, you know, once you've been given the rules of engagement, you've been told you'll be disqualified, that one goes down to your heart, and you say, now I can't lose this thing because of my own mischief. So that called for discipline on the part of the aspirants and the candidates, and they called their troops to order that we can fight for this thing, but ensure let it not be out of our own mistakes, because I've signed a code of conduct. So that in itself brings in the aspect of sanity in terms of elections, and that is something we need to look up and say, as Kenyans, we need to be proud of this.
And they did try. Remember that they even tried to deal with some of the aspirants until the court stopped them from sanctioning some of the aspirants. They tried to control the process. They've really tried to that extent.
To that extent, they have. Yes. I mean, just still sticking up with IBC a bit, and yes, you are all alluding to the fact that when you look at this year's election, there has been largely transparency compared to the previous elections. But then what about the aspect of communication? They have really come under fire in respect to communication just up until recently.
I think they've done a very poor job in that. One of the things that you know as an institution is that you must have a focal point who is going to communicate. And you know that the head of that institution should speak rarely. When the President of the Republic of Kenya is going to speak, all media houses are waiting because it is not something that he does every day. And this has been the tradition ever since. We have had every communication coming from Chebukati, and we know that every time, for one reason or another, you may need to change, people will say that then there's change of policy because you said something else. We know for a fact that when you're speaking to people, it doesn't matter how well you try to articulate the issue. They will hear it differently depending on what they want to hear. So when he tries to clarify the same thing again, people will say that he is stepping over his own words. Now, why IBC cannot follow the tradition they found there? The IEBC that was there before them, the officers they took over from, had a serious communication department with a seasoned communicator who did the day-to-day and the weekly communication, leaving very rare occasions where they needed to come out as commissioners to clarify something. That avoids the confusion, because if somebody says something, you know, today, if one of your colleagues who is out collecting information says something that KBC has said this and this, it is very easy for KBC to say that that is not the statement of KBC because there is somebody to whom that person reports who can clarify. But you can imagine if it is the person right at the top who states it, then how do you change that communication? So they've done a very poor job at that, and I don't understand why they have not learned. Now, when they started trying to speak as a team, then they would speak two issues and try to explain the same issue to different people. You find the chairman speaking, then the vice chair speaking. And that again was because, again, as I said, everybody knows that in communication, it doesn't matter how clear you are, people will hear different things. Then they say these people are speaking at loggerheads, yet they're not, when you look at the analysis of it. So I think there, they've done a bad job. Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, lastly, also, we look at this aspect of social media. Like we've said over time, that right now we are seeing IEBC now actually finally releasing, the results of the Form 34A, Form 34B. But again, we have also seen what has been happening on the social media platforms. In fact, just earlier on, we were saying that everyone has become a returning officer. They're just declaring, either themselves or declaring, to who, anyone they were supporting. And prior to this, we had seen NCIC come up with a recommendation to shut off Facebook. But Ministry of ICT said we are a free state and we cannot allow that. So when you look at the power that is social media and the information circulating out there, then to who has a responsibility, particularly of regulating? Because, I mean, when you look at some of these messages going up, these are some of those things that would either breed more anxiety, breed fear, and it could turn out to be something entirely totally different.
Social media is just social media. It's like people speaking in the marketplace. You can't blame anybody really for whatever it is that they are saying or trying to sell, because some of them are trying to sell a narrative, others are bloggers who have been paid by different people. So those are different dynamics I can call, because you're trying to have a free democracy, and then it is also helping with the aspect of communication, because people are also getting engaged in different communications, that the communication can go fast. And then the aspect of closing down the internet, I think, is neither here nor there, because that is not expected. Personally, I don't feel that it's something we need to discuss, because even the CS Musheru came out very clearly and said we don't have a framework for closing down the internet, because that is a word to a couple of Kenyans, to a lot of people. We are pioneers in this thing of advancing the openness in social media. As a country, cannot claw back, because that is a platform which is believed to be enhancing. When they check on the democracy index of a country, they look at the performance in terms of social media access and internet accessibility, and what is the role of government in that. And we cannot be able to be ranked with the likes of China, who close down on the internet or who limit, and some other countries across the world. I think our neighbors Ethiopia do that a lot. But it's because even Uganda and TZ, yes,
are using social media to speak about Kenya having social media.
Exactly. We have had social media. We have even bullied the US president as Kenyan. So we have advanced that Kenya can be talked about that particular.
There's some certain
we have had a tiff with Nigeria and we have won. So if there's anything we need to be proud of as Kenyans, is actually Kenyan people and the freedom.
We even brought down a documentary, wasn't it?
Yes. We had actually CNN take back their words and apologize, and actually send their vice president to come and officially apologize to the country that you messed us. So once we've made those strides, we can't be able to start again just because of an election, pull it down and say now we are cutting down. We will look like we are not serious people.
All right. Now, just 6 constituencies mentioned, and at the last briefing, Chebukati mentioned he's got 80. By law, he's got until Tuesday.
Yes.
And there is nothing we can do to him.
But and he's showing that in our face.
I mean, how expedited can this be, given that I know there's a slow start in that?
And one of the commissioners who spoke just before Chebukati spoke said that they had sent out and they were going to get these people in. He said, we are sending planes, we are sending for them. They will be here, we are sending choppers, we are doing what? We want to make sure that these people are here sooner rather than later. He spoke to that.
Okay.
So I hope that Chebukati was also listening to his
But again, I mean, very quickly, even just as he responds to that, could also this be a form of Chebukati trying to just ensure that he leaves behind a good legacy? Because again, we know within the Constitution, this is his last term to serve as the chair of IEBC.
I think it behooves him to actually leave a good legacy, because what has befallen the previous commissioners or chairman of IBC is not something he will want to fall into. Even if it were me still in Chebukati's shoes, I wouldn't. So you wouldn't pull me over time. I will just stick to what it is that I'm supposed to do and be able to do it well. Because the law is within the law. But now my question is, election was on Tuesday. Some people, even if it was using a donkey to come to Nairobi, people want to be here.
No, where there are no traffic cops because they're donkeys was the first one to be announced.
Exactly.
Actually, so where we've got speed bikes is a problem.
Yes. So we need to really question this speed, because it is. And then again, Chebukati needs to work with speed, increase his team, and ensure that we get the numbers coming quickly.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Gibson Gisore, Millie Lwanga, Doreen. Well, for me, I've got to say it's quite a story. Remember, it's Wafula Chebukati, chairman IBC, who's now calling the shots. So all the numbers that we had crunched, put together, they've hit a brick wall. And with a steel fortification, and that steel is fortified by lead. So remember, there is another team coming up. But before I introduce them, Doreen, to give you the final word. It's been a pleasure being with you on Kenya Decides, Doreen.
I mean, for the last 4.5 hours, we've been holding court with our guests here, just helping us understand what exactly all this means, and the speed in which also IBC is taking to release this result. But as we said, and just lastly, all eyes are actually here at the Bomas of Kenya, because this is where the chairman is receiving all the Form 34As as well as the Form 34B from the constituency tallying centers, and this is where the verification process will be happening just before they get released. But from me, it's a good morning. I'm Doreen Range Okello.
Shiksha Arora.
Oh yes, we have to summarize these numbers. I was waiting for my turn, but I'm here.
It's your turn, it's your turn, it's your turn.
It's my turn now.
Summarize that.
I'm very okay. This side of the studio, let's talk about the numbers, in terms of what exactly happened this night. There were very interesting turn of events that were taking place. IBC was declaring results for the gubernatorial race, as well as giving us a breakdown on the voting numbers. And of course, all that is with me. So in terms of, the governor-elects, we had Paul Otuoma from Busia County, and he managed to get 164,478 votes to clinch that particular seat. Second was John Sakwa of ANC, managed to get 92,144 votes. We had Kenneth Lusaka from Ford, Kenya, who is now the Bungoma County Governor. He bounces back to county governorship after flooring the incumbent Wycliffe Wangamati, managed to get 244,298 votes. We had Gladys Wanga of ODM, managed to become the new Homa Bay County Governor, and of course beating Evans Kideru, former Nairobi Governor, with 154,182 votes. In Nandi County, we had Stephen Sang from UDA, who managed 237,045 votes, followed by former Governor Cleophas Lagat, who managed 54,375 votes. West Pokot, we had Simon Kachapen from UDA. He's now the governor-elect against incumbent John Lonyangapuo. From Bomet County, Hilary Barchok, after getting re-elected for his second term as governor. In Nyeri County, we have Kaiga Mutai of UDA, who successfully defended his post as well. Anyang Nyong of ODM returned to Kisumu County, that is the gubernatorial seat, managing 319,957 votes against Jack Ranguma, who managed 100,600 votes on the MDG ticket. Of course, this is in terms of the gubernatorial race. Now moving on, let's just take a look at the senatorial elections results. In Busia County, activist Okeam Tata won the Busia seat after garnering 171,681 votes on the NRA ticket against ODM's Hilary Itela second with 59,276 votes. Moving on, in Migori County, we have Eddie Okech, who was declared the winner against eight youthful candidates. Homa Bay County, we have Senator Moses Kajwang, who retained his seat on the ODM ticket after garnering 353,882 votes against KANU's Thomas Ojanga, who came in second with 18,690 votes. In Kisumu County, Tom Ojienda won the Kisumu Senate seat with 413,121 votes, beating Jubilee's Enos Okolo with 15,575 votes. In Uasin Gishu, we had Jackson Mandago who clinched the senator's seat, and of course third-term Senator Moses Wetangula from UDA garnered 286,143 votes against Jacob Mashacha. Now moving on, women rep race, independent candidate Fatuma Mohammed won the Migori women rep seat with 154,538 votes, beating ODM's Denita Gatti, who managed 117,591 votes. In Kisumu County, Ruth Odinga from ODM won the Kisumu women rep seat with 304,293 votes against Valentine Anyango of MDG. Gladys Chalet was re-elected as women rep in Uasin Gishu County, winning the seat with 292,154 votes against Dorcas Jabet of ODM, 54,742 votes. In Homa Bay, we had the women rep seat clinched by Joyce Bensouda, who got 284,348 votes against independent candidate Maureen Marusha, who was second with 67,037 votes. We've also been getting the verified results at constituency. Sorry for that. Constituency level. Clearly it's time for me to go. But yes, just make sure that you stay right here, because coming up next we have the team who's going to be taking over, and they will be crunching more numbers and of course giving you more details in terms of percentages, in terms of the votes as well. So all things numbers, all things figures coming up, and it's time for me to say good night, good morning, all in one. I'll see you soon.
Well, thank you. It's been thrown back to me, and I have to say thank you for being with us on Kenya Decides. But this show doesn't stop. John Jacob Kioria, we've got Victor Olo, and Jane Wamboi are coming and taking over the hot seat for the next 6 or 7 hours. Keep it KBC Channel 1.
party. Making quite a statement and bagging a gubernatorial position in Trans Nzoia County. Ken Lusaka of Ford Kenya in Bungoma, he's the new governor there, and I think the outgoing governor has already considered defeat. Gladys Wanga, finally Homa Bay Manyien, and the other one, I think Homa Bay Manyien statement is off.
Exactly.
Evans Kidero has lost in Homa Bay to Gladys Wanga of ODM, but Homa Bay Manyien can still be Homa Bay Manyien under Gladys Wanga, right?
Gladys Wanga.
Okay. Stephen Sang of UDA in Nandi County, Ochilo Ayako of ODM in Migori County, as well as Simon Kachapin of UDA in West Pokot. The professor of mathematics is also out in the cold, probably for some time. Okay. We need to head to the Bomas of Kenya. Regina Manyara, really dressed up.
She's just like an Eskimo.
Can you see? Good morning, Regina. What's the latest from Bomas?
Good morning, John Jacob Carrier, as well as Victor Law. I can tell you're making fun about my dressing. Trust me. By midnight yesterday, we were doing degrees of around 12 to 13. It's extremely cold, and we even had a drizzle in the course of the night. So please pardon our dress up. We have to keep warm. We do not want to end the election coverage and land in hospital. We are not out of the woods yet, even when it comes to COVID. So yes, we will dress warm and as should be. Now, about the updates, the latest update from IEBC, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, was last made at midnight by the chair, IEBC, Fula Chebukati there. And you can see from their portal what is transmitting is still on the 100s, so to speak. And this brings to the question where we saw some tweets from the IEBC chair saying that various individuals, stakeholders, including the media, were lagging behind in as far as tallying is concerned. But what we have witnessed from yesterday here, well, the process of comparing Form 34As and Form 34Bs to their originals, the ones that transmitted to their originals, is quite a task. And IEBC officials are not just alone doing this particular verification and collation of the data that has been entered into these forms. Party agents have been breathing down their necks, and as you can see, I don't know, maybe after this particular broadcast we're going to give you a glimpse of what is happening at the middle, or rather the center of Uchaguzi Hall. The media has not been given rights to actually get down there, maybe to try and make the process as seamless as possible. So we have a dais here where we have been reporting from, but that table there, we have IEBC officials, party officials also monitoring what is happening. Now, yesterday evening we also had just a drive-through to towns around the National Tallying Center, being the Bomas of Kenya, and we landed in Ongata Rongai. And the question was, what do the residents of Ongata Rongai feel about, what is being broadcast by various media houses? And just two gentlemen actually came forth and said it's quite confusing because the numbers are there are great variations in the numbers, and their preferred candidates are winning or losing, give and take, depending on the stations they are watching. And they said now they're totally reliant on the information that is going to be coming from the NAV Center here, Bomas of Kenya. IEBC maintaining that those results that have been announced at the various polling stations are final, and as the official returning officer in as far as the presidential election is concerned, Wafula Chebukati will be the only one to announce the presidential results. So we'll continue keeping tabs. This is the Usiku Sako, if you like, handing over to the day shift by Serafina Robi and O'Brien Kimani. So in a nutshell, what you're seeing, we're still on the hundreds, not yet in the millions as you're seeing on the various media houses, but this has been enabled by the IEBC that made available through their portal Form 34As, and individuals as well as stakeholders and organizations, including political parties, had an opportunity to just download the forms and do their tally. As far as the IEBC is concerned, we are in the hundreds, so we have a long way to go. but it's within the law. The IEBC has until 7 days, up to 7 days, to make their pronouncements. Currently, we're on day 3. Now, that is a wrap from here, Regina Manyara. Now back to you, John Jacob Kuria, Victor Olo, and Jane Wamboi.
I let you go. Before I let the Usiku Sako disappear, nights like the ones you witnessed the whole night obviously have a level of drama, particularly down there at the hall. Was there any drama you witnessed last night, particularly on political parties not agreeing on any position?
Actually, we did not witness any disagreement. However, we saw a lot of walk-in and walk-out by various political leaders. We had Raphael Tuju actually leave in a half, as well as Edwin Sifuna, to where they did not disclose where they were leaving to or headed to, but that created a commotion here. But we haven't seen that at the floor of Uchaguzi House. But we witnessed that, arrival as well as hasty departure of at least those two.
Right. Before Victor comes in, witnessing the whole process, because you can understand how painstaking it is, and you have already pointed out to that. In your own estimation, Regina, do you think we're likely to get a presidential result tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow is most likely because as we speak right now, the last brief was around 12. So we have already done 6 hours and we have no update. So we expect that Wafula Chebukati will do better. In his latest address, he gave us results from at least 4 counties, so to speak. So if we do the math, let's say by end of day today at around midnight, let's give him up to midnight, we'll have done at least, if not 3/4, slightly above half in as far as the presidential results are concerned, and tomorrow might be just D-Day. And there's been a lot of conversation, and off cuff is that will the presidential results be announced at night? And IEBC chairperson on a light note said, well, he cannot preempt, but his people are on hand to do the verification and collation, and he will be doing the pronouncements. If you look at the pronouncements that were made in 2013, they were done on a Thursday. Thursday was yesterday. This is Friday. So, well, every new season, it brings in something new, so to speak, Kyria.
Victor, do you have a question?
All right.
Regina?
So, Regina, you are the Bomas of Kenya, and if you go back to what the chairman said yesterday, we got a serious backlash as media as far as the transmission of these results is concerned. So, could you please just tell us what is so different at the Bomas of Kenya compared to what we have as media?
Now, what is happening here at IEBC, they have the privilege, or rather the mandate, to compare what was transmitted. Remember, Form 34As that have been uploaded on the website have been uploaded from the various polling stations. Yes, so there's a case of maybe even human error. Ben Troy tried to explain that also that was pointed out during the disputed elections of 2017, where the numbers, you could see what was entered in Form 34As then. You'd see a 1 that was confused for a 7 or a 3 confused for an 8. So what is happening here at the NAV Center, the National Tallying Center, is that the IEBC officials now have what has, it's a screenshot that is sent over the website, or rather technology, but now you have the original to compare. Then they also compare in terms of the registered voters at that polling station. They weed out human error, and they upload what is correct. Now, when it comes to various media houses, and this is a debate that has been raging, especially on social media, why do the various media houses have varying results being broadcast? First of all, one of them is because of the speed and the human resource that each media house is employing. Then secondly, there's been this talk, if I watch media house A, my person is in the lead. If I watch C, he is losing. So I asked someone just to try and explain that scenario, and this is what came out. So we already know where the presidential candidates, so to speak, are popular. So if I decide as Regina or as my organization to download Form 34As from Person X's stronghold and, tabulate them and post them, ahead of the other Form 34As, because from the IBC portal, which is almost at 100 or 99.94% displaying the Form 34As, it's very easy to pick out. Then I pick their closest rival and I upload after. You see, I am manipulating what the viewer is seeing. That is just someone who was trying to explain why we are seeing the variation. But at the end of the day, IEBC is going to be the one to announce these particular results. And IEBC also cautioned politicians from declaring themselves winners. That mandate squarely lies with the IBC. So that may be the difference why we are seeing the various affiliations. As you see, everybody has a price and everyone has a preference. But it's a matter of perception and creating perception. But at the end of the day, all eyes should be focused on what the IEBC is churning. That also received backing from election observers yesterday. Leading the EAC contingent was Jakaya Kikwete, former president of Tanzania, who said the process has been transparent and lauded Kenyans for maintaining peace. So, Victor, that might be just the reason why we are having the various variations as broadcast by various media houses.
All right. Okay, there you have it. Regina, I don't know if your camera person will be in a position to just show us what is happening behind the scenes, perhaps for the benefit of the viewer back home, just to explain to us what is happening as of now. A majority of people went to bed last night without getting an update. So just a quick, update on what's happening behind you, if it's possible. Actually,
We'll do you a solid. What we're going to do, I'm going to walk off camera, but still try and explain what you're seeing on the floor of the house. The camera person is going to just try and tilt down. Remember, we've only been given a dais to work with. So there you go. So what you are seeing back at home is the verification and coalition of Form 34As and Form 34Bs there. You're seeing party officials as well as IEBC officials. Now, these officials have been working round the clock, so to speak, and from midnight there, IEBC chair said that they're going to be adding more tables so that they can increase more efficiency at the floor of Uchaguzi Hall. And if you were wondering about why we are dressed like Eskimos, what you're seeing there, everybody has a jacket, to say the least. People have scarves, shawls and such, because it is quite cold. And even there's a gas lamp right at the middle to just show the extent of, or rather the degree, the low temperatures that we have been having here at the home. At the floor of the house, you can see both Cholet there engaging another person, maybe having a conversation in regard to, the process. In colloquial term also, Victor and Jacob there, political parties, for them, this is kulinda kura. I'm sure you've heard that when you're engaging them, as well as political analysts, in zamu ya kulinda kura, so to speak. So they're here. They have been here from yesterday, and I'm sure we're expecting to see more trickle in as the day progresses. That's just but a sneak peek of what is happening on the floor of Uchaguzi Hall.
A long night indeed at the Bomas of Kenya. Regina, wish you well. I actually saw a gentleman there who has already decided to rest his eyes a bit. Belonging to a political party. Kama hiyo ndio kulinda kura, kazi kwao kabisa. Thank you very much, Regina, for your time. Obviously, as you take a rest, we hope to see you again tonight. Regina Manyara, of course, talking to us from the Bomas of Kenya. That is how the situation looks like. And you can see the hustle of Kulinda Kura. Even people are resting their eyes at this point. Victor, it's not an easy job. It's not an easy task. Being a journalist or an agent.
Right. It's not an easy job. Let's wait and see how it goes. Even as here, it's not an easy one for us, but all in a day's work. Okay, so Kira, we have our guest in studio, Kevin Patricia, who is a political analyst, but most importantly, an advocate of the High Court. He was also, or is, at the Kalonzo Musyoka campaign secretariat. He's a senior counsel, so to speak. Absolutely. Yes. Welcome to the show, Kevin.
Thank you, Victor and Kyoria, for having me.
Absolutely.
It has been a while.
It's been a while. Did you vote?
Yes, I voted. I went to my home in Sekuru.
Exhibit?
Yes, it is still here.
So we're in Mzalendo?
Me ni Mzalendo kabisa.
Very good.
Yes.
Looking at what's happening at the Bomas of Kenya, we must say that we still have a long way to go.
That's very true, Victor, because contrary to what we are seeing from the media houses, and I think I thank your colleague Regina for clarifying on the reason why we have varying results by several media houses, and looking at the verified results, where we are talking of 695 out of 46, 229. I think we have a long way to go, and I think within those 7 days, which are provided by the Constitution for IBC to declare the results, I think they have to work extra hard. They have to burn the midnight oil. Perhaps maybe they may have to have more staff to do the verification, because the way things are, it may be a tight job to be able to verify all the results with the remaining period. Yes.
And all this is, within the legal framework.
Yes, because the chair is given 7 days after the election. So 7 days from the 9th, that takes you to the 16th, which is Tuesday.
Perhaps we can just come back and ask this particular question. Yesterday, the observers gave a green light that they are satisfied. You have been an observer before. What is your personal observation?
Personally, I think even after voting in my rural area, I walked around, I visited several polling stations, and to be honest, Victor, the entire voting period was very calm, peaceful, even though in some areas the KIMS kit were not working, and of course with the option of the manual register, people were able to be allowed to vote. I think you saw that happened even to the Kenya Kwanza running mate, but in some areas, some people were shocked to find out that where they thought are their polling stations, they were transferred to other polling stations without their knowledge. I don't know whether it is their negligence or they were not aware, but some people actually did not vote, because you go to a polling station, you are told, no, you're not supposed to be voting here. You're supposed to be voting in another polling station, and with a limited time, you can't travel there and vote. So I think there were a few challenges, and of course, there's nothing the IBC staff could do in those situations. But generally, the entire voting process was calm. It was peaceful. In my opinion, it was efficient. IBC officials tried to do a good job. And you have seen now, even for the tallying of other seats, I think by today or tomorrow, we may have results for all other positions, apart from the presidential election. So I think IBC are doing a good job.
Can someone go to court and sue IBC and say that, you know what, I'm a registered voter. I voted in 2017. During the verification process, I verified that I am a registered voter. And on that particular day to vote, I did not find my name on the KIM system. Can someone go to court on that basis and sue IEBC as the respondent?
Yes and no, because there was a period which was provided by IEBC for Kenyans to go and verify and confirm their polling stations and their registration details. That period was there. So long as you can prove that you verified that this was your polling station, and when you went there again now for voting, that did not happen, I think you'll be having a very good case. Because no, the right to vote is a constitutional right. So it cannot be limited as per Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya. It is mandatory for you to be allowed to vote. And actually in some areas, people where for example your fingerprints cannot register, and you're not to be able the kids cannot even see you, and even at the manual register you're not even there, but you have your voter's card, then there was that period for verification. If you went there because there were forms to be filled, if you filled forms, you submitted, and you have a copy as evidence, you'll be having a very good case. And IBC will be sued, but now the challenge will be, it will be too late because there can't be another election specifically for you. That's why there was a period given by IBC for every Kenyan to go and verify their details. Yes.
Okay.
Wakili, a quick one would want to know, after the elections are done, like we are in this case, at what point then can a voter file a case of disenfranchisement in court?
The Elections Act, Kyoria, provides for a voter or even a candidate to put any petition after the official declaration of the results. Actually, I've received so many calls from candidates who feel that the elections was not done properly, the tallying was not done properly, and they want to sue IBC. But I've been telling them they have to wait until the official declaration of the results. After that, then there will be a period for petitions, and that period is provided in the Election Act. So somebody has to wait until we get now the full declaration of the results before you can move to court and put a petition.
Okay. Yes. So filing a petition at this point would be premature?
It will be extremely premature, because at this point what somebody can do before, and I've advised many of my clients, before the official results are declared, and I think you saw the same being done by Waiguru and Girishi in Kirinyaga, where you write the candidate or a voter writes to the returning officer at a particular tallying center, expressing their concerns, and the returning officer will have to address the issues raised by the complainant in the letter. If you fail to do so at that point, then you can move to court. The court will now come in after official declaration of the results and even after gazettement of the candidates.
All right. Before I throw it to you, Victor, a quick one, because by mentioning the Ngirishi Waiguru case, something just came up, and I'm wondering, there has been a demand, and I think there was a demand also yesterday in Kirinyaga, that some ballot boxes are reopened for recounting. And I think there's a similar demand in Starehe right now. My question is, what powers does the returning officer have in terms of reordering a recount or reopening of a ballot box, Wakili?
The returning officer has the discretion to allow the demand as spread or disallow. If the returning officer is convinced that the issues raised by the complainant are legit and they are genuine, then they can allow. Because remember, Kyoria, all these candidates have their agents. So the agents are, because if you put it as an open bracket whereby anybody can request for tallying to be done again, and for the process to be repeated, it will not be possible for the entire process to be conducted swiftly. So the returning officer has the discretion. They look at the evidence provided by the candidates, and if they are satisfied that retallying or maybe making sure that the process is repeated again, then they will make that decision.
And that can be done right now?
Yes.
Or even after the declaration?
No, that can only be done before the official declaration.
Okay.
After the official declaration, then now it's a different situation, whereby you have to move to court, get a court order for the IBC to be ordered to retaliate or to do anything else as pertains the election process.
Let's say, for example, let's say, for example, in a particular case, in Form 34A, we are dealing with the presidential election. in this polling station called KBC, or Broadcasting House. And Forms 34A show Olo has gotten 20, Kyoria has gotten 30. That form has gone to the IEBC in its physical form as well as in its picture form. Can then my agents demand a recounting of those ballot papers when the form is already with the IEBC and results had been declared that Olo got 20 and I got 30?
Remember, Kyoria and Olo, that tallying is done at the polling station. That's the first point. It is done there. Yeah. So now, if at the polling station now KBC here we do tallying, and now when these results, of course, these forms are transmitted to the to the tallying center. If it is presidential now, they are transmitted to Bomas. Yeah, that is the presidential tallying center. If it is, for example, it's for maybe, let's talk of a governor, where they are taken to the county tallying center, what is taken there physically, the forms, and what has been transmitted, the work of the returning officer at that point is to verify whether what is transmitted via email and the physical ones are tallying. That is now what they are doing verification on. But if now during verification, as Kyoria is saying, the agent there at the tallying center realizes that the form 34, which has been submitted physically, is different from what their agent at the polling station had, then at that point they can put a complaint, whereby now the returning officer will be able to make a decision on whether to allow the retallying, because they cannot remember all those ballot boxes from the polling station are taken to the tallying center. If there are any complaints with regards to now the forms are not the same, then now retallying can be done, but at the discretion of the returning officer.
So what happens at the Bomas, for example, if there's a discrepancy in the forms and the submission, or probably in the results, now what happens? Can the IBC chair of Bukati order for a recount in a particular constituency?
That is what is supposed to do, actually, because that's why, and I think IBC chair was very democratic, and he allowed anybody to have their own tallying center. And the idea is to make sure that what is at the polling station is the same thing at the tallying center. This from that 4 is, for example. So it is now the discretion. If, for example, in KBC, what Kenya Kwanza agent has and what Azimio agent have, the forms are different, even with what IBC have now physically, then at that point they have to make sure that they ensure that the real form is the one which is used, and at some point they have to allow for retallying, because I've seen some areas where, especially in the local elections for the MCAs, where you hear that the form which was at the polling station is different from what is at the constituent tallying center, and they had to do a recount. But if you don't raise the complaint at that point and the results are declared, then now you have to go to court.
Okay.
Yes.
You're involved in the 2017 court process.
Yes,
and I'm so sure most of the lawyers in town are praying that you don't go back there, because it's a tedious job.
Yes.
What would you carry, compare to what happened in 2017 and that now? Do you think the IBC and the entire commission handled this, electoral process fairly to avoid the repeat of what happened in 2017?
Victor, actually, I'll shock you to let you know that many lawyers want as many petitions as possible, even presidential petitions.
I would imagine so.
Really?
Yes. Even myself, I'm waiting for petitions, and many of my colleagues are